Welcome back, legends, and if you're new here, welcome to the ultimate world of magical what-if fanfictions. Here, we explore alternate destinies, unstoppable power awakenings, and the darkest secrets the wizarding world never revealed. In today's video, what if young Harry awakened the forbidden powers of the Dark Lords? We uncover a question that could change Harry Potter's fate forever. And hey, if you love powerful Harry Potter alternate stories, make sure to hit that subscribe button right now. Because we upload daily magical what-if videos you definitely don't want to miss. Alright, let's unlock the magic, and witness how Harry's entire destiny is rewritten. The cupboard under the stairs had always been Harry's world, cramped, dark, suffocating. But tonight, something felt different. The air pressed against his skin like a living thing, thick and electric, humming with a frequency only he could hear. He sat with his back against the wooden wall, knees pulled to his chest, eyes fixed on the thin sliver of light beneath the door. Uncle Vernon's voice boomed somewhere in the house, rattling the walls. Aunt Petunia's sharp footsteps clicked across the kitchen floor. Dudley's whining echoed down the hallway. Normal. Everything was supposed to be normal. But Harry's hands were trembling. Not from fear, he'd lived with fear his entire life, worn it like a second skin. This was something else. Something that crawled beneath his ribs and coiled around his lungs, something that whispered in a language he didn't understand but somehow recognized. He pressed his palms flat against the floor, trying to steady himself. The wood beneath his fingers felt warm. Too warm. A faint glow flickered at the edges of his vision, greenish and cold, like light filtered through deep water. Stop, he whispered to himself. Just stop. But it didn't stop. The glow brightened, spreading across his hands like veins of liquid emerald. His heart hammered against his ribs, each beat echoing in his skull. He could feel it now, really feel it, a power that didn't belong to him, ancient and vast and utterly wrong. It felt like drowning and flying at the same time. Harry clenched his fists, nails digging into his palms, trying to force the sensation away. The light pulsed once, twice, then vanished, leaving only darkness and the faint metallic taste of blood in his mouth. He exhaled shakily, leaning his head back against the wall. What was that? Morning came too quickly. Aunt Petunia yanked open the cupboard door, her pinched face twisted in its usual expression of disgust. Up, now. Breakfast won't make itself. Harry climbed out, blinking against the harsh light of the hallway. His body ached from sleeping on the thin mattress, his neck stiff and sore. He shuffled into the kitchen, keeping his eyes down, his movements automatic. Cook the bacon. Toast the bread. Don't burn anything. Don't speak unless spoken to. The rules were simple. He'd learned them young. Dudley sat at the table, already complaining about the size of his portion. Uncle Vernon hid behind his newspaper, grunting occasionally in agreement. Aunt Petunia hovered near the stove, watching Harry with sharp, suspicious eyes. He focused on the pan, flipping the bacon with practiced precision. The sizzle and pop of the grease filled the silence. Everything was normal. Everything was fine. Then Dudley knocked over his juice. The glass shattered against the floor, orange liquid spreading across the tiles in a sticky puddle. Dudley yelped, leaping from his chair. Aunt Petunia shrieked. Uncle Vernon's face turned purple. You! Vernon roared, jabbing a thick finger at Harry. Clean that up. And you'll pay for the glass, boy. Harry didn't argue. He never did. He set down the spatula, grabbed a towel, and knelt beside the mess. But as he reached for the broken shards, something inside him shifted. The same sensation from last night, the warmth, the pressure, the whisper of something vast and terrible, flooded through his veins. His vision blurred. The broken glass on the floor began to tremble. No. Harry squeezed his eyes shut, willing it to stop. His hands shook as he pressed the towel against the puddle, soaking up the juice. The glass trembled harder, the pieces lifting slightly off the floor, hovering in the air like they were caught in an invisible current. What? Aunt Petunia's voice cracked. Vernon stood, his chair scraping loudly. What is that boy doing? Harry opened his eyes. The glass shards hung suspended, spinning slowly, catching the morning light. They glowed faintly, that same greenish hue from last night, and the air around them rippled like heat off pavement. I'm not, Harry started, but the words died in his throat. Because he was doing it. Somehow, impossibly, he was making this happen. The shards spun faster, forming a perfect circle in the air. The glow intensified, bright enough to cast shadows on the walls. Harry's heart raced. He didn't know how to stop it. Didn't know how he'd started it. Freak! Vernon bellowed. Stop that right now! The shout broke Harry's concentration. The glass shards dropped, clattering against the tiles. The glow vanished. The pressure in his chest released all at once, leaving him gasping for air. Silence filled the kitchen. Then Vernon grabbed Harry by the collar, hauling him to his feet. Cupboard. Now. Harry didn't resist. He let Vernon shove him down the hallway, let the cupboard door slam shut behind him, let the lock click into place. He sat in the darkness, breathing hard, staring at his hands. They looked normal, ordinary, like they belonged to any other 10-year-old boy. But they weren't normal. Nothing about him was normal. Hours passed in the cupboard. Maybe days. Harry had stopped keeping track. He dozed fitfully, waking every time the house creaked or footsteps echoed overhead. His stomach growled, hollow and aching, but he'd learned to ignore hunger a long time ago. What he couldn't ignore was the feeling. It hadn't gone away. If anything, it had grown stronger, settling into his bones like a second skeleton. He could feel it even when he wasn't using it, a constant hum beneath his skin, a presence that watched and waited. Harry pressed his hands against his face, trying to think. Magic. That's what this was, wasn't it? The Dursleys had always warned him against funny business, against being abnormal. They'd never said the word outright, but Harry had pieced it together from overheard conversations and whispered insults. His parents hadn't died in a car crash. That was a lie. They'd been different, like him, but this didn't feel like the kind of magic from fairy tales. It didn't feel warm or safe or good. It felt cold and hungry and old, like something that had been sleeping for a very long time and had just opened its eyes. A soft knock interrupted his thoughts. Harry's head snapped up. The knock came again, gentle and deliberate, from the cupboard door. Hello. A voice called. Not Vernon or Petunia or Dudley. Someone else. Someone new. Harry didn't answer. The lock clicked. The door swung open. A man stood in the hallway, tall and thin, with a long silver beard and half-moon spectacles perched on his nose. His robes were deep purple, embroidered with stars that seemed to shimmer in the dim light. His eyes were bright blue, sharp and kind and impossibly old. Harry Potter, the man said softly. I believe we need to talk. Harry stared at him, unable to find words. The man smiled, though there was sadness in it. My name is Albus Dumbledore. I'm here because you've begun to manifest something unusual. Something that should not exist in one so young. I didn't mean to, Harry whispered. I know, Dumbledore said. He crouched down, meeting Harry's eyes. But intention matters little when dealing with power of this magnitude. Tell me, Harry, have you felt it? The darkness. The pull towards something greater and more terrible than you can name. Harry nodded slowly. Dumbledore's expression grew grave. What you are experiencing is not ordinary magic. It is something far older, far more dangerous. The power you have awakened, it belonged to those who came before you. Dark lords who shaped the world with their will and left scars that have never healed. I don't want it, Harry said, his voice breaking. I know, Dumbledore repeated. He reached out, placing a gentle hand on Harry's shoulder. But wanting and having are not the same. This power is yours now, whether you wish it or not. The question is, what will you do with it? Harry looked down at his hands again. I don't know. Then we will learn together, Dumbledore said. He stood, offering his hand. Come with me, Harry. There is much to discuss, and very little time. Harry hesitated. Every instinct screamed at him to stay in the cupboard, to hide, to make himself as small and invisible as possible. But Dumbledore's hand remained steady, patient. Harry took it. The world around them blurred and twisted, colors bleeding into each other like wet paint. Harry's stomach lurched. For a moment, everything was motion and chaos. Then stillness. They stood in a circular office filled with strange silver instruments, shelves of books, and portraits that moved and whispered. A magnificent phoenix perched on a golden stand, watching Harry with intelligent eyes. Welcome to Hogwarts, Dumbledore said. The safest place in the magical world. And the only place where we might hope to understand what you have become. Harry turned slowly, taking it all in. The office. The magic. The impossible reality of everything. What am I? He asked quietly. Dumbledore's expression grew solemn. He walked to his desk, fingers tracing the edge of a worn leather book. You are Harry Potter, the boy who lived. But you are also something more. Something that has not walked this earth in generations. He opened the book, revealing pages covered in ancient script and dark illustrations. You have awakened the forbidden powers, Dumbledore said. The magic of Grindelwald, of Voldemort, of every Dark Lord who ever sought dominion over life and death. Their legacy lives in you now, Harry. And unless we act quickly. He trailed off, meeting Harry's eyes. It will consume you. Harry sat in the chair Dumbledore offered, his mind reeling. Dark Lords. Forbidden powers. Legacy. None of it made sense. He was just a kid who slept in a cupboard and tried not to make his relatives angry. He wasn't special. He wasn't powerful. But the glow in his hands said otherwise. How? Harry managed. How did this happen to me? Dumbledore settled into his own chair, steepling his fingers. That is a question with many answers, none of them simple. Your parents were killed by a Dark Lord named Voldemort, a wizard of terrible power who sought immortality and absolute control. When he tried to kill you as an infant, something extraordinary happened. His curse rebounded, destroying him. But magic always leaves a mark, Harry. Always. He marked me, Harry said, touching the lightning bolt scar on his forehead. Yes, Dumbledore confirmed. But not merely. With a scar. When Voldemort's soul shattered, a fragment of his power, his essence, latched onto you. It has been dormant all these years, sleeping alongside your own magic. Until now. Harry felt sick. I have part of him inside me. In a manner of speaking, Dumbledore said carefully. But it is not only Voldemort's power you carry. The forbidden powers are older than any single wizard. They are the accumulated darkness of centuries, passed from one Dark Lord to the next, growing stronger with each host. Voldemort wielded them, Grindelwald before him, and countless others stretching back to the very dawn of magic. And now they're in me, Harry whispered. Dumbledore nodded. They recognize you as a vessel. They are trying to awaken fully, to claim you as their next host. If they succeed, he paused, choosing his words with care. You will become something neither light nor dark, but beyond both. A force of pure will, capable of reshaping reality itself. The office felt too small, the air too thin. Harry gripped the arms of his chair, trying to ground himself. Can you stop it? Can you take it out of me? I do not know, Dumbledore admitted. This is magic I have never encountered in a living child. Every attempt to remove such power in the past has ended in tragedy. But doing nothing is not an option either. The power will grow, Harry. It will test you, tempt you, push you toward choices you are not yet ready to make. Then what do I do? Harry asked, desperation creeping into his voice. Dumbledore leaned forward, his blue eyes intense. You learn, you train, you build the strength, not just of magic, but of character, to resist the darkness when it calls. And it will call, Harry. Every day, it will whisper promises of strength, of vengeance, of control over those who have hurt you. Harry thought of the Dursleys, of Vernon's shouting and Petunia's cruelty and Dudley's fists. He thought of the cupboard, the hunger, the years of being called freak, and worthless. Part of him wanted that power. Wanted to make them afraid. I see it in your eyes, Dumbledore said gently. The desire for justice, for retribution. That is the first foothold the darkness seeks. It takes your pain and twists it into something cold and merciless. I won't let it, Harry said, though his voice wavered. I believe you, Dumbledore said. But belief alone will not be enough. You will need allies, teachers, friends who can anchor you when the darkness pulls too hard. He stood, moving to a cabinet and withdrawing a long, slender box. You will stay here at Hogwarts, under my protection and guidance. You will attend classes with students your own age, learn the fundamentals of magic. But you will also train privately, learning to master the forbidden powers before they master you. Dumbledore opened the box, revealing a wand, dark wood, elegant and simple. This, he said, belonged to a wizard who faced similar trials. He walked the line between light and dark for many years before finding his path. I hope it will serve you as well as it served him. Harry took the wand, feeling its weight. The moment his fingers closed around it, warmth spread through his arm, different from the cold power he'd felt before. This was steadier, more controlled. Thank you, Harry said quietly. Dumbledore smiled. Do not thank me yet. The road ahead will be harder than anything you have endured. But I believe you have the strength to walk it. The question is, do you? Harry looked at the wand in his hand, then at Dumbledore's kind, ancient eyes. He thought of the cupboard, of the darkness, of the power that waited inside him like a coiled serpent. He thought of who he could become, who he refused to become. Yes, Harry said. I'll do whatever it takes. Dumbledore's smile widened. Then we begin. The days that followed were a blur of information, training, and discovery. Dumbledore arranged for Harry to stay in a small room near his office, away from the other students. It was sparse but comfortable, infinitely better than the cupboard. Harry had a bed, a desk, shelves for books he was only beginning to learn to read properly. He had space, privacy, freedom. It should have felt like paradise. But every night, the power stirred. It came in dreams first, visions of battles Harry had never fought, of faces twisted in rage and agony, of cities burning and skies splitting open. He saw himself standing at the center of it all, wreathed in green fire, his voice commanding armies of shadows. He woke gasping, drenched in sweat, the taste of ash on his tongue. Dumbledore began his lessons gently, teaching Harry basic spells and the theory behind magic. Levitation charms, shielding spells, simple transfiguration. Harry absorbed it all hungrily, desperate for anything that felt normal. But the forbidden powers had no interest in normal. During a particularly difficult levitation exercise, Harry's frustration boiled over. The feather he was trying to lift didn't just rise, it exploded into flames, black and cold, consuming itself in seconds and leaving nothing but ash. Dumbledore watched without speaking. "I'm sorry," Harry said immediately. "I didn't." "Do not apologize," Dumbledore interrupted. "You are not at fault for what you carry. But you must learn to recognize the difference between your magic and theirs." "How?" Harry asked. Dumbledore considered this. "Your magic, the magic you were born with, comes from intention and will. It responds to your desire to create, to protect, to connect. The forbidden powers come from hunger. They do not ask what you want. They take what they believe you need." Harry stared at the pile of ash. "They wanted me to destroy the feather. They wanted you to exert dominance over it," Dumbledore corrected. "To bend it to your will so completely that its original form became irrelevant. That is how Dark Lords think, Harry. Not in terms of cooperation, but conquest." The words settled like stones in Harry's stomach. Over the following weeks, Dumbledore introduced Harry to meditation, to exercises designed to separate his own thoughts from the whispers of the power. It was exhausting, maddening work. Every time Harry thought he'd found the boundary, the darkness shifted, blurring the lines again. But slowly, painfully, he began to feel the difference. His magic was warm, bright, eager. It wanted to grow and explore. The forbidden powers were cold, patient, calculating. They wanted to dominate and consume. Knowing the difference didn't make resisting any easier. One evening, as Harry sat in his room studying a book on magical theory, a knock came at his door. "Come in," he called. A girl entered, about his age, with bushy brown hair and bright, curious eyes. She carried a stack of books nearly as tall as she was. "Hello," she said brightly. "I'm Hermione Granger. Professor Dumbledore said you might need help catching up on your reading." Harry blinked. Thanks." Hermione set the books on his desk with a heavy thud. "You're Harry Potter, aren't you? The boy who lived. I've read all about you." "Well, not all about you, most of the books are probably exaggerated. But still, it's very exciting to meet you." She spoke quickly, barely pausing for breath, and Harry found himself smiling despite his exhaustion. "Nice to meet you too," he said. Hermione beamed. "Professor Dumbledore says you're doing advanced, independent study. That must be fascinating. What are you working on?" Harry hesitated. He couldn't exactly tell her about the forbidden powers, about the darkness growing inside him. "Just trying to catch up," he said finally. "I didn't know I was a wizard until recently." "Oh." Hermione's eyes widened. "You're muggle-raised. So am I. My parents are dentists. I was so surprised when I got my letter. Have you learned about the Statute of Secrecy yet? It's actually quite interesting how the magical and non-magical worlds coexist without." She continued talking, and Harry found himself relaxing for the first time in weeks. Hermione didn't look at him with fear or suspicion. She just talked, like he was normal. It was the best gift anyone had given him. As the weeks turned into months, Harry's world expanded. Hermione visited often, bringing books and questions and an endless stream of information. She never asked why he was kept separate from other students, never pressed when he couldn't answer certain questions. She just accepted him. Through her, Harry learned about the wider wizarding world. About Quidditch and house rivalries and famous witches and wizards. It all seemed so distant from his own reality, but hearing about it made him feel less alone. Dumbledore's lessons intensified. They practiced control exercises, holding the forbidden powers at bay while performing complex magic, maintaining focus under pressure, recognizing when the darkness was influencing his choices. It was grueling. Harry failed more often than he succeeded. But he didn't give up. One night, Dumbledore led Harry to a room he'd never seen before, deep beneath the castle, behind layers of protective enchantments. The room was circular, empty except for a large mirror in the center. The mirror of Arised, Dumbledore explained. It shows the deepest desire of one's heart. Harry approached cautiously. His reflection stared back, thin, messy black hair, green eyes behind round glasses, the lightning scar on his forehead. Then the image shifted. He saw himself older, stronger, standing in a place of honor. Around him stood people, a red-haired man and woman who looked at him with love, friends who smiled without fear, a world that accepted him. "I see my family," Harry whispered. "People who care about me." Dumbledore nodded solemnly. "A beautiful desire. But look closer, Harry. What else do you see?" Harry leaned in. Behind his older self, shadows moved. Figures knelt, heads bowed in submission. Power radiated from him in visible waves, bending the air itself. His heart sank. "I see control. I see them obeying me." "The mirror shows your heart's desire," Dumbledore said. "But your heart is not entirely your own. The forbidden powers whisper their desires alongside yours, twisting what you want into what they need." Harry stepped back from the mirror, feeling sick. "Will I ever be free of them?" "I do not know," Dumbledore said honestly. "But I know you are aware of them. You recognize their voice. That is the first step toward mastery." Harry looked at his reflection one last time, at the boy caught between two futures. "I won't let them win," he said. Dumbledore placed a hand on his shoulder. "Then you have already begun to fight." They left the mirror behind, climbing back toward the castle proper. But Harry couldn't shake the image from his mind, himself, powerful and terrible, surrounded by people who loved him and feared him in equal measure. Was that his future? Or could he forge something different? The forbidden powers stirred in his chest, whispering promises of strength, of protection, of never being hurt again. Harry clenched his fists and kept walking. The battle had only just begun. Chapter 2, The Weight of Names. Harry woke to the sound of rain hammering against stone. He lay still for a moment, listening to the rhythm, letting it ground him in the present. The nightmares had come again, darker this time, more vivid. He'd seen faces he didn't recognize, heard screams in languages he shouldn't understand. The forbidden powers had pressed against his consciousness like a hand trying to force open a locked door. He'd held them back, barely. Sitting up, Harry ran a hand through his messy hair and glanced at the window. Dawn was still hours away, the sky a deep indigo broken only by flashes of lightning. The storm had settled over Hogwarts like a living thing, angry and relentless. Perfect weather for what Dumbledore had planned today. Breakfast arrived via house elf, a small creature named Pippi who appeared with a tray of toast, eggs, and pumpkin juice. She set it on Harry's desk with a deep bow, her enormous eyes watching him with a mixture of reverence and concern. "Master Harry Potter must eat," she squeaked. "Must keep strength for training." "Thank you, Pippi," Harry said, offering a small smile. She vanished with a crack, leaving Harry alone with his thoughts and cooling eggs. He forced himself to eat, knowing he'd need the energy. Dumbledore's lessons had grown progressively more demanding. Yesterday, they'd practiced occlumency, the art of defending the mind against intrusion. Harry had felt the forbidden powers pushing back against every mental barrier he tried to construct, eager to be seen, to be acknowledged. It had left him with a headache that still throbbed behind his eyes. A knock interrupted his meal. "Come in," Harry called. Hermione entered, as she did most mornings, carrying yet another stack of books. Her hair was pulled back in a practical braid, and she wore her Hogwarts robes with the Gryffindor crest prominently displayed. "Morning," she said cheerfully. "I brought the books on magical theory you asked about. Also, I found this really interesting text on ancient runes that I think you'll. She stopped, noticing his expression. Another bad night. Harry nodded. They're getting stronger. Hermione set the books down and sat in the chair across from him, her face serious. Professor Dumbledore says that's normal. The power recognizes you're resisting, so it's trying harder to break through. Feels more like it's trying to drown me, Harry muttered. You won't let it, Hermione said with absolute certainty. You're the bravest person I know, Harry. He wanted to believe her. Some days, he almost could. They spent the next hour reviewing transfiguration theory. Hermione was brilliant at it, explaining concepts in ways that made sense when the textbooks just confused him. She never made him feel stupid for not knowing things, never lost patience when he had to ask the same question twice. She was his anchor. He just hoped he'd never become her burden. Dumbledore's office was warm despite the storm. The headmaster sat behind his desk, Fawkes the Phoenix perched nearby, preening his scarlet feathers. Various silver instruments whirred and clicked on the shelves, measuring things Harry couldn't begin to guess at. Good morning, Harry, Dumbledore said. Please, sit. Harry took his usual chair, trying not to show his nervousness. Dumbledore had that look, the one that meant today's lesson would be particularly challenging. We have discussed control, Dumbledore began. We have practiced separation, learning to distinguish your magic from the forbidden powers. Today, we will take a different approach. What approach? Harry asked. Understanding, Dumbledore said. You cannot truly master something you do not understand. And you cannot understand the forbidden powers without first understanding those who wielded them. He stood, moving to a cabinet and withdrawing a shallow stone basin filled with silvery liquid that swirled with its own internal light. A pensieve, Harry said, recognizing it from his reading. Indeed, Dumbledore confirmed. I have collected memories, fragments of history that will show you what the forbidden powers have wrought. It will not be pleasant, Harry. These are moments of darkness, of choices that shaped the wizarding world for centuries. But if you are to resist the same temptations, you must see where they lead. Harry's stomach churned. Whose memories? Mine, Dumbledore said quietly. And those of others who witnessed the rise and fall of Dark Lords. He gestured toward the pensieve. Are you ready? No. Harry wasn't ready. But he nodded anyway. Dumbledore touched his wand to his temple, drawing out a silvery strand of memory and depositing it into the basin. This first memory is from my youth. A conversation with a young man who would one day become known as Gellert Grindelwald. Harry leaned forward, touching the surface of the memory. The world dissolved. He stood in a sunlit garden, though he had no physical form, just awareness, observation. Two young men sat on a bench, deep in conversation. One was unmistakably a younger Dumbledore, his auburn hair bright in the summer light, his eyes alight with intelligence and excitement. The other was strikingly handsome, blonde and sharp-featured, with a magnetic intensity that drew the eye. The Deathly Hallows, the blonde man, Grindelwald, was saying. Together, Albus, we could unite them. Master Death itself. Imagine what we could accomplish. Young Dumbledore leaned forward. For the greater good, we would reshape the world, eliminate the threats to our kind. No more hiding. Exactly, Grindelwald said, his smile widening. We would be saviors. Harry watched, transfixed. This didn't look like the beginning of darkness. It looked like hope, like ambition, like two brilliant minds imagining a better future. But there was something underneath. A hunger in Grindelwald's eyes, a certainty that bordered on fanaticism. And in young Dumbledore's expression, Harry saw his own reflection, the desire for power dressed in the language of justice. The memory shifted. Now Grindelwald stood before a crowd, older, more terrible. His voice rang out with authority as he proclaimed the superiority of wizard kind, the necessity of dominion. Behind him, the forbidden powers manifested visibly, dark flames that didn't burn, shadows that moved independently, magic that twisted reality itself. The crowd cheered. Harry felt sick. The memory dissolved, and he was back in Dumbledore's office, gasping. That was him, Harry said. That was the power. Dumbledore nodded gravely. Grindelwald believed he was righteous. He convinced himself that subjugating Muggles would create peace, that forcing his vision upon the world was an act of mercy. The forbidden powers fed that belief, amplified it, until he could justify any atrocity in the name of his greater good. How did you stop him? Harry asked. Pain flickered across Dumbledore's face. With great difficulty and greater cost. But that is a memory for another day. Come, there is one more you must see. He added another strand to the pensieve. Harry hesitated, then leaned forward again. This memory was darker. A ruined house stood beneath a cold night sky. Inside, a young woman held a baby, her green eyes wide with terror. A man with pale skin and red eyes raised his wand, his voice hissing with cruel satisfaction. Avada Kedavra. Green light filled the room. Harry watched his mother die. Watched Voldemort turn toward the infant version of himself. Watched the curse rebound, striking Voldemort and tearing him apart. But in that moment, that single, terrible moment, Harry saw the forbidden powers move. They leapt from Voldemort's shattered form like living darkness, seeking a new host, finding the only magical signature in the room. They found baby Harry. The memory ended. Harry stumbled back, his heart racing, bile rising in his throat. "I'm sorry," Dumbledore said softly. "I know that was difficult. They chose me," Harry whispered. "The powers, they chose me because I was there. Because I survived." "Yes," Dumbledore confirmed. "But they did not account for one thing." "What?" Dumbledore met his eyes. "Your mother's love. When she sacrificed herself to save you, she left a protection upon you, ancient magic, powerful and pure. It has been fighting the forbidden powers since that night, keeping them dormant, preventing them from consuming you entirely." Harry touched his scar unconsciously. "So I've been protected this whole time." "In a sense," Dumbledore said. "But that protection is fading as you grow older, as your own magic develops. Soon, you will have to protect yourself. That is why we train." Harry sank into his chair, processing everything he'd seen. Grindelwald thought he was doing good. Voldemort thought he deserved power. They both let the darkness convince them they were right. "Yes," Dumbledore said. "That is the true danger of the forbidden powers. They do not simply offer strength, they offer justification. They make cruelty feel necessary, domination feel righteous. They take your pain, your anger, your desire for a better world, and twist it into something monstrous." "How do I fight that?" Harry asked, his voice small. Dumbledore came around the desk, kneeling so they were eye level. "By remembering who you are. By anchoring yourself in connections that matter more than power. By asking, with every choice, not, 'What can I do?' but, 'What should I do?'" Harry wanted to believe that would be enough. But he'd felt the pull of the forbidden powers, felt how easily they could make terrible things seem reasonable. "What if I fail?" he asked. "Then I will be here to help you find your way back," Dumbledore said gently. "As will Hermione, and others you have yet to meet. You are not alone, Harry. That is your greatest strength." The lesson ended, but Harry couldn't shake what he'd seen. He walked the corridors of Hogwarts, needing movement, needing to think. The castle was quiet at this hour, most students in class or common rooms. Harry's isolation had become familiar, almost comforting. Out here, he didn't have to pretend to be normal. He found himself in the library, drawn by instinct to the one place that felt safe. Hermione was there, of course, surrounded by books and parchment. She looked up as he approached, her expression brightening. "Harry, did your lesson go well?" He sat across from her, not sure how to answer. "It was educational." Hermione studied his face. "That bad?" "I saw memories," Harry said carefully. "Of the dark wizards who used the powers before me. Dumbledore wanted me to understand what I'm fighting against." "And did you?" Hermione asked. "Understand, I mean." Harry thought about Grindelwald's passionate speech, about Voldemort's cruel certainty, about the moment the forbidden powers had latched onto him as a baby. "I understand that they all thought they were justified," he said finally. "That's what scares me. They weren't just evil for the sake of being evil. They believed they were right." Hermione set down her quill. "But you know you're not right just because you have power. That's the difference between you and them." "Is it?" Harry asked. "Sometimes I feel the power whispering to me, Hermione. It tells me I could fix things, protect people, make sure no one ever hurts me again. And part of me wants to listen. But you don't," Hermione pointed out. "You fight it every day. That's what makes you different." Harry wished he had her certainty. What if fighting isn't enough? What if one day I slip, and I can't come back? Hermione reached across the table, taking his hand. Her touch was warm, grounding. "Then I'll pull you back," she said simply. "That's what friends do." The tightness in Harry's chest eased slightly. "Thank you." They sat in comfortable silence for a while, surrounded by books and the faint smell of parchment. Outside, the storm continued its assault on the castle, but here in the library, everything felt still. Hermione eventually returned to her reading, and Harry pulled out his own textbook, trying to focus on transformation theory. But his mind kept drifting back to the memories, to the terrible power that waited inside him, coiled and patient. A flash of movement caught his eye. One of Hermione's books had shifted on its own, pages fluttering as if caught by a breeze. But there was no breeze in the library. Harry focused on the book. The forbidden powers stirred, recognizing his attention, eager to be used. No. He pushed them down, drawing on his own magic instead. The book settled, pages going still. It was a small victory. Tiny, really. But it was his. That night, Harry dreamed of names. They whispered through his subconscious like ghosts: Grindelwald, Voldemort, countless others stretching back through history. Dark lords who had carried the forbidden powers, who had bent the world to their will, who had believed themselves invincible. They had all fallen eventually. But they had left scars that never fully healed. In the dream, Harry stood in a vast hall lined with mirrors. Each reflection showed a different version of himself, older, harder, eyes burning with terrible power. In some reflections, he wore fine robes and a crown of shadows. In others, he stood alone amid ruins, everyone he'd ever cared about turned to ash. Choose, a voice whispered. Not Grindelwald's voice or Voldemort's, but something older, something vast and patient and utterly inhuman. Choose who you will become. I choose myself, Harry said, though his voice shook. The mirrors shattered. He woke with a gasp, his heart pounding, sheets tangled around his legs. The first light of dawn filtered through his window, pale and cold. Another night survived. Harry got up, splashed water on his face, and prepared for the day ahead. The forbidden powers whispered in the back of his mind, but he ignored them. He had work to do. Weeks passed in a rhythm of study and resistance. Dumbledore introduced Harry to more advanced magic, defensive spells, offensive techniques, ways to channel his power without letting the forbidden powers dominate. Each lesson pushed Harry to his limits, and some days he failed spectacularly. But he kept trying. Hermione remained his constant. She visited daily, bringing news of the wider school, helping him with homework, just talking about normal things. Through her, Harry learned about Quidditch matches he couldn't attend, house point competitions that didn't include him, friendships forming among students his age. He tried not to feel jealous. One afternoon, Hermione arrived with someone new, a tall boy with red hair and a friendly, open face. Harry, this is Ron Weasley, Hermione said. He's in Gryffindor with me. Ron, this is Harry Potter. Ron's eyes widened. Blimey. The Harry Potter. Harry resisted the urge to flinch at the title. Just Harry is fine. Ron grinned. Brilliant. Hermione's told me loads about you. Says you're doing advanced study with Dumbledore himself. Something like that, Harry said cautiously. Must be amazing, Ron continued. I can barely keep up with regular classes, and you're doing special training with the greatest wizard alive. There was no envy in his voice, just genuine enthusiasm. It was refreshing. It's more difficult than amazing, Harry admitted. Still, Ron said, you must be incredibly powerful. The forbidden powers stirred at the word. Harry shoved them down. I'm just trying to learn, he said. Ron and Hermione stayed for an hour, filling Harry's room with laughter and easy conversation. Ron told jokes that made Hermione roll her eyes and Harry smile. Hermione corrected Ron's wild misconceptions about magical theory. Harry found himself relaxing in a way he rarely did anymore. This was what normal felt like. When they finally left, promising to visit again soon, Harry felt lighter. Maybe he could have this. Maybe he could have friends and a life that wasn't entirely consumed by darkness. Maybe. That night, during his meditation exercises, Harry felt something shift. The forbidden powers had been pressing against his mental barriers all day, but now they withdrew. Not defeated, just watching. Waiting. It unnerved him more than their usual assault. He mentioned it to Dumbledore the next morning. The headmaster's expression grew thoughtful. The powers are learning, adapting to your resistance. They cannot break through by force, so they are trying a different approach. What approach? Harry asked. Patience, Dumbledore said. They are waiting for a moment of weakness, a crisis when you will be tempted to use them. And they are very, very good at waiting. Harry's unease deepened. So what do I do? Continue as you have been, Dumbledore said. Build your strength, your understanding, your connections to others. When the moment comes, and it will come, you must be ready to choose. Choose what? Dumbledore met his eyes. Whether to master the power or be mastered by it. The words hung in the air like a prophecy. Harry nodded slowly. I'll be ready. I believe you will, Dumbledore said. Now, shall we continue with occlumency? I believe you are on the verge of a breakthrough. They worked for hours, Harry constructing mental barriers while Dumbledore gently probed them, showing him where they were weak. It was exhausting, intimate work, requiring Harry to confront thoughts and feelings he usually kept buried. But slowly, he improved. By the end of the session, Harry could maintain a basic shield even when distracted. It wasn't perfect, but it was progress. Well done, Dumbledore said. You are developing admirably, Harry. In a few more months, your mental defenses will be formidable. And the forbidden powers? Harry asked. Will I be able to control them too? Control may be too strong a word, Dumbledore said carefully. But you will learn to coexist with them, to use them when necessary without surrendering to them. That is the best we can hope for. It wasn't the reassurance Harry wanted. But it was honest. And right now, honesty mattered more than comfort. The storm that had settled over Hogwarts finally broke 3 days later. Harry stood at his window, watching clouds scatter and reveal pale winter sunlight. The castle seemed to exhale, tension releasing. He felt it too, a subtle shift, like the calm between breaths. Something was coming. He didn't know what, didn't know when. But the forbidden powers knew. They waited in his chest like a coiled spring, patient. And hungry. And for the first time, Harry wondered if patience was a game he could win. Winter wrapped Hogwarts in silence. Snow fell in thick blankets, muffling sound, turning the castle into something from a fairy tale. Harry watched it from his window most mornings, mesmerized by the way individual flakes caught the light before disappearing into the white expanse below. It was beautiful, peaceful. The forbidden powers hated it. They stirred restlessly in his chest, agitated by the quiet, by the stillness. They wanted motion, conflict, something to sink their metaphorical teeth into. Harry had learned to recognize the feeling, like an itch he couldn't scratch, a hunger that food couldn't satisfy. He ignored it as best he could. Dumbledore had given him a week off from their intensive training sessions. Even the mind needs rest, the headmaster had said. Pushing too hard can be as dangerous as not pushing enough. So Harry spent his days reading, practicing basic spells, and visiting with Hermione and Ron. The three of them had fallen into an easy friendship that Harry treasured more than he could express. With them, he could almost forget about the darkness coiled inside him. Almost. Today, they sat in the library, Hermione buried in a book about ancient runes, Ron attempting to finish an essay on the history of cauldron thickness regulations, and Harry reviewing his notes on defensive magic. This is mental, Ron muttered, scratching out another line. Who cares how thick cauldrons were in the 15th century? Professor Binns cares, Hermione said without looking up. And if you'd paid attention in class instead of sleeping, you'd know the answer. Ron made a face. Binns is a ghost. He's literally boring people to death. Or, after death, whatever. Harry smiled. Need help? Desperately, Ron said. I've got 3 inches written, and I need 12. Hermione sighed. The regulation changes were tied to the Goblin rebellions. Cauldron manufacturing was a major point of contention because goblins controlled the metalwork, Harry finished, remembering from his own reading. Wizards tried to regulate thickness to reduce goblin influence on potion making. Hermione beamed. Exactly. Ron stared at them. How do you both know this stuff? We read, Hermione and Harry said simultaneously. Ron groaned but started writing again, this time with actual information to work from. They worked in comfortable silence for a while. Outside, snow continued to fall, and the library fire crackled warmly. Harry felt content in a way that was becoming familiar, like he belonged somewhere, with people who actually wanted him around. Then the doors burst open. A group of older students rushed in, their faces flushed with excitement and fear. Madame Pants, the librarian, immediately shushed them, but they paid no attention. Did you hear? One of them, a Ravenclaw 7th year, said loudly. There's been an attack in Hogsmeade. The library went silent. What kind of attack? Someone asked. Dark magic, the Ravenclaw said, her voice dropping to a dramatic whisper. The Aurors are there now. They say it's unlike anything they've seen in years. Harry's stomach dropped. The forbidden powers surged inside him, suddenly alert, interested. He gripped the edge of the table, forcing them back down. That's terrible, Hermione breathed. Was anyone hurt? 3 shopkeepers, another student said. They're alive, but changed somehow. The healers don't know if it's permanent. Conversations exploded across the library. Madame Pants gave up trying to maintain silence, retreating to her desk with a disapproving sniff. Ron leaned close to Harry and Hermione. You don't think it's you-know-who, do you? I mean, he's gone, right? Voldemort is gone, Hermione confirmed, though she looked uncertain. But there are other dark wizards. Harry said nothing. The forbidden powers whispered in his mind, showing him flashes, dark magic signatures, spells that twisted reality, power that felt familiar in a way that made him sick. Someone was using magic like his. Someone had tapped into the forbidden powers. Dumbledore summoned Harry to his office within the hour. The headmaster looked grave, older somehow, the weight of centuries showing in the lines of his face. Fawkes sat quietly on his perch, his usual bright presence dimmed. You've heard about Hogsmeade, Dumbledore said. It wasn't a question. Yes, Harry replied. Sir, was it? The forbidden powers, Dumbledore confirmed. Yes. The magical signature is unmistakable. Harry's chest tightened. But I didn't do anything. I've been here all day, I swear. Dumbledore raised a hand. I know, Harry. I am not accusing you. But there is something you must understand. He moved to the window, looking out over the snow-covered grounds. The forbidden powers are not unique to you, he said quietly. They have existed for millennia, passing from host to host. When Voldemort fell, most of his power transferred to you, but not all of it. Fragments remained, scattered, dormant. It seems one of those fragments has found a new host. Horror washed through Harry. Someone else has the powers. A piece of them, Dumbledore clarified. Not the full strength you carry, but enough to be dangerous. And unlike you, this person has no one teaching them control, no one showing them the consequences of surrendering to darkness. We have to stop them, Harry said immediately. Dumbledore turned to face him. We will. But this situation is complicated. The Ministry is investigating, and they are asking questions. About me, Harry said flatly. About the nature of the attack, Dumbledore said. The magic used is ancient, recognizable to those who know what to look for. Eventually, someone will make the connection between this attack and your unique situation. They'll think I did it, Harry said. Some will, Dumbledore admitted. Fear makes people seek simple answers. A boy with dark powers is easier to blame than a faceless unknown. Harry sank into a chair, feeling the weight of it. He'd been so focused on controlling the powers, on not becoming a Dark Lord himself, that he hadn't considered someone else might use them. Might hurt people while he sat safely in Hogwarts, learning and training. What do I do? He asked. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. That depends. What do you want to do? The answer came instantly. I want to help. I want to find whoever's doing this and stop them. Why? Dumbledore asked. Harry blinked. Because people are getting hurt. And because if someone is using the forbidden powers, I might be the only person who understands how they work. I might be able to counter them. Dumbledore nodded slowly. Those are good reasons. But I sense there is another. Harry hesitated, then spoke the truth he'd been avoiding. Because if I don't help, if I just hide here while someone uses this power to hurt people, then I'm no better than the Dark Lords who came before me. They had power and used it for themselves. I have power. I need to use it for something better. Silence filled the office. Then Dumbledore smiled, a real smile, warm and approving. That, Harry, is exactly the answer I hoped to hear. You are thinking not of what you can do, but what you should do. That is the mark of a true wizard. So I can help? Harry asked. Under strict conditions. Dumbledore said. You will not engage the attacker directly. You will not use the forbidden powers unless absolutely necessary for defense. And you will work alongside experienced Aurors who understand the situation. I'll do whatever it takes, Harry promised. Dumbledore moved to his desk, writing quickly on a piece of parchment. I will contact an old friend, Alistair Moody, one of the finest Aurors the Ministry has ever produced. He will coordinate with you, teach you field protocols, and ensure you do not put yourself in unnecessary danger." He sealed the letter and sent it off with Fawkes, who vanished in a burst of flame. "When do we start?" Harry asked. "Tomorrow," Dumbledore said. "Tonight, you rest. What comes next will test you in ways our training sessions have not." Harry tried to rest, but sleep eluded him. He lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, his mind racing. Someone out there had the forbidden powers. Someone was using them to hurt people. And somehow, he was supposed to help stop them without becoming the very thing he feared. The powers stirred, sensing his agitation. "Use us," they whispered. "Find the other host. Destroy them before they can challenge your supremacy." Harry rolled over, pressing his face into the pillow. "You're not helping. We are the only help you need," the powers insisted. "You know we are stronger than whatever fragment the other possesses. Claim their power. Add it to your own. Become what you were meant to be." "I'm meant to be me," Harry muttered. "Not you." The powers laughed, a sound like breaking glass. "There is no separation. We are you, and you are us. The sooner you accept that, the stronger you will become." Harry sat up, breathing hard. The room felt too small, too dark. He needed air, space, something to clear his head. He grabbed his cloak and slipped out of his room. The castle was quiet at this hour, most students asleep. Harry wandered the corridors aimlessly, his footsteps echoing off stone walls. He passed empty classrooms, darkened alcoves, portraits that snored gently in their frames. Eventually, he found himself in the astronomy tower. The view was breathtaking. Snow-covered grounds stretched in every direction, the forbidden forest a dark smudge on the horizon. Stars glittered overhead, cold and distant and utterly indifferent to the struggles of wizards below. Harry leaned against the railing, letting the winter air bite at his face. Couldn't sleep. He spun around. Hermione stood in the doorway, wrapped in a thick dressing gown, her hair loose around her shoulders. She looked worried. "How did you know I was here?" Harry asked. "I didn't," she admitted. "I couldn't sleep either. Kept thinking about the attack, about what it means." She moved to stand beside him. "Then I saw you in the corridor and followed." They stood in silence for a moment. "Dumbledore told you, didn't he?" Hermione said. "About whoever's using the same kind of magic as you." Harry nodded. "He's sending me to help stop them." "That's dangerous," Hermione said immediately. "You're only 11, Harry. You shouldn't be anywhere near something like this." "I'm the only one who understands how the forbidden powers work," Harry said. "If I can help, I have to try." Hermione bit her lip. "What if it's a trap? What if whoever's doing this wants to draw you out?" The thought had occurred to Harry. "Then I'll be careful." "You'll be reckless," Hermione countered. "You always are when you think you can help someone." "That's not true," Harry protested. Hermione gave him a look. "You tried to levitate a bookshelf last week because you thought it would make reshelving easier. You nearly brought the entire section down on your head." "Despite everything," Harry smiled. "That was different." "How?" "That was stupidity. This is necessity." Hermione didn't laugh. "Harry, I'm scared. Not of you," she added quickly. "For you. What if trying to stop this other person pushes you closer to becoming what you're fighting against?" Harry had no answer for that. "I don't know," he said finally. "But I know that sitting here doing nothing feels wrong. People are hurt, Hermione. I have to at least try to help." She studied his face for a long moment, then sighed. "Then I'm coming with you." "What?" "No. You need someone to keep you grounded," Hermione said firmly. "Someone to remind you who you are when the darkness starts whispering." "That's me." "Dumbledore will never allow it," Harry said. "Then we'll convince him together," Hermione replied. "I'm not letting you do this alone, Harry. Friends don't abandon each other." The tightness in Harry's chest eased slightly. "You're insane." "I prefer, determined," Hermione said. "Now come on. It's freezing up here, and we both need sleep if we're going to argue with Dumbledore in the morning." They walked back through the castle together, and Harry felt marginally better. He wasn't alone. Whatever happened next, he had people who cared about him, who would fight for him. That had to count for something. Morning came too quickly. Harry met Dumbledore in the Great Hall for breakfast, a private meal, just the two of them. The vast space felt empty, their voices echoing off the enchanted ceiling. "Miss Granger spoke with me earlier," Dumbledore said casually, buttering his toast. "She made a compelling argument for joining you in this endeavor." Harry nearly choked on his pumpkin juice. She what? Arrived at my office at 6 o'clock sharp, Dumbledore continued. Very determined young woman. Reminded me quite a bit of myself at that age, actually. You're not seriously considering letting her come, Harry said. Why not? Dumbledore asked. She is intelligent, level-headed, and genuinely cares for your well-being. Those are valuable assets in a dangerous situation. She's also 11, Harry pointed out. As are you, Dumbledore said mildly. Yet I am sending you into potential danger because you possess unique knowledge and abilities. Miss Granger possesses different but equally valuable skills, research capabilities, analytical thinking, and most importantly, the ability to see you clearly when you cannot see yourself. Harry wanted to argue, but Dumbledore had a point. Hermione was brilliant, and she did keep him grounded. But the thought of her in danger because of him made his stomach twist. If anything happened to her, he started. She is making her own choice, Dumbledore interrupted gently. Just as you are making yours. We must respect that, even as we take precautions to keep you both safe. A door opened behind them. A man limped into the great hall, scarred, grizzled, with a magical eye that spun independently in its socket. He wore a battered traveling cloak and carried himself like a warrior who'd seen too many battles. Alistair, Dumbledore greeted warmly. Thank you for coming on such short notice. Dumbledore, the man, Moody, grunted. His magical eye fixed on Harry, spinning through a complete rotation. So this is the boy. Carrying the forbidden powers, are you? Harry resisted the urge to squirm under that intense gaze. Yes, sir. Don't call me sir, Moody barked. Makes me feel old. Moody's fine. He limped closer, studying Harry from every angle. You don't look like much. Scrawny thing. But power doesn't care about appearances. Alistair is somewhat direct, Dumbledore said with a hint of amusement. Direct keeps you alive, Moody said. Politeness gets you killed. Now, boy, what do you know about the attack in Hogsmeade? Harry summarized what he'd heard, the dark magic, the changed shopkeepers, the unfamiliar signature that nevertheless felt connected to his own power. Moody listened intently, his magical eye never stopping its rotation. Smart. You've got instincts. We'll see if you've got the skill to back them up. He tossed something to Harry, a small stone that pulsed with faint warmth. Portkey, Moody explained. Programmed to take us to a secure location near Hogsmeade. We're going to examine the scene, see what traces remain. You'll tell me what you sense. Understood. Understood, Harry said. Good. We leave in 5 minutes. Get whatever you need. Harry hurried to his room, grabbing his wand, his cloak, and taking several deep breaths to steady himself. The forbidden powers hummed with anticipation, eager to be used, to prove their strength. He shoved them down ruthlessly. When he returned, Hermione was waiting with Moody and Dumbledore. She wore practical robes and carried a small bag. Ready? She asked. Ready, Harry confirmed. Moody held out the portkey. Everyone touch it. On 3. 1, 2, 3. The world lurched. Harry felt the familiar sensation of a hook behind his navel, pulling him forward through impossible space. Colors blurred, his stomach rebelled, and then they landed hard on frozen ground. Harry stumbled but kept his feet. They stood in a narrow alley between two buildings, snow piled high on either side. Hogsmeade spread before them, quaint and picturesque despite the visible damage. One shop, what looked like a bookstore, had its windows blown out. Scorch marks blackened the stone walls. The air smelled wrong, metallic and sharp, like a lightning strike. There, Moody said, pointing. That's where it happened. Ministry's already been through, taken statements, collected evidence. But they don't know what they're looking for. He led them toward the damaged shop. Yellow tape, some magical equivalent, barred the entrance, but Moody dispelled it with a casual wave of his wand. Inside was chaos. Books lay scattered everywhere, their pages burned or torn. Shelves had been blasted apart. And in the center of the room, a circle of blackened floor marked where the most intense magic had occurred. Harry approached slowly, his skin prickling. The forbidden powers recognized this place. Recognized the signature of magic that had been used here. Well, Moody demanded. What do you sense? Harry knelt beside the circle, letting his own power rise slightly, just enough to read the traces. The forbidden powers reached out, tasting the residue, analyzing. Images flashed through his mind. A figure cloaked in shadow. A spell that shouldn't exist, twisting reality, breaking something fundamental in the three shopkeepers who'd been caught in its path. Laughter, cold and triumphant. And beneath it all, a hunger that mirrored his own. Harry gasped, pulling back. They enjoyed it. Who's they? Moody asked sharply. Whoever did this, Harry said. They weren't just using the power. They were reveling in it, letting it consume them. They wanted to hurt those people. Hermione made a small sound of distress. Moody's expression darkened. That's what I was afraid of. An untrained host, giving themselves over completely. They'll be unpredictable, dangerous, and impossible to reason with. Can you track them? Dumbledore asked Harry. Harry focused on the residue again, following the thread of power. It led, somewhere. Not far, but not close either. Somewhere in the mountains, perhaps, or the Forbidden Forest. I think so, Harry said. But I'd need to get closer to be sure. No, Moody said immediately. Not yet. First, you train. You learn field protocols, defensive strategies, how to work with a team. Then, maybe, we consider tracking. But, no buts, Moody interrupted. You want to help. Fine, you do it my way, which means proper preparation. Otherwise, you're just another liability. Harry wanted to argue. The forbidden powers certainly wanted him to argue, to assert his authority, to show this scarred old man who truly had power here. But Hermione caught his eye, giving him a meaningful look. Harry bit back his protest. Okay, your way. Moody's scarred face split into something approximating a smile. Smart boy, you might survive this after all. Now come on, we've got work to do. They spent the rest of the day at a ministry-safe house, a nondescript building on the outskirts of Hogsmeade. Moody put them through drills. Shield charms. Evasive maneuvers. Communication protocols. He was demanding, harsh, accepting nothing less than perfection. Harry threw himself into it, grateful for the distraction. Every spell he mastered was another tool against the darkness, another way to prove he could use his power for good. Hermione kept pace remarkably well. She'd clearly been practicing on her own, her spell work precise and controlled. Moody grunted approval more than once, which seemed to be his version of high praise. You've got potential, he told them during a brief break. Both of you. But potential means nothing if you freeze when it matters. Out there, he jerked his head toward the door, hesitation kills. Understand? Yes, Harry and Hermione said together. Good. Again. They practiced until Harry's arms ached and his magic felt thin. But he didn't complain. Every repetition burned the movements into muscle memory, made them faster, more instinctive. Finally, as evening fell, Moody called a halt. Not bad, he said. For beginners. We'll drill again tomorrow, add more complex scenarios. For now, get some food and rest. Your brains need recovery time as much as your bodies. Dumbledore appeared to escort them back to Hogwarts. How did they do? He asked Moody. They'll live, Moody said. Maybe. If they follow orders and don't do anything stupid. High praise indeed, Dumbledore said with a smile. They portkeyed back to the castle. Harry and Hermione stumbled into the Great Hall, exhausted and starving. Ron was there, immediately peppering them with questions. Where've you been? I heard you were training with an Auror. Is it true? What's he like? Did you learn anything cool? Harry let Hermione handle the explanation while he focused on eating. The food helped restore some of his energy, though his mind remained heavy with everything he'd learned. Someone out there had the forbidden powers and no restraint. They were hurting people, and unless Harry could help stop them, more people would suffer. The weight of it pressed down on him like a physical thing. After dinner, Hermione walked him back to his room. You okay? She asked. Tired, Harry said. But yeah, I think so. That was intense today, Hermione said. Moody's, a lot. He knows what he's doing, Harry said. And he's right, we need proper training if we're going to face whoever's doing this. Hermione nodded. Harry, what you felt in that bookshop. The person who did this. Could that have been you? If you'd given in to the powers. Harry stopped walking. The question cut deep because he'd been wondering the same thing. I don't know, he admitted. The powers want me to hurt people sometimes. To prove I'm strong, to make sure no one can hurt me first. If I'd never met Dumbledore, if I didn't. Have you and Ron, maybe. But you do have us, Hermione said firmly. And you have yourself, the part of you that chooses kindness over cruelty, help over harm. Don't forget that. I'll try, Harry said. They reached his door. Hermione hesitated, then pulled him into a quick hug. Get some rest, she said. Tomorrow's another day of training. Good night, Hermione. Good night. Harry entered his room, closed the door, and leaned against it. The forbidden powers stirred. She cares for you, they whispered. You could protect her so easily. Make her safe forever. All you have to do is let us help. She doesn't need that kind of protection, Harry said quietly. Everyone needs protection, the powers insisted. Everyone needs to be kept safe from the dangers of the world. You could do that. You could make everyone safe. By controlling them, Harry said. By loving them. The words made him feel sick. Because he could hear the truth underneath, the way the forbidden powers twisted love into possession, protection into domination. That was how it started. Good intentions. Reasonable goals. Then, slowly, inevitably, darkness. Harry pushed away from the door and prepared for bed. Tomorrow he would train again. He would learn to fight against someone who'd given themselves over to the same power he carried. And he would not become them. No matter what the darkness promised. 3 weeks passed in a blur of discipline and determination. Harry's days developed a rhythm, morning classes with Dumbledore covering magical theory and control, afternoons drilling with Moody on combat scenarios and field tactics, evenings studying with Hermione and occasionally Ron. The routine was exhausting, but it gave him purpose, structure, something to hold onto when the forbidden powers whispered their temptations. And they whispered constantly. Every training session was a test. Every spell he cast, every shield he raised, the darkness offered shortcuts, promised greater strength if he'd just let go, just surrender a little more control. Harry refused every time. Moody noticed, of course. The old Auror noticed everything. You're fighting yourself, he said during a particularly grueling session. They stood in a warded training room beneath the ministry building, the walls scarred from countless practice duels. I can see it, the hesitation before you cast, the way you pull back at the last second. Harry wiped sweat from his forehead, breathing hard. I'm trying not to use the wrong kind of magic. There's no such thing as wrong magic, Moody growled. Only wrong intentions. Magic is a tool, boy. The forbidden powers are a tool. What matters is why you use them and how much control you maintain. Dumbledore said. Dumbledore's brilliant, but he's also cautious to a fault, Moody interrupted. He sees the darkness in everything powerful because he's seen what it can do. But power itself isn't evil. It's just power. He limped forward, his magical eye spinning to examine Harry from every angle. You've got something most wizards will never have, Moody continued. Raw strength that could reshape the world. Hiding from it, pretending it doesn't exist, that's not control. That's cowardice. The word stung. I'm not a coward. Then prove it, Moody challenged. Next drill. Use the forbidden powers. Controlled, deliberate, but use them. Show me you can wield that darkness without letting it wield you. Harry hesitated. Every instinct screamed that this was dangerous, that touching the powers intentionally was exactly what they wanted. But Moody was right. Running from the darkness wouldn't make it disappear. Okay, Harry said quietly. What do you want me to do? Moody's scarred face split into a fierce grin. Offensive spell. Something that'll actually hurt. Aim for that target dummy. He gestured toward a mannequin at the far end of the room. And don't hold back. Harry raised his wand, focusing on the dummy. He reached for his magic, the warm, bright core he'd been carefully cultivating, but this time, he didn't stop there. He reached deeper, touching the cold reservoir of the forbidden powers. They surged forward eagerly. Harry held them back, maintaining control even as their strength flooded through him. The wand felt different in his hand, heavier, more responsive, like it had been waiting for this. Incendio, he whispered. The spell that emerged wasn't normal fire. Black flames erupted from his wand, cold instead of hot, consuming the dummy in seconds. The mannequin didn't just burn, it disintegrated, breaking down at a molecular level until nothing remained but ash and the faint smell of ozone. Harry released the spell immediately, his heart pounding. Moody whistled. Now that's power. How do you feel? Harry examined himself carefully. The forbidden powers hummed contentedly in his chest, satisfied at being used, but they hadn't taken over. He'd maintained control throughout, directing their strength without surrendering to their hunger. I feel okay, Harry said, surprised. Tired, but okay. That's because you did it right, Moody said. You used the power, didn't let the power use you. That's the difference. You understand. Harry nodded slowly. Using them isn't the problem. Letting them make decisions is. Exactly, Moody confirmed. Now do it again. And again. Until controlling that darkness becomes as natural as breathing. They trained for 3 more hours. By the end, Harry could call on the forbidden powers deliberately, use them for specific effects, then shut them down cleanly. It was exhausting work. Maintaining that level of control required constant mental effort, but it was possible. For the first time since the powers had awakened, Harry felt like he might actually master them instead of constantly running scared. Hermione was less enthusiastic about this development. He told you to use them. She demanded that evening in the library. Harry, that's exactly what we've been trying to avoid. No, Harry corrected. We've been trying to avoid me surrendering to them. Using them with full control is different. Is it? Hermione challenged. Because from where I'm sitting, it looks like you're playing with fire. Dark fire, Ron added helpfully from behind his Transfiguration textbook. Both Harry and Hermione glared at him. What? I'm just saying, the fire was dark. I thought it was cool. Not helping, Hermione said. Ron shrugged and returned to his reading. Harry leaned forward, trying to make Hermione understand. I can't spend my whole life afraid of the powers. They're part of me now. Learning to use them safely is better than pretending they don't exist. Unless using them makes them stronger, Hermione countered. What if every time you touch the darkness, it gets a little more control? What if Moody's wrong? The question hung between them. Harry didn't have a good answer. He wanted to believe Moody was right, that controlled use would lead to mastery. But Hermione's concern wasn't unfounded. The forbidden powers were insidious, patient, always looking for an opening. I'll be careful, he said finally. And I'll keep Dumbledore informed about everything Moody teaches me. If it starts going wrong, we'll stop. Hermione bit her lip, clearly unconvinced. Promise me you'll tell me if the powers start getting stronger. If you feel them taking more control. I promise, Harry said. She studied his face for a long moment, then sighed. Okay. But I'm watching you, Harry Potter. Any sign that you're losing yourself, and I'm dragging you straight to Dumbledore. Deal, Harry agreed. Ron looked up again. Are we done with the serious talk? Because I've got 3 more inches to write about Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration, and I really need help. The tension broke. Hermione immediately launched into an explanation of the 5 principal exceptions, and Harry found himself smiling despite everything. This was good. Normal. A reminder that he was more than just the powers he carried. He needed to hold on to that. The breakthrough in Harry's training came during his 4th week with Moody. They'd moved on to more complex scenarios, simulated ambushes, hostage situations, environments designed to test quick thinking under pressure. Harry had performed adequately, but not exceptionally. The forbidden powers made him strong, but they didn't make him tactical. Moody had been brutally honest about that. Raw power means nothing if you can't apply it intelligently, the Auror had said after Harry failed a particularly difficult exercise. Voldemort was powerful, but he lost because he underestimated people, made stupid choices, let arrogance blind him. You want to be better than him. Learn to think. The criticism stung, but Harry knew it was fair. So when Moody set up the next scenario, a mock rescue mission with Hermione playing the hostage and multiple enchanted targets playing dark wizards, Harry approached it differently. He didn't charge in casting powerful spells. Instead, he observed, analyzed the target positions, identified their likely spell patterns, calculated the best approach to minimize risk to Hermione. Then he moved. Quick, efficient strikes, not overwhelming power, but precise application of force. He disabled 3 targets before they realized he was there, used a shield charm to protect Hermione while he handled the remaining 2, and completed the entire exercise in under 60 seconds. Moody actually smiled. Now that's what I'm talking about. You used your brain first, magic second. That's how professionals work. Hermione, released from her binding spell, looked impressed. That was brilliant, Harry. Thanks, Harry said, catching his breath. I'm learning. You're adapting, Moody corrected. That's even better. Adaptation keeps you alive when plans fail. Over the following days, Harry's approach to training shifted. He stopped seeing the forbidden powers as the answer to every problem and started viewing them as one tool among many. Sometimes they were the right choice. Often, they weren't. Learning to make that distinction was harder than any spell. But gradually, painfully, Harry improved. His control strengthened. His tactical thinking sharpened. His confidence grew, not the false confidence of overwhelming power, but the real confidence of someone who knew their capabilities and limitations. Dumbledore noticed the change. "Alistair has taught you well," the headmaster commented during one of their evening sessions. "I see more certainty in your movements, less fear." "He's a good teacher," Harry said. "Harsh, but good. That is his way," Dumbledore agreed. "He has seen too much darkness to be gentle with it. But I sense something else has changed as well. You carry yourself differently." Harry considered this. "I think I've stopped being afraid of the powers. Not completely, but enough that I can think clearly around them." "That is significant progress," Dumbledore said. "Fear is a natural response to danger, but excessive fear clouds judgment. You are finding balance. Do you think I'm ready?" Harry asked. "To face whoever's using the powers in Hogsmeade?" Dumbledore's expression grew serious. "That depends. Are you asking because you wish to help, or because you wish to prove something?" The question gave Harry pause. Why did he want to confront the other host? To stop them from hurting people, yes. But was there more? A desire to prove he was stronger, better, more in control. The forbidden powers stirred, interested in this line of questioning. "Both," Harry admitted. "I want to help. But I also want to know that I can face someone with similar powers and not become them." "Honesty is good," Dumbledore said. "Dangerous, but good." "Very well, we will discuss the possibility with Alistair. But understand, Harry, this will not be a test of your power. It will be a test of your character. The moment you use the forbidden powers to dominate rather than protect, you have already lost." "I understand," Harry said. Did he, though? Could anyone truly understand until they faced that moment of choice? He would find out soon enough. The call came 3 days later. Another attack. This time in Diagon Alley, broad daylight, dozens of witnesses. The attacker hadn't even tried to hide, had walked through the crowd openly using forbidden magic, twisting reality around themselves like a cloak. 5 people injured. None dead, but the magical damage was severe. The ministry was in chaos. The Daily Prophet ran screaming headlines. Parents were pulling their children from Hogwarts, terrified that the school wasn't safe. And through it all, Harry felt the forbidden powers singing. They recognized the signature of their fragmented counterpart. They wanted to engage, to prove dominance, to reclaim what they saw as rightfully theirs. Harry sat in Dumbledore's office with Moody, Hermione, and Ron. The atmosphere was tense. "The attacker is escalating," Moody said, his magical eye whirring. "Getting bolder, more public. Either they're losing control completely, or they want attention." "Could they want to draw out Harry?" Hermione asked. "Possible," Moody admitted. "Which is why this is dangerous. But we can't let them keep terrorizing the public either." "What's the plan?" Harry asked. Moody pulled out a map, spreading it across Dumbledore's desk. "The attacks have a pattern. All within a 15-mile radius of Hogsmeade. All in places with heavy magical foot traffic. My guess. The attacker is feeding off the fear, the chaos. It strengthens the forbidden powers." Harry felt sick. Was that true? Could the powers grow stronger through causing suffering? "If that's the case," Dumbledore said quietly, "then time is of the essence. The longer we wait, the more powerful this person becomes. So we set a trap," Moody said. "Create a target they can't resist, a place with exactly the kind of magical signature they've been attacking. And we wait. With Harry as bait," Hermione said, her voice tight. "No," Moody said. "With Harry as the hunter. Big difference." He looked at Harry. "You up for this, boy? Real danger, real consequences. No training room safety measures." Harry thought about the shopkeepers who'd been hurt, about the fear spreading through the magical community, about what would happen if this person continued unchecked. He thought about the darkness inside himself and what it meant to choose light. "I'm ready," he said. "Good," Moody said. "We move in 2 days. That gives us time to prepare, set wards, coordinate with ministry backup. Hermione, Ron, you'll be in a secure location nearby, ready to provide support if needed." "I should be with Harry," Hermione protested. "You will be helping Harry," Moody countered. "By staying alive and ready to assist. This isn't about bravery. It's about tactics." Hermione looked ready to argue, but Ron put a hand on her arm. He's right, Ron said quietly. We help best by being smart, not by being in the line of fire. Hermione deflated slightly. Fine, but if anything goes wrong, we'll handle it, Moody interrupted. That's what we do. The meeting continued for another hour, going over details, contingencies, emergency protocols. By the end, Harry's head was spinning with information. But underneath the anxiety and preparation, he felt something else. Purpose. This was what he'd been training for. Not just to control his power, but to use it to protect people. To make a choice that mattered. The forbidden powers whispered their approval, eager for the coming confrontation. Harry ignored them. This wasn't about proving dominance. It was about stopping someone who'd given themselves over completely to darkness. It was about showing that another path was possible. The next 2 days crawled by. Harry went through his regular routine, but everything felt surreal, like he was moving through a dream. Classes with Dumbledore, meals with Hermione and Ron, practice sessions with Moody, all of it leading to the moment when he'd face someone who carried the same curse he did. He couldn't stop thinking about it. Who were they? How had they gotten a fragment of the forbidden powers? Did they know what they were becoming, or had the darkness consumed them before they realized the danger? Would Harry recognize himself in them? The night before the operation, he couldn't sleep. He lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, feeling the powers coil and shift inside him. A soft knock interrupted his thoughts. Come in, he called. Hermione entered, wrapped in her dressing gown, her hair loose. She looked as awake as he felt. Couldn't sleep either? Harry asked. She shook her head, sitting at the edge of his bed. I keep thinking about tomorrow. About what could go wrong. Me too, Harry admitted. They sat in silence for a while. Harry, Hermione said finally, promise me something. What? Promise me that no matter what happens tomorrow, you won't let the darkness win. Even if it means walking away, even if it means admitting you can't win. Promise me you'll choose yourself over the power. Harry looked at her, really looked. Her eyes were bright with unshed tears, her expression fierce and afraid in equal measure. She cared about him. Not because of what he could do, but because of who he was. That mattered more than any amount of power. I promise, he said. I won't lose myself. Hermione nodded, wiping at her eyes. Good. Because I need you to come back. Ron needs you. We all need you. I will, Harry said. I'm not going anywhere. She stood, moving toward the door, then paused. Harry, for what it's worth, I believe in you. I know you can do this. Thanks, Hermione. After she left, Harry felt marginally better. He still couldn't sleep, but the crushing anxiety had eased. He had people counting on him. People who cared. That was worth fighting for. Worth controlling the darkness for. The forbidden powers whispered their usual temptations, but Harry was getting better at tuning them out. Tomorrow, he'd face someone who'd failed that test. Tonight, he just needed to remember who he was. Dawn arrived cold and gray. Harry dressed in practical clothes, dark, flexible, easy to move in. He strapped his wand holster to his forearm, checked and double-checked that everything was secure. Dumbledore met him at breakfast. How are you feeling? The headmaster asked. Nervous, Harry admitted. But ready. Nervousness is appropriate, Dumbledore said. It means you understand the stakes. Just remember, this is not a duel to prove who is stronger. It is an intervention. We seek to stop this person, ideally to help them, not to destroy them. And if helping isn't possible? Harry asked. Dumbledore's expression grew somber. Then we do what we must to protect the innocent. But that is a last resort, Harry. Always. They finished breakfast in silence. Then Moody arrived, limping into the great hall with his usual paranoid wariness. Time to move, he announced. Everything's set. Wards are in place, ministry backup is standing by, our target location is prepared. You ready, Potter? Harry stood. Ready. Good boy. Let's go catch ourselves a dark wizard. They used a portkey to travel to the ambush site, an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of Hogsmeade. The building was large, drafty, filled with old crates and broken equipment. Moody had enchanted it to radiate a magical signature similar to the places that had been attacked, a beacon to draw the attacker in. Now they just had to wait. Harry took his position near the center of the warehouse, concealed behind a structural pillar. Moody crouched nearby, wand at the ready. Dumbledore stood at the far end, a silent sentinel. Hermione and Ron were in a protected observation post half a mile away, watching through enchanted mirrors. Harry could feel their presence somehow, a warm thread connecting him to them. Minutes stretched into hours. Harry's nerves were stretched to breaking. Every sound made him tense, every shadow drew his eye. The forbidden powers hummed with anticipation, feeding off his heightened emotions. Then, finally, movement. The warehouse door burst open. A figure entered, cloaked and hooded, their face hidden. But the power radiating from them was unmistakable. Cold, hungry, eager. Fragment of the forbidden powers, fully unleashed. The figure raised their hands, and reality rippled. Now, Moody shouted. The trap sprung. Wards activated, sealing the warehouse. Magical barriers appeared, cutting off escape routes. Dumbledore stepped forward, wand raised. Stop, the headmaster commanded, his voice resonating with authority. You need not continue down this path. Help is available if you will accept it. The figure laughed, a sound like breaking glass. Help. The voice was young, male, twisted with power and madness. I don't need help. I've never been stronger. Never been more alive. He threw back his hood. Harry's breath caught. The attacker couldn't have been more than 16. Sharp features, wild eyes, and a scar running down the left side of his face. He looked feverish, consumed, barely holding onto sanity. My name is Marcus Thornwood, the boy announced. And I am the future of magic. The old ways, control, restraint, weakness, they're done. Power is all that matters now. The forbidden powers inside Harry surged, recognizing their counterpart. And Harry knew, with terrible certainty, that he was looking at his own potential future. If he failed, if he surrendered, this was what awaited him. Marcus raised his wand, dark magic swirling around him like living smoke. Let me show you, he hissed. And the battle began. Marcus struck first. Dark energy erupted from his wand, not a spell Harry recognized, but something twisted and primal. The air itself seemed to tear, reality bending as black tendrils lashed toward Dumbledore. The headmaster raised a shield, golden light meeting shadow. The impact shook the warehouse, dust raining from the ceiling. Marcus Thornwood, Dumbledore said, his voice calm despite the violence. You were reported missing from Durmstrang 3 months ago. Your family has been searching for you. Marcus laughed, wild and broken. My family never understood. They wanted me to be normal, controlled, weak. But I found something better. I found power. He spun, sending another wave of dark magic toward Moody. The old aura rolled aside, firing a stunner that Marcus deflected with contemptuous ease. 2 against 1, Marcus taunted. Hardly fair. But then, you old fools never did fight honorably. Harry remained hidden, watching, analyzing. The forbidden powers inside him recognized Marcus's signature, similar but different, like hearing your own voice recorded. Marcus was strong, terrifyingly so, but there was no control. His magic flailed wildly, powerful but unfocused. He was burning himself out from the inside. Moody circled, firing spell after spell, binding hexes, cutting curses, disorienting charms. Marcus blocked or dodged them all, his movements enhanced by the dark power flowing through him. Is this all you have? Marcus shouted. I expected more from the legendary Mad-Eye Moody. He thrust both hands forward, and the ground beneath Moody exploded. The aura went down hard, his magical eye spinning frantically. Dumbledore moved to intervene, but Marcus was already pivoting, sending a cascade of dark fire toward the headmaster. Dumbledore conjured a water shield, steam hissing as the elements met. Harry saw his opening. He stepped from behind the pillar, wand raised. Marcus, stop. The boy whirled, eyes widening. You're carrying them too. I can feel it, the real forbidden powers, not just a fragment like mine. His expression shifted from surprise to hunger. If I take your power, absorb it into myself, I'll be unstoppable. You'll be dead, Harry said flatly. The powers are burning you from the inside. Look at yourself. Marcus glanced down. His hands were trembling, veins standing out dark against pale skin. Wisps of shadow leaked from his eyes, his mouth. He was literally coming apart. Lies, Marcus spat. You just want to keep the power for yourself. No, Harry said. I want to help you. We can control this together. Dumbledore can teach you. I don't need teaching. Marcus screamed. I need your power. He attacked. The spell that came at Harry wasn't just dark. It was hungry, designed to rip magic from its target and consume it. Harry felt the forbidden powers surge in response, eager to defend, to dominate, to destroy this challenger. He held them back. Instead of matching power with power, Harry dodged. The spell passed inches from his head, slamming into the wall behind him and leaving a crater. "Fight me," Marcus demanded. "Show me your strength." "No," Harry said. He raised his wand, but instead of attacking, he cast a shield. Solid, simple, protective. Marcus howled in frustration and unleashed a barrage of dark spells. Harry blocked each one, his shield holding steady. The forbidden powers screamed at him to retaliate, to show this pretender his place. Harry refused. "You're scared," Marcus taunted between attacks. "Scared to use your real power. Scared of what you'll become." "I'm not scared," Harry said. "I'm choosing." He saw the pattern in Marcus's attacks, the wild swings, the gaps in defense created by overwhelming offense. The boy was powerful but predictable. Harry waited for the right moment. When Marcus paused to gather energy for another massive spell, Harry struck. Not with the forbidden powers. With a simple disarming charm. Expelliarmus. The red light caught Marcus off guard. His wand flew from his hand, clattering across the warehouse floor. For a moment, the boy stood frozen, shocked. Then the forbidden powers within him, no longer channeled through a wand, exploded outward uncontrolled. Marcus screamed. Dark energy poured from him in waves, tearing at the air, at reality itself. His body began to break down, the power literally ripping him apart from the inside. "Help him!" Harry shouted at Dumbledore. The headmaster was already moving, his wand tracing complex patterns in the air. Golden light wrapped around Marcus, trying to contain the explosion of dark magic. But it wasn't enough. Harry made a choice. He reached for the forbidden powers within himself, not to attack, but to connect. He let them flow through him in a controlled stream, extending toward the chaos-consuming Marcus. Like called to like. Harry felt his power touch Marcus's fragment, felt the recognition, the desire to reunite. But instead of absorbing the fragment as the powers wanted, Harry used them as a channel. He began pulling the dark magic out of Marcus, drawing it into himself. The sensation was overwhelming. It felt like drinking fire, like drowning in ice. The forbidden powers surged with triumph, eager to reclaim what had been separated. Harry gritted his teeth, maintaining control, refusing to let the darkness take over. Bit by bit, he drained the fragment from Marcus. The boy collapsed, unconscious but alive. The wild energy faded, leaving only silence and the smell of ozone. Harry stood gasping, feeling the newly absorbed power settling into his core. The forbidden powers were stronger now, more complete. They whispered victory, promised greater strength if he'd just accept more, if he'd take everything. "Harry." Dumbledore's hand on his shoulder grounded him. Harry closed his eyes, forcing the powers down, sealing them away behind every mental barrier he'd built. After a moment, the whispers faded. "I'm okay," Harry said. "I'm still me." Dumbledore studied him carefully. "You absorbed the fragment." "I didn't know what else to do," Harry said. "It was killing him." "You saved his life," Moody said, limping over. His coat was torn, his face bloodied, but his magical eye spun with approval. "And you kept your head. That's good work, Potter." Harry looked at Marcus's unconscious form. "What happens to him now?" "Healers," Dumbledore said. "Counseling. A long recovery. But he will survive, thanks to you." Ministry orders began arriving, responding to the wards that had been triggered during the fight. Moody coordinated with them, explaining the situation in terse, professional terms. Harry felt suddenly exhausted. The adrenaline was fading, leaving only bone-deep weariness and the weight of the additional power now coiled inside him. Dumbledore guided him to sit on a crate. "How do you feel?" "Tired," Harry said. "And full. Like I've eaten too much, but with magic. The fragment you absorbed will integrate with the power you already carry," Dumbledore explained. "It will take time for your body and mind to adjust. You must be vigilant, Harry. The forbidden powers are stronger now. Their influence will be harder to resist." Fear flickered through Harry's chest. "Will I end up like Marcus?" "Not if you remain anchored," Dumbledore said. "You have training, support, and most importantly, the awareness to recognize when the darkness speaks." Marcus had none of that. He was alone with a power he didn't understand, and it consumed him. Harry watched the healers levitate Marcus onto a stretcher. The boy looked younger when he wasn't radiating dark power, just a teenager who'd made terrible choices. There, but for the grace of good friends go I, Harry murmured. Indeed, Dumbledore agreed. Remember this moment, Harry. Remember what happens when one surrenders to the darkness. And remember that you chose differently. They returned to Hogwarts an hour later. Hermione and Ron were waiting in Dumbledore's office, both of them pale with worry. The moment Harry stepped through the door, Hermione rushed forward and pulled him into a fierce hug. "You're okay," she said, her voice muffled against his shoulder. "I watched in the mirror, saw everything. You were brilliant." "I was terrified," Harry admitted. "But you didn't let it stop you," Ron said, grinning. "That was the most amazing thing I've ever seen. The way you just took the power out of him. Wicked." Harry managed a weak smile. "Thanks." They sat together while Dumbledore and Moody discussed the operation with the Ministry representatives through the flow. Apparently, the successful capture of Marcus Thornwood and the revelation about the forbidden powers had caused quite a stir. "They'll want to interview you," Moody warned Harry. "Ask questions about what you are, what you can do. You don't have to answer anything you're not comfortable with." "What should I tell them?" Harry asked. "The truth," Dumbledore said. "Within reason. You carry a unique magical burden, one you did not ask for but are learning to manage responsibly. That is all they need to know." The interviews came the next day, a parade of Ministry officials, each more pompous than the last. They asked invasive questions, made thinly veiled accusations, and generally made Harry feel like a criminal rather than someone who'd helped capture a dangerous dark wizard. Dumbledore remained present throughout, deflecting the worst of it. But Harry could see the fear in their eyes. They looked at him and saw a potential threat, another Dark Lord waiting to emerge. It hurt more than he expected. "Don't let them get to you," Hermione said afterward, when it was finally over. "They're scared because they don't understand. But we know who you are." "Do we?" Harry asked quietly. "I absorbed more of the power today. I can feel it, Hermione. It's stronger, louder. What if one day I can't fight it anymore? Then we'll fight it with you," Ron said firmly. "That's what mates do." Harry looked at his friends, at their complete, unwavering faith in him, and felt something ease in his chest. He wasn't alone. No matter how dark things got, he had people who believed in him. That had to be enough. Recovery took longer than Harry expected. The absorbed fragment didn't integrate smoothly. For days, he felt unbalanced, like his magic was fighting itself. The forbidden powers were more aggressive, pushing harder against his mental barriers, whispering more insistently. Dumbledore adjusted their training, focusing on reinforcing Harry's control. They practiced meditation, occlumency, and exercises designed to separate Harry's will from the power's influence. It was exhausting work, but gradually, over weeks, things settled. The new power became familiar, its voice just another thread in the constant background whisper Harry had learned to tune out. He was adapting. One evening, about a month after the incident with Marcus, Harry found himself back in the astronomy tower. The same place he and Hermione had talked before the mission. He'd come here seeking solitude, trying to process everything that had happened. Footsteps behind him announced he'd failed at solitude. "I'm not surprised to find you here," Dumbledore said, joining him at the railing. "This tower seems to call to those carrying heavy burdens. Is it always going to be like this?" Harry asked. "Fighting the darkness every day?" "Perhaps," Dumbledore said. "But fighting becomes easier with practice. And you are already stronger than you were." "I absorbed more power," Harry said. "How is that making me stronger against the darkness?" "Because you chose how to use it," Dumbledore explained. "You could have destroyed Marcus. Absorbed his entire essence and gained even more power. The forbidden powers wanted you to. But you didn't. You saved him instead, at great personal cost. That choice, Harry, that is what makes you stronger." Harry thought about Marcus, currently recovering in a secure Ministry facility. Reports said he was improving, that the removal of the power fragment had given him a chance to heal. "Will he be okay?" Harry asked. "Really okay? That remains to be seen," Dumbledore said. "But he has a chance now, which he did not have before. You gave him that." They stood in comfortable silence for a while, watching stars appear as darkness deepened. "Dumbledore," Harry said finally. "Thank you. For everything. For training me, for trusting me, for not giving up on me." The headmaster's smile was warm. My dear boy, I could never give up on you. You are far too important, not because of the power you carry, but because of who you choose to be despite it. Harry felt tears prick his eyes but didn't try to hide them. For the first time since the forbidden powers had awakened, he felt something like hope. He wasn't destined to become a Dark Lord. He wasn't doomed to hurt people. He had a choice. And every day, he could choose to be better. That was enough. Classes resumed their normal pattern after that. Harry continued his work with Dumbledore and Moody, but the urgency had lessened. There were no more attacks, no more dark wizards wielding fragments of forbidden magic. Just steady, careful progress. He spent more time with Hermione and Ron, letting himself be a normal student as much as possible. They studied together, joked together, occasionally got into minor trouble together. It felt good. Normal. Right. One afternoon, the three of them sat by the lake, enjoying the first warm day of spring. Harry was attempting to teach Ron a defensive charm while Hermione corrected both their technique. "No, you're holding your wand too rigid," Hermione said. "It needs to flow, like this." Ron tried again, producing a somewhat wobbly but functional shield. "Huh. Take that, imaginary dark wizard." Harry laughed. "Very intimidating." "I'd be terrified," Hermione agreed dryly. They fell into easy banter, and Harry felt contentment wash over him. This was what life should be: friends, laughter, sunshine on water. Not darkness and power and constant vigilance. But he knew the darkness was still there, waiting. The forbidden powers hadn't disappeared. They never would. He'd just learned to live with them. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in shades of orange and gold, Harry made a silent promise to himself. He would keep fighting. Keep choosing light over darkness, connection over isolation, love over power. Every single day, for as long as it took. Because that was who he chose to be. Not a Dark Lord, not a weapon, just Harry Potter. And that was enough. The weeks rolled into months. Harry's 11th birthday came and went quietly. Hermione baked him a cake, slightly lopsided but delicious. Ron gave him a book about famous Quidditch plays. Dumbledore presented him with a small crystal that glowed softly when held, designed to help center his mind during meditation. It was the best birthday Harry had ever had. Summer approached, bringing with it the question of what Harry would do during the break. The Dursleys certainly didn't want him back, and Harry had no desire to return. Dumbledore arranged for Harry to stay at Hogwarts, continuing his training through the summer months. It meant more work, but also more time with friends who increasingly stayed behind as well, drawn by Harry's presence and the adventures that seemed to follow him. The castle felt like home now. More than the Dursleys' house ever had. More than the cupboard under the stairs. This was where he belonged. One evening, as Harry practiced advanced shield work in the training room, Moody watched with his usual critical eye. "You've improved," the old Auror grunted. "Wouldn't have believed it possible when we started, but you've actually got potential." "Thanks," Harry said, slightly out of breath. "I think." "Don't let it go to your head," Moody warned. "You're decent for your age, but there's still decades of work ahead. The forbidden powers make you dangerous, but they don't make you invincible." "I know," Harry said. Moody studied him with both his normal and magical eye. "You do, don't you? You've learned that lesson better than most. Good. That'll keep you alive." After the session, Harry walked the corridors alone, thinking about everything that had happened since his powers awakened. The fear, the training, the fight with Marcus. The constant battle to remain himself. It hadn't been easy. Some days, it still wasn't. But he was still here. Still fighting. Still choosing. And he would keep choosing, no matter what came next. The forbidden powers stirred in his chest, their whispers ever present. Harry acknowledged them without fear, then pushed them back down. He was in control. And he intended to stay that way. Summer passed in intensive training and quiet moments of peace. Harry grew stronger, both magically and mentally. His control over the forbidden powers improved to the point where he could access them deliberately without fear of losing himself. It wasn't perfect, there were still moments of temptation, still days when the darkness pressed harder than usual. But he managed. Hermione and Ron remained his anchors. When things got difficult, when the powers whispered too loudly, they were there to remind him who he was. As autumn approached and a new school year loomed, Harry felt something he hadn't expected. Excitement. Not for the power he carried or the battles he might face. but for the chance to keep learning, keep growing, keep proving that darkness didn't have to win. He stood in the astronomy tower one final evening before term started, looking out over Hogwarts. Somewhere out there, other dark wizards waited. Other threats would emerge. The world was full of dangers Harry couldn't predict or control. But he had friends. He had teachers who believed in him. He had a purpose. And most importantly, he had himself, imperfect, struggling, but determined to be better than the powers inside him. That was enough. That would always be enough. The stars glittered overhead, cold and distant and beautiful. Harry smiled. His story was just beginning. And he intended to make it a good one. September arrived with golden sunlight and the promise of new beginnings. Harry stood on the Hogwarts Express platform, watching students stream past, first years clutching their parents' hands, older students reuniting with friends, owls hooting in their cages. He felt disconnected from it all, an observer rather than a participant. He wasn't like them, could never be like them. Stop brooding, Hermione said, appearing at his elbow with Ron trailing behind. You're doing that thing where you look dramatically tormented. Harry blinked. I don't look dramatically tormented. You absolutely do, Ron confirmed. Very heroic and suffering. The younger girls are already staring. Harry glanced around and, mortifyingly, noticed several first and second year girls quickly looking away. His face heated. Can we just get on the train? He muttered. Hermione laughed, linking her arm through his. Come on, dramatic hero. Our compartment awaits. They found an empty space near the back of the train. As the express pulled away from the platform, Harry felt some of his tension ease. Another year at Hogwarts. Another year to prove he could be more than the darkness inside him. The forbidden powers had been quieter lately. Still present, still whispering, but more like background noise than the constant assault they'd once been. Harry had learned to compartmentalize, to function despite their presence. It wasn't perfect, but it was progress. So, Ron said, pulling out a box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. What do you reckon this year will throw at us? Another dark wizard with forbidden powers. A dragon. Maybe a troll in the dungeons again. There was never a troll in the dungeons, Hermione said. There could have been, Ron insisted. My point is, with Harry around, normal is not an option. Harry threw a bean at him. I don't attract trouble. Both Ron and Hermione gave him identical skeptical looks. Okay, maybe I attract a little trouble, Harry conceded. But I don't try to. No one's blaming you, Hermione said. We're just prepared for anything. The compartment door slid open. A girl stood there, small, with bright red hair and wide brown eyes. She looked nervous, clutching a book to her chest like a shield. Sorry, she said quickly. Everywhere else is full. Is it okay if I sit here? Of course, Hermione said warmly, gesturing to the empty seat. I'm Hermione Granger. This is Ron Weasley and Harry Potter. The girl's eyes widened at Harry's name. You're Harry Potter. The real one. Harry resisted the urge to ask if there were fake versions of him running around. Yes. The girl sat down, still staring. I'm Ginny Weasley, Ron's sister. I've heard so much about you. About what you did last year, saving that boy from the dark powers. Ron groaned. Ginny, don't be weird. I'm not being weird, Ginny protested, her face turning red. I'm just saying he's famous for good reason. Harry felt uncomfortable under her intense gaze. I just did what anyone would do. No, Ginny said seriously. Most people would have run. You fought. That's brave. The forbidden powers stirred, preening at the praise. Harry shoved them down. Anyone want a bean? He offered, desperate to change the subject. They spent the rest of the journey talking about safer topics, Quidditch, classes, Ron's older brother's exploits. Ginny was shy at first, but she gradually relaxed, revealing a sharp wit and surprisingly dark sense of humor. Harry found himself liking her. As Hogwarts came into view, towers silhouetted against the darkening sky, Harry felt a familiar sense of homecoming. This was where he belonged. Where he could be himself, or at least, the best version of himself. The forbidden powers whispered their usual temptations, but Harry barely heard them anymore. He was home. The sorting feast was as spectacular as Harry remembered. He sat at the Gryffindor table. Dumbledore had sorted him there the previous year in a private ceremony, watching new students nervously approach the sorting hat. Ginny was among them, looking tiny and terrified. Gryffindor. the hat announced after barely touching her head. Ron cheered loudly as his sister rushed to their table, relief obvious on her face. Well done, Hermione congratulated her. Welcome to Gryffindor. Ginny beamed. The feast continued with its usual chaos of food appearing, older students gossiping, and the general noise of hundreds of students talking at once. Harry ate absently, his attention drifting to the staff table. Dumbledore sat in the center, his eyes twinkling as he surveyed the hall. But there was tension in his shoulders that Harry recognized. Something was wrong. After the feast, as students filed out toward their common rooms, Dumbledore caught Harry's eye and nodded toward his office. Harry excused himself from Ron and Hermione, following the headmaster through familiar corridors. Dumbledore's office felt the same, warm, cluttered with magical instruments, Fawkes preening on his perch. But the atmosphere was heavy. Sit, Harry, Dumbledore said, settling behind his desk. Harry sat, worry gnawing at him. What's wrong? Several things, I fear, Dumbledore said. First, I must inform you that the Ministry has been asking questions. About you, about the nature of the forbidden powers, about whether you pose a threat. Harry's stomach dropped. Did they want to, what? Lock me up? Some do, Dumbledore admitted. Others simply wish to study you, to understand the powers you carry. And a few see you as a potential weapon to be controlled and deployed. Anger flared in Harry's chest. The forbidden powers surged in response, eager to show these Ministry fools exactly how dangerous he could be. Harry clamped down hard on the impulse. What do I do? Nothing, Dumbledore said. I have assured the Minister that you are under my supervision and pose no threat. That will suffice for now. But you must be careful, Harry. There are those who would use any excuse to prove you dangerous. So I have to be perfect, Harry said bitterly. No, Dumbledore corrected gently. You simply have to be yourself, flawed, learning, but fundamentally good. That will be enough. Harry wished he shared that confidence. You said several things were wrong, he prompted. What else? Dumbledore's expression grew grave. There have been incidents. Minor at first, students reporting strange dreams, objects moving on their own, whispers in empty corridors. I initially dismissed them as typical magical mischief. But, Harry pressed. But the incidents are increasing in frequency and intensity, Dumbledore said. And they all share a common thread, a dark magical signature that feels disturbingly familiar. Harry's blood ran cold. The forbidden powers. I believe so, Dumbledore confirmed. Though I cannot determine the source. It is possible another fragment has surfaced, or perhaps residual energy from your confrontation with Marcus Thornwood. Or something else entirely, Harry finished. Indeed, Dumbledore said. I need you to be vigilant, Harry. If you sense anything unusual, anything that resonates with the powers you carry, report it immediately. I will, Harry promised. Walking back to Gryffindor Tower, Harry's mind raced. Another threat. More danger. He'd hoped for a normal year, classes, friends, maybe even Quidditch. But normal wasn't an option when you carried the accumulated darkness of centuries inside you. The forbidden powers whispered excitedly, sensing potential conflict. Harry told them to shut up. They laughed. The first week of classes passed without incident. Harry threw himself into his studies, determined to excel at more than just controlling dark powers. He practiced transfiguration with Professor McGonagall, studied charms with the cheerful Professor Flitwick, and endured double potions with the perpetually scowling Professor Snape. Snape seemed to have a particular dislike for Harry. His black eyes followed Harry around the classroom, looking for any excuse to criticize or deduct points. Harry tried not to let it bother him, but some days it was difficult. He's always been like that, Ron said one evening after a particularly brutal potions class. Hates all Gryffindors, but especially you. Maybe he senses the dark powers, Harry muttered. Maybe he thinks I'm dangerous. You are dangerous, Hermione pointed out. But that's not why Snape dislikes you. Then why? Harry asked. Hermione hesitated. I did some research. Snape and your father went to school together. Apparently, they didn't get along. Harry blinked. He hates me because of my father. It's petty and unprofessional, Hermione said. But yes. The revelation made Harry feel strange. He'd never known his father, had no memories beyond what others told him. To be judged for James Potter's actions Harry had no control over, felt deeply unfair. But life wasn't fair. Harry had learned that lesson early. Let's just focus on getting through his classes, Harry said. And trying not to melt any more cauldrons. That was one time, Ron protested. And it wasn't entirely my fault. They studied until curfew, then headed to their respective dormitories. Harry climbed into bed exhausted, grateful for the distraction that schoolwork provided. But sleep brought no rest. The dreams started that night. Harry walked through corridors he didn't recognize. Stone walls dripped with moisture. Torches cast flickering shadows that moved independently of their flames. And beneath it all, a voice whispered, cold, sibilant, wrong. Find me, free me, use me. Harry wanted to turn back, to wake up, but his feet carried him forward. Deeper into the darkness, closer to something ancient and terrible. A door appeared ahead, massive, covered in serpents. The serpents moved, their stone eyes fixing on Harry. One hissed, "Speaker, you have come." Harry's mouth opened, and words emerged in a language he shouldn't know. Parseltongue. The language of snakes. Open. The door swung wide. Inside, darkness absolute. And in that darkness, something stirred. Harry woke gasping. His roommates slept peacefully around him, oblivious. Harry sat up, his heart hammering, cold sweat soaking his pajamas. It had felt so real. Too real. And the voice, the forbidden powers had recognized it. Had responded to it with hunger and excitement. Harry climbed out of bed, pulling on his dressing gown. He needed air, space, something to ground him. The common room was empty at this hour. Harry stood by the window, watching the grounds bathed in moonlight. Bad dreams. He spun. Ginny sat in one of the armchairs, a book in her lap. She looked pale, tired. Sorry, Harry said. Didn't see you there. Yeah, bad dreams. Me too, Ginny admitted. I've been having them all week. Dark corridors, whispered voices. I thought it was just nerves about starting at Hogwarts, but... Harry's instincts prickled. What do the voices say? Ginny hesitated. They tell me to find something. To open something. It's probably just stress. Probably, Harry agreed, though he didn't believe it. The forbidden powers stirred, sensing something in Ginny. A connection, a resonance. Harry's stomach churned. Ginny, if the dreams get worse, or if anything strange happens, tell someone. Professor Dumbledore, or me. Okay. She looked at him curiously. You think they mean something? I think strange dreams at Hogwarts should always be taken seriously, Harry said carefully. Ginny nodded. Okay. I'll tell you if anything happens. Good. They sat in comfortable silence for a while, two students haunted by dreams neither fully understood. Eventually, Ginny yawned. I should try to sleep again. Morning classes come early. Yeah, Harry agreed. Good night, Ginny. Good night, Harry. After she left, Harry remained by the window, thinking. The dreams. Ginny's symptoms. The dark signature Dumbledore had mentioned. Something was wrong at Hogwarts. And Harry had a terrible feeling it was connected to him. He told Dumbledore everything the next morning. The headmaster listened gravely, his expression growing more concerned with each detail. Parseltongue, Dumbledore murmured. And Ginny is experiencing similar dreams. This is troubling indeed. What does it mean? Harry asked. I am not yet certain, Dumbledore said. But I will investigate. In the meantime, keep watch over Miss Weasley. If the connection between your dreams and hers is more than coincidence, she may be in danger. From what? Harry demanded. That, Dumbledore said softly, is what I intend to discover. Harry left the office feeling frustrated. Answers without explanation, warnings without details. He understood Dumbledore was trying to protect him, but it felt like being kept in the dark. Ironically appropriate, given the darkness he already carried. Classes that day dragged. Harry couldn't focus, his mind returning to the dream, to Ginny's pale face, to the sense of something lurking just out of sight. At lunch, he barely touched his food. You okay? Hermione asked. You've been distracted all morning. Just tired, Harry lied. Didn't sleep well. Ron, oblivious, launched into a story about his older brother's latest misadventure. Harry tried to listen, to engage, but his attention kept drifting to Ginny further down the table. She looked fine. Normal. Laughing at something another first year said. Maybe he was overreacting. Maybe it was just dreams. Then Ginny's eyes met his, and for a fraction of a second, Harry saw something flicker in their depths. Something cold and ancient and utterly wrong. Then it was gone, so quickly he might have imagined it. But the forbidden powers had seen it too. They stirred with recognition and hunger. Harry's hands clenched under the table. Something was very, very wrong. The incidents escalated over the following weeks. Students began finding their belongings moved, their homework vandalized with strange symbols. The whispers in empty corridors grew louder, more persistent. And through it all, a sense of dread permeated the castle. Dumbledore increased security. Professors patrolled more frequently. Curfew was enforced strictly. But nothing helped. Harry watched Ginny closely. She grew paler, more withdrawn. Dark circles appeared under her eyes. She jumped at sudden noises and frequently looked over her shoulder as if being followed. When Harry asked if she was okay, she insisted she was fine. He didn't believe her. One evening in late October, Harry was studying in the library when Hermione slid a book across the table. "Read this," she whispered. Harry looked at the title. "Magical Artifacts and Their Influence." "What am I looking for?" he asked. Hermione opened it to a marked page. There, objects imbued with dark magic can exert influence over those who interact with them. Especially objects connected to powerful wizards. Harry read the passage, his blood running cold. "You think someone's using a cursed object?" "I think it's possible," Hermione said. "All these incidents, they feel intentional, directed. And Ginny's behavior." She trailed off, biting her lip. "You've noticed too," Harry said. Hermione nodded. "She's changing. Becoming someone else. If a dark object is influencing her, we need to find it," Harry interrupted. "Now." But finding a cursed object in a castle the size of Hogwarts was nearly impossible. They searched Ginny's dormitory when she was at class, finding nothing. They watched her movements, looking for anything suspicious. Nothing. Meanwhile, the situation worsened. On Halloween, writing appeared on a wall. Blood-red letters spelling out a message that made Harry's skin crawl. "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware." The school erupted into panic. Students whispered about the legendary chamber, supposedly built by Salazar Slytherin to purge the school of those he deemed unworthy. Most dismissed it as myth. But Harry felt the truth in his bones. The chamber was real, and something inside it had awakened. Dumbledore called an emergency meeting with Harry that night. "The Chamber of Secrets," the headmaster said without preamble. "What do you know of it?" "Only the rumors," Harry admitted. "Slytherin built it. Hid a monster inside. That is the legend," Dumbledore confirmed. 50 years ago, the chamber was opened. A student died. The school nearly closed. The attacks stopped when a student named Tom Riddle claimed to have found and stopped the culprit. "Tom Riddle," Harry repeated. The name felt familiar somehow. "Indeed," Dumbledore said. "Tom Riddle later became Lord Voldemort." Harry's stomach dropped. "Voldemort opened the chamber." "I believe he did," Dumbledore said. "Though he blamed another. And now, 50 years later, it opens again. The question is, who opened it this time? And how is it connected to the forbidden powers?" Harry added. Dumbledore's expression was grave. "I suspect Voldemort left more than just a piece of his soul in you, Harry. He left other fragments, other pieces of himself hidden throughout the years. One may have surfaced." "A Horcrux," Harry breathed, remembering his reading. "Possibly," Dumbledore said. "If so, we must find and destroy it before it fully manifests." Harry thought of Ginny, of her deteriorating condition, of the cold thing he'd glimpsed in her eyes. "I think Ginny has it," he said. "Whatever the object is, I think it's influencing her." Dumbledore went very still. "Explain." Harry told him everything, the dreams, the changes in Ginny's behavior, the sense of dark resonance the forbidden powers detected when she was near. When he finished, Dumbledore looked older than Harry had ever seen him. "If you are correct," the headmaster said slowly, "then Miss Weasley is in terrible danger. A fragment of Voldemort's soul, given physical form through a Horcrux, could possess her completely. Use her body to act in the world." Horror washed through Harry. "We have to help her." "We will," Dumbledore promised. "But carefully. If we approach too aggressively, the Horcrux may lash out, harming Ginny in the process. We must be strategic." "What do I do?" Harry asked. "Watch her," Dumbledore said. "Protect her. And when the moment comes to act, be ready." Harry nodded, determination settling in his chest. He would save Ginny. No matter what it took. The forbidden powers whispered their agreement, eager for confrontation. For once, Harry didn't silence them. This time, he might actually need them. November brought the first attack. A second-year Gryffindor was found petrified, not dead, but frozen, eyes wide with terror. The school descended into true panic. Parents threatened to withdraw their children. The ministry demanded action. Dumbledore assured everyone the situation was under control. But it wasn't. Harry felt helpless. He watched Ginny constantly, but she gave nothing away. She attended classes, ate meals, went about her routine as if everything was normal. Except she was fading, becoming translucent, like a ghost. She's being drained, Hermione said one night. Whatever she's connected to is feeding off her. Then we confront her, Ron said. Make her tell us what's going on. It's not that simple, Harry said. If she's possessed, confronting her might trigger the Horcrux to act. So we just watch her die? Ron demanded, fear and anger in his voice. No, Harry said firmly. We find another way. He spent hours in the library, researching Horcruxes, possession, methods of breaking dark enchantments. The answers were there, buried in restricted texts, but they all required things Harry didn't have: rare ingredients, powerful spells, knowledge he hadn't yet mastered. Frustration mounted. Then, on a cold December evening, Ginny disappeared. Ron burst into the common room, wild-eyed. She's gone. Ginny's gone. No one's seen her since dinner. Harry was on his feet instantly. Where would she go? I don't know, Ron said desperately. I've checked everywhere: her dorm, the library, the Great Hall. The forbidden powers surged, sensing opportunity. They showed Harry an image: dark corridors, a serpent door, the Chamber of Secrets. I know where she is, Harry said. Where? Hermione demanded. The chamber, Harry said. She's been called there. Then we go after her, Ron said immediately. It's dangerous, Harry warned. She's my sister, Ron said fiercely. I don't care. Hermione grabbed her wand. We go together. Harry looked at his friends, loyal, brave, refusing to abandon someone they cared about. The forbidden powers whispered that he should go alone, that they would slow him down. Harry ignored them. Together, he agreed. They ran through the castle, Harry following the pull of the forbidden powers toward the entrance he'd seen in his dreams. A bathroom on the second floor. A sink with a serpent carved into the tap. Harry hissed in Parseltongue. Open. The sink sank into the floor, revealing a pipe leading down into darkness. That's terrifying, Ron said. Yep, Harry agreed. Let's go. They slid down the pipe, landing in a tunnel lined with bones. The air smelled of decay and old magic. Harry lit his wand. This way. They walked for what felt like hours, the tunnel growing colder, darker. Finally, they reached the serpent door from Harry's dream. Open, Harry whispered in Parseltongue. The door swung wide. Inside was a vast chamber, pillars stretching into shadow. And at the far end, near a massive stone face, Ginny lay motionless. Standing over her was a figure, translucent, ghostly, but growing more solid by the second. Tom Riddle. Young, handsome, and utterly evil. Harry Potter, the ghost said, smiling. How nice of you to join us. Harry's wand was in his hand before conscious thought. Tom Riddle's ghostly form solidified further with each passing second, drawing substance from Ginny's prone body. The girl looked corpse pale, barely breathing. Don't move, Riddle said, his voice smooth and cold. One step closer, and I'll drain what little life she has left. Ron started forward anyway. Hermione grabbed his arm, holding him back. What are you? Harry demanded, though he already knew. The forbidden powers recognized Riddle's signature, a fragment of Voldemort's soul, preserved and waiting. I am a memory, Riddle said. Preserved in a diary for 50 years. Waiting for someone foolish enough to pour their secrets into my pages. Poor Ginny. So lonely, so desperate for a friend. She told me everything. Harry's stomach churned. Where's the diary? Riddle smiled. Destroyed, I'm afraid. But not before I drained enough of dear Ginny's life force to become solid again. Soon, I'll be fully corporeal. And then, his eyes gleamed with malice. Then I'll finish what I started 50 years ago. The chamber, Harry said. You opened it before. Very good, Riddle said mockingly. I opened it, released the basilisk, killed a mudblood girl to send a message. But that fool Dippet wanted to close the school. I couldn't allow that. Hogwarts was my home, the only place I'd ever belonged. So I framed that oaf. Hagrid and his monster spider. Rage burned in Harry's chest. You killed an innocent girl and blamed someone else. She was hardly innocent, Riddle said dismissively. She was Muggleborn. A stain on magical society. Just like your friend there. He gestured toward Hermione. Ron's face went red. Don't you dare. Or what? Riddle interrupted. You'll hex me. You're just a blood traitor and his mudblood pet. You're nothing. The forbidden powers surged, eager to show Riddle exactly what Harry was capable of. Harry forced them down, maintaining control. Let Ginny go, he said. Your fight is with me. Riddle's expression shifted to interest. With you. And why would I fight a 12-year-old boy? Because I carry what you lost, Harry said. The forbidden powers. The magic you gave up when you tried to kill me. Riddle went very still. Show me. Harry hesitated, then let a fraction of the power show. Dark energy flickered around his hands, cold and ancient. Riddle's eyes widened with recognition and hunger. You have them. My powers, preserved in your pathetic body. That's why I was drawn to this time, why the diary activated now. It sensed my power calling across the years. If you want them, Harry said, release Ginny and face me. Harry, no, Hermione whispered urgently. He's trying to manipulate you. I know, Harry said quietly. But it's the only way to save her. Riddle considered, then stepped away from Ginny. Very well. A duel. If you win, the girl lives. If I win, I take your body, your power, and finish my work. Deal, Harry said. Harry, Ron started. Stay back, Harry ordered. Protect Ginny. This is between me and him. He stepped forward, moving into the center of the chamber. Riddle mirrored him, his wand raised. The ghostly boy looked almost solid now, substantial enough to cast proper spells. Before we begin, Riddle said, I should tell you something. Do you know why you can speak Parseltongue, Harry? Why the Sorting Hat wanted to place you in Slytherin? Because of the connection Voldemort created when he tried to kill me, Harry said. Riddle smiled. Partially. But there's more. When the Dark Lord's curse rebounded, it didn't just transfer power. It transferred essence. A piece of his soul lodged in your scar, making you a Horcrux. You carry not just his powers, but part of his very being. The words hit like a physical blow. Harry had suspected something similar, but hearing it confirmed, knowing he literally carried a piece of Voldemort's soul, made him feel sick. You're a living Horcrux, Riddle continued. Part human, part Dark Lord. How does that feel? It doesn't change anything, Harry said, though his voice shook slightly. I'm still me. Still choosing who I want to be. Are you? Riddle challenged. Or are you just delaying the inevitable? The darkness is part of you now, Harry. You can't escape it any more than you can escape your own shadow. The forbidden powers whispered agreement, showing Harry visions of himself fully embracing the darkness, becoming something magnificent and terrible. Harry shoved the visions away. I don't have to escape the darkness. I just have to control it. Impossible, Riddle said. I tried for years. The power consumes everything eventually. Then you were weak, Harry said. Riddle's expression darkened. Weak. I am Lord Voldemort, the most powerful Dark Lord in history. You're a scared boy playing at power, Harry said. Trying to prove you're special because you were afraid of being ordinary. He'd hit a nerve. Riddle's face twisted with rage. Enough talking, the ghostly teen snarled. Let's see how well you control that power when I'm ripping it from your dying body. He attacked. The spell that came at Harry was pure darkness, not a recognized curse, but raw malevolent energy shaped by will alone. Harry raised a shield, and the impact drove him back several feet. Not bad, Riddle said. But defense won't save you. He unleashed a barrage of spells, cutting curses, bone-breaking hexes, flames that burned cold instead of hot. Harry blocked and dodged, his training with Moody paying off. He didn't try to match power with power. Instead, he moved, stayed mobile, waited for an opening. Stop running and fight, Riddle shouted. Harry didn't respond. He was analyzing Riddle's pattern, looking for weaknesses. The ghost was powerful but predictable, relying on overwhelming force rather than strategy. Just like Marcus Thornwood. When Riddle paused to gather energy for another massive spell, Harry struck. Not with the forbidden powers, but with a simple stunning spell. Stupefy. Riddle deflected it contemptuously. Is that the best you can do? No, Harry said. It's the smartest I can do. While Riddle was distracted by the stunner, Harry had been preparing a second spell, a binding curse he'd learned from Moody. He cast it now, ropes of light erupting from his wand to wrap around Riddle's legs. The ghost stumbled, caught off guard. Harry pressed his advantage. He fired spell after spell, nothing dark, nothing that would give the forbidden powers control, just solid defensive and offensive magic. Riddle blocked most of them, but Harry was forcing him onto the defensive. "You think you're clever," Riddle spat, tearing through the binding curse. "But you're just delaying defeat." He thrust his wand toward the massive stone face at the end of the chamber. Parseltongue hissed from his lips. "Kill the boy." The stone mouth opened. Something massive moved in the darkness behind it, scales scraping stone, a body that filled the entire passage. The stench of death and rot flooded the chamber. The basilisk had awakened. "Harry, run!" Hermione screamed. But there was nowhere to run. The serpent emerged, 60 feet of muscle and scales, eyes that killed with a glance. Its head swayed back and forth, searching for prey. Harry squeezed his eyes shut. "Don't look at it. Its gaze is lethal." The basilisk hissed, the sound reverberating through the chamber. It was Parseltongue, and Harry understood every word. "Master commands. Kill the speaker." "I am a speaker too," Harry responded in the same language, his eyes still closed. "The prey Master wants is not me." The basilisk paused, confused. "Two speakers. Not possible." Riddle laughed. "Clever boy. But it won't work. The basilisk obeys Salazar Slytherin's heir, me. And I command it to kill you." "Kill," the basilisk hissed, lunging forward. Harry dove aside, barely avoiding crushing jaws. He rolled to his feet, wand extended, still keeping his eyes shut. Fighting blind against a 60-foot serpent, this was insane. "Hermione, Ron, get Ginny and go," he shouted. "We're not leaving you," Ron yelled back. "Go," Harry insisted. The basilisk struck again. Harry heard the movement, felt the displacement of air, and threw himself backward. The snake's fangs scraped stone inches from his head. He couldn't keep this up. Sooner or later, the basilisk would connect, and he'd be dead. The forbidden powers surged, demanding to be used. They could handle the serpent easily, could obliterate it with dark fire or crush its mind with psychic assault. But using them like that, in desperation, without full control, that was exactly how Marcus Thornwood had lost himself. Harry needed another way. He reached for his training, for everything Dumbledore and Moody had taught him. Don't fight power with power. Find the weakness. Exploit it. The basilisk was powerful, ancient, nearly invincible. But it had one critical vulnerability. Its own gaze. "Riddle," Harry called out. "You're making a mistake." "Am I?" Riddle responded smugly. "You're about to die." "Maybe," Harry said. "But I'm taking your pet with me." He pulled off his robe, holding the fabric in one hand while keeping his eyes shut. The basilisk lunged again, and this time Harry didn't dodge completely. He let the snake's momentum carry it past him while he threw the robe over its massive head. The basilisk thrashed, temporarily blinded. Harry took the opportunity to scramble up one of the chamber's pillars, climbing by feel and memory. The basilisk followed, its body coiling around the pillar's base. At the top, Harry paused. He could hear the serpent below, could feel its rage through the stone. He was trapped now, nowhere left to run. Time for a desperate gamble. Harry pulled a piece of broken mirror from his pocket, something he'd been carrying since learning about basilisks in defense against the dark arts. He held it up, angling it carefully while keeping his own eyes averted. "Up here," he called to the basilisk in Parseltongue. The serpent looked up. For a split second, its gaze met its own reflection in the mirror. The basilisk froze. A strangled hiss emerged from its throat. Then, slowly, the massive creature slumped, its body going rigid as its own deadly gaze petrified it from within. Silence fell over the chamber. "No!" Riddle screamed. "That's impossible." Harry slid down the pillar, landing in a crouch. He opened his eyes carefully, checking that the basilisk was truly incapacitated. The serpent's eyes were now glassy and unseeing, its body rigid as stone. He turned to face Riddle. The ghost looked furious, desperate. Without the basilisk, he was just a memory with a wand, powerful, but not invincible. "It's over," Harry said. "You lost." "It's not over until I say it is," Riddle snarled. He raised his wand, and this time, the spell he cast was the darkest yet, a curse that targeted the soul itself, designed to tear Harry apart from the inside. Harry felt the forbidden powers surge in defense. But instead of letting them take over, he made a conscious choice. He channeled them deliberately, under full control, using their strength to construct a shield unlike anything he'd created before. Dark met dark. The collision lit up the entire chamber, black light against black light. Harry's shield held, absorbing the curse and neutralizing it. Riddle stared in disbelief. How? You're just a child. I'm a child who learned control, Harry said. Something you never managed. He advanced on Riddle, wand raised. The ghost backed away, his confidence crumbling. Stay back, Riddle warned. I'll kill the girl. I swear I will. Harry kept walking. No, you won't. You're too weak. You've already drained too much of her life force just to become solid. Killing her now would make you vulnerable. Riddle's expression twisted with hatred. You think you've won. This is just a setback. My future self still exists. Lord Voldemort will rise again, and when he does, I'll be ready, Harry interrupted. Just like I'm ready now. He reached Riddle and grabbed the ghost's wrist, the hand holding the wand. The moment they made contact, Harry felt it. The connection between Riddle's fragment and the forbidden powers. They were calling to each other, wanting to reunite. Harry had two choices. He could let the powers absorb Riddle's fragment, adding more darkness to the burden he already carried. It would make him stronger, more complete, but also more dangerous. Or he could reject the fragment, force it out, destroy it completely. The forbidden powers screamed at him to absorb, to take what was rightfully his. Harry chose differently. He pushed. Using every technique Dumbledore had taught him, every mental discipline he'd mastered, Harry forced the forbidden powers to reject Riddle's fragment. He created a barrier between them, preventing absorption. Then he channeled raw magical energy, his own power, untainted by darkness, into the connection. Riddle screamed. The ghost began to dissolve, the stolen life force he'd taken from Ginny flowing back to her. Riddle fought, trying to maintain cohesion, but Harry's will was stronger. You were right about one thing, Harry said. I do carry part of Voldemort. But that doesn't define me. I define me. With a final push of power, he severed the connection completely. Riddle shattered like glass, his form exploding into wisps of shadow that dissipated into nothing. Silence. Harry stood panting, exhausted, his wand arm shaking. The forbidden powers settled back into their usual murmur, satisfied but not triumphant. They'd been used, but not given control. He'd won. Harry, Hermione and Ron rushed over, supporting Ginny between them. The girl was stirring, color returning to her cheeks. Is he gone? Ginny whispered. Riddle, is he really gone? He's gone, Harry confirmed. You're safe now. Ginny began to cry, deep, racking sobs of relief and shame. I'm so sorry. He tricked me. The diary, it seemed so friendly, and I was so lonely, and I told him everything. I didn't mean to hurt anyone. You didn't hurt anyone, Hermione said gently. You were possessed. None of this is your fault. We need to get out of here, Ron said, looking around nervously at the dark chamber. This place gives me the creeps. Harry nodded. Let's go. They helped Ginny walk back through the tunnels, retracing their path to the bathroom entrance. It felt like they'd been in the chamber for hours, but when they emerged, the castle was still dark, barely past midnight. Dumbledore was waiting in the bathroom, along with Professor McGonagall and several other staff members. The headmaster's expression was grave. Mr. Potter, he said. Miss Weasley. Thank Merlin you're all safe. Ginny collapsed into renewed sobs. McGonagall immediately took charge, wrapping the girl in a warm blanket and guiding her toward the hospital wing. Dumbledore looked at Harry. Walk with me. They left Ron and Hermione in the hospital wing with Ginny and walked through quiet corridors to Dumbledore's office. Once inside, the headmaster gestured for Harry to sit. Tell me everything, he said. Harry did. The confrontation with Riddle, the revelation about being a Horcrux, the fight with the basilisk, his choice to reject Riddle's fragment rather than absorb it. When he finished, Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. You made a remarkable choice tonight, the headmaster finally said. When offered greater power, you chose restraint. That took extraordinary strength of character. The powers wanted me to absorb Riddle, Harry admitted. They still do. They're angry that I refused. I imagine they are, Dumbledore said. But their anger is irrelevant. You are in control, Harry. Tonight proved that beyond any doubt. Harry touched his scar unconsciously. Riddle said I'm a Horcrux. Part of Voldemort is literally inside me. Yes, Dumbledore confirmed. I have suspected as much for some time. When Voldemort's curse rebounded, a fragment of his soul attached itself to you. That is the source of your connection to the forbidden powers. Can it be removed? Harry asked. Dumbledore's expression grew somber. Not without killing you. The fragment is intertwined with your own soul now. Separating them would be catastrophic. Harry's chest tightened. So I'll always carry part of Voldemort inside me. In a sense, Dumbledore said. But Harry, and this is crucial, that fragment does not define you. You have proven tonight that you can carry darkness without being consumed by it. That is no small feat. It doesn't feel like enough, Harry said quietly. It is more than enough, Dumbledore insisted. You faced a version of Voldemort tonight, young, clever, and utterly ruthless. And you defeated him not through superior power, but through superior character. You chose to protect rather than dominate, to reject power rather than seize it. Those choices matter more than any amount of dark magic. Harry wanted to believe that. Some days, he almost could. What happens now? He asked. Now, Dumbledore said, you rest. Recover. Return to being a student rather than a warrior. The crisis has passed. Until the next one, Harry said. Dumbledore smiled sadly. Perhaps. But you will be ready when it comes. You have proven that tonight. News of the chamber's reopening and subsequent closure spread quickly. The petrified students were restored using Mandrake Restorative Draft. Ginny underwent counseling for her possession. The basilisk's corpse was removed and studied by the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Harry tried to return to normal life, but it wasn't easy. Students whispered as he passed. Some looked at him with awe, others with fear. He'd become even more of a mystery, a boy who'd faced a basilisk and lived. The attention was exhausting. You're handling it well, Hermione said one afternoon in the library. The staring, the rumors. I hate it, Harry admitted. I just want to be normal. Normal is overrated, Ron said. Besides, you saved my sister. You're a hero. I'm not a hero, Harry protested. I just did what needed to be done. That's literally what heroes do, Hermione pointed out. Harry had no response to that. Ginny recovered slowly. She was embarrassed by the whole ordeal, convinced everyone would hate her for the attacks. But the opposite happened. Students rallied around her, recognizing her as a victim rather than a perpetrator. She and Harry became friends. Real friends, not just acquaintances. She had a sharp wit and surprising courage, and she understood what it meant to have darkness touch your life. Thank you, she told him one day, her expression serious. For saving me. And for not judging me. There's nothing to judge, Harry said. You were manipulated by one of the most evil wizards in history. That's not your fault. Still, Ginny said. Thank you. As the school year drew to a close, Harry found himself reflecting on everything that had happened. He'd faced another fragment of Voldemort, had been tested in ways he never imagined. And he'd chosen right. Every time. The forbidden powers were still there, still whispering. But their voice was quieter now, easier to ignore. Harry was getting better at being himself despite them. On the last day before summer break, Harry stood in the astronomy tower, his thinking place. The sun was setting, painting the sky in brilliant oranges and purples. Another year survived, a voice said behind him. Harry turned. Dumbledore stood in the doorway, smiling gently. Yes, sir, Harry said. You have grown remarkably, Dumbledore said, joining him at the railing. Not just in power, but in wisdom. That is far more valuable. I don't feel very wise, Harry admitted. I still make mistakes. Still struggle with the darkness. That struggle is what makes you wise, Dumbledore said. Those who think themselves beyond temptation are the most vulnerable to it. You remain vigilant, questioning, aware of the dangers. That awareness is your greatest strength. They stood in comfortable silence, watching the sun disappear below the horizon. What happens next year? Harry asked. More learning, Dumbledore said. More growing, more challenges, no doubt. But you will face them as you have faced everything else, with courage, integrity, and the support of those who care for you. Harry smiled. That sounds bearable. More than bearable, Dumbledore said. It sounds like a life well lived. As stars began to appear overhead, Harry felt something settle in his chest. Not peace, exactly, the forbidden powers would never allow true peace. But acceptance, understanding. He carried darkness, yes. Would carry it for the rest of his life. But he also carried light, love, friendship, choice, and in the end, those things were stronger than any dark magic. He would remember that, every day, for as long as it took. Summer arrived with unexpected freedom. Instead of returning to the Dursleys, Harry spent his break at the Burrow, the Weasley family home. It was chaotic, loud, and overflowing with warmth. Mrs. Weasley fussed over him constantly. Mr. Weasley asked endless questions about Muggle technology, and the various Weasley siblings treated him like family. It was the best summer of Harry's life. But the forbidden powers didn't rest. They whispered constantly, agitated by something Harry couldn't identify. Some nights, he woke from dreams of darkness and shadow, of a presence drawing closer. The powers recognized whatever was coming, and they were eager for it. Harry told Dumbledore about the dreams during one of their continued training sessions at Hogwarts. The headmaster had arranged for Harry to visit twice a week, maintaining the progress they'd made during the school year. The powers are anticipating something, Dumbledore mused. A convergence, perhaps, or the approach of someone significant. Someone like who? Harry asked. That remains to be seen, Dumbledore said. But we must remain vigilant. The magical world is changing, Harry. Voldemort's followers are growing restless. There have been incidents. Harry's stomach tightened. What kind of incidents? Dark mark sightings, Dumbledore said gravely. Minor attacks on Muggle communities. Nothing conclusive, but troubling nonetheless. Some believe Voldemort is attempting to return to power. But he's just a spirit, Harry said. Weak, barely existing. For now, Dumbledore agreed. But spirits can be given form, Harry. With the right ritual, the right sacrifice, Voldemort could regain a body. And if that happens, he didn't need to finish. Harry understood. If Voldemort returned fully, the war would begin in earnest. What do I do? Harry asked. Continue your training, Dumbledore said. Strengthen your control. And trust that when the time comes, you will know what must be done. It wasn't the reassurance Harry hoped for. Third year at Hogwarts began under a cloud of tension. Dementors, dark creatures that fed on happiness, had been stationed around the school. The ministry claimed they were protecting the students from an escaped convict named Sirius Black, a Death Eater who'd allegedly murdered 13 people with a single curse. But Harry felt something else. The Dementors weren't just guarding. They were hunting. And somehow, Harry knew they were hunting him. The first time he encountered one, the effect was devastating. The creature glided toward the Hogwarts Express, and Harry felt his consciousness dim. Cold wrapped around him like a shroud. He heard his mother's voice, screaming, begging for his life. Then nothing. He woke in the train compartment with Hermione, Ron, and a new professor leaning over him. The man was shabby, scarred, but his eyes were kind. Are you all right? The professor asked. Harry sat up shakily. What happened? A Dementor boarded the train, the man explained. I drove it away. I'm Professor Lupin, the new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. The Dementor, it made me hear my mother, Harry said. Lupin's expression was sympathetic. Dementors force us to relive our worst memories. For someone with your history, the effect can be particularly intense. Why did it affect Harry more than us? Hermione asked. Because he has more darkness to draw upon, Lupin said carefully, glancing at Harry. Both external and internal. Harry understood. The forbidden powers made him a beacon for Dementors. They sensed the accumulated darkness he carried and were drawn to it. Can I learn to fight them? Harry asked. Yes, Lupin said. I can teach you the Patronus Charm, a defensive spell that repels Dementors. But it requires summoning your happiest memory. For you, that may be challenging. Harry nodded. Happiness wasn't something he had in abundance. But he would learn. He had to. Lupin's lessons became Harry's favorite part of the week. The professor was patient, knowledgeable, and understood darkness in a way most people didn't. He never judged Harry for the powers he carried, never treated him as dangerous. The Patronus, Lupin explained during their first lesson, is pure positive energy. It's the antithesis of the darkness Dementors represent. To cast it, you must focus entirely on a happy memory, the happiest you can recall. Harry thought hard. His life hadn't contained much happiness. The cupboard, the Dursleys, years of isolation and fear. Then he remembered. The moment Hagrid had told him he was a wizard. The moment he'd first seen Hogwarts. The first time Hermione and Ron had called him friend. Small moments, but real. Expecto Patronum, Harry said, focusing on those memories. A wisp of silver light emerged from his wand. Not a full Patronus, but a beginning. Excellent, Lupin said. That's more than most produce on their first try. Keep practicing. Harry practiced every day. Some attempts produced stronger wisps. Others produced nothing. The forbidden powers interfered constantly, trying to corrupt the happy memories, to twist them into something dark. They don't want you to succeed, Lupin observed. The powers you carry feed on darkness. A Patronus, pure light, threatens them. So every time I cast it, I'm fighting myself, Harry said. In a sense, Lupin agreed. But that's the battle you've been fighting since the powers awakened. This is just another front. Harry kept practicing. Gradually, his Patronus grew stronger. The silver mist took shape, vague at first, then increasingly defined. A four-legged form, sleek and powerful. Almost there, Lupin encouraged. One more push. Harry reached deeper into his memories. Not just individual moments, but the feeling they created. Belonging, acceptance, love. He thought of Hermione's fierce loyalty, Ron's easy friendship, Ginny's grateful smile. He thought of Dumbledore's patient guidance and the Weasleys' warm welcome. He thought of home. Expecto Patronum. Silver light exploded from his wand, coalescing into a fully formed stag. The Patronus galloped around the room, magnificent and strong, radiating warmth and protection. Lupin smiled. A corporeal Patronus. Well done, Harry. Very few wizards achieve that. Harry stared at the stag. Why a stag? Patronuses take the form of the animal that best represents your inner self, Lupin explained. For you, it's a stag. Interesting, that was also your father's Patronus. Harry felt something settle in his chest. A connection to a father he'd never known, expressed through magic. The forbidden powers retreated from the Patronus's light, hissing their displeasure. Harry smiled. For once, the darkness had lost. But the year wasn't peaceful. Sirius Black was sighted near Hogwarts multiple times. Security tightened. Students were confined to the castle after dark. Fear permeated the school. And Harry's scar burned. It happened in waves, sudden, sharp pain that made him gasp. Each time, the forbidden powers surged in response, agitated and eager. Black is connected to you, Dumbledore said when Harry reported the symptoms. Connected to Voldemort, and through him, to the powers you carry. Why would Black be connected to Voldemort? Harry asked. Dumbledore hesitated. Sirius Black was your father's best friend. When your parents went into hiding, they used a spell called the Fidelius Charm, which required a secret keeper, someone who held the knowledge of their location. They chose Sirius. He betrayed them to Voldemort. The words hit like a physical blow. His father's best friend, the man James Potter had trusted more than anyone. And he'd sold them out. Rage burned in Harry's chest. The forbidden powers fed on it, growing stronger, whispering promises of vengeance. I want to find him, Harry said, his voice tight. Harry, I want to find him and make him pay, Harry continued, the words coming faster. He deserves to suffer for what he did. Yes, Dumbledore said calmly. He does. But vengeance is the first step toward darkness, Harry. The path that leads from righteous anger to cold cruelty. So I'm just supposed to let him go? Harry demanded. No, Dumbledore said. You are supposed to let justice handle him. The Aurors are searching. Black will be caught and returned to Azkaban. That is the appropriate consequence. It's not enough, Harry muttered. Dumbledore's expression grew stern. Harry, listen to me. The forbidden powers are feeding off your anger right now, amplifying it, pushing you toward choices you will regret. You must recognize that and resist. Harry closed his eyes, forcing himself to breathe. Dumbledore was right. The powers had seized on his rage, had turned it into fuel. That was how it always started. Justified anger, reasonable desires, then step by step into darkness. I'm okay, Harry said finally. I won't do anything stupid. See that you don't, Dumbledore said. Sirius Black will answer for his crimes. But not at your hand. The confrontation came on a cold February night. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were returning from Hagrid's hut when they saw it, a massive black dog, watching from the edge of the forbidden forest. Its eyes glowed with intelligence, too human to be an ordinary animal. "That's the Grim," Ron whispered fearfully. "A death omen." But Harry felt something else. Recognition. The forbidden powers stirred, reaching toward the dog. The dog turned and bounded into the forest. Harry followed. "Harry, no!" Hermione shouted, but he was already running. He chased the dog through the trees, his wand lit, his breath coming in gasps. The creature stayed just ahead, leading him deeper into darkness. Finally, in a clearing, the dog stopped. And transformed. A man stood before Harry, gaunt, ragged, with wild eyes and matted hair. But beneath the ravages of Azkaban, Harry could see the ghost of a handsome face. Sirius Black. "Hello, Harry," Sirius said, his voice hoarse. Harry's wand was up instantly. The forbidden powers surged, eager to strike. "Don't move," Harry commanded. "I'm not here to hurt you," Sirius said. "I'm here to protect you." "Protect me." Harry laughed bitterly. "You betrayed my parents. You're the reason they're dead." "No," Sirius said urgently. "That's what they want you to believe. But it's not true. I wasn't the secret keeper, Peter Pettigrew was. We switched at the last minute, thought it would be safer. But Peter betrayed James and Lily, then framed me for the murders he committed." Harry wanted to dismiss it as lies. But something in Sirius's eyes, desperate, pleading, gave him pause. "Peter's dead," Harry said. "You killed him." "No," Sirius insisted. "Peter faked his death. He's alive, Harry. He's been alive this whole time, hiding as Scabbers," a voice said behind Harry. He spun. Ron and Hermione had followed, wands raised. And with them, dragged by the scruff, was Ron's rat. "Scabbers. He's an animagus," Hermione said, her voice shaking. "I researched it after seeing Black transform. Scabbers is too old to be a normal rat. And he's missing a toe, just like Peter Pettigrew supposedly lost in the explosion." Sirius moved forward. "Let me prove it. Let me force him to transform." Harry's mind raced. This could be a trick. But the forbidden powers weren't responding with hostility. They were curious, interested, like they recognized something. "Do it," Harry said. Sirius raised his wand and cast a complex spell. The rat began to writhe, growing, shifting. In moments, a short, balding man stood where Scabbers had been. Peter Pettigrew. "Alive." "Hello, Sirius," Peter said nervously. "And Harry. My, you look just like James." Rage exploded in Harry's chest. This man, this pathetic, sniveling coward. He was the real traitor. The forbidden powers erupted. Dark energy poured from Harry, uncontrolled, wrapping around Peter like chains. The man screamed, dropping to his knees. "Harry, stop," Hermione shouted. But Harry couldn't stop. All the rage he'd been holding back, at the Dursleys, at Voldemort, at a world that kept hurting him, it poured out in a torrent of dark magic. Peter writhed, his screams growing weaker. "Harry." Sirius grabbed his shoulder. "Don't do this. Don't become what they made me out to be." The touch broke through the rage. Harry gasped, yanking the power back. Peter collapsed, gasping but alive. Harry stood shaking, horrified by how close he'd come to killing. "I almost," he whispered. "But you didn't," Sirius said firmly. "You stopped. That's what matters." Ron and Hermione moved to secure Peter with binding spells. Harry could only stare at his hands, at what he'd almost done. "The darkness is getting stronger," he said. "No," Sirius corrected. "You're getting stronger. Learning to channel it. You'll slip sometimes, we all do. But you stopped yourself. That takes real strength." Harry looked at his godfather, because that's what Sirius was, he realized. James Potter's best friend, the man who'd been willing to die for Harry's parents. "I'm sorry," Harry said. "For believing you were guilty. You had every reason to," Sirius said. "But now you know the truth. And together, we'll make sure Peter answers for what he did." They brought Peter to Dumbledore, who immediately summoned the Aurors. The truth came out, Peter's betrayal, his faked death, 12 years of hiding as a rat. Sirius Black was exonerated. Peter Pettigrew was imprisoned. And Harry gained a godfather. The rest of the year passed in a blur of emotions. Sirius couldn't stay at Hogwarts, the ministry was still suspicious, and he needed time to rebuild his life. But he wrote to Harry regularly, sharing stories about James and Lily, offering guidance and support. For the first time, Harry had family. Real family who chose him. The forbidden powers settled somewhat, their agitation eased. They'd recognized Sirius as an ally, someone connected to Harry's parents and therefore important. But they hadn't disappeared. They never would. Harry's training with Dumbledore intensified. The incident with Peter had shown how quickly he could lose control when emotions ran high. They worked on emotional regulation, mental discipline, ways to separate anger from action. You will feel rage, Dumbledore said. You will feel hatred and fear and all the emotions that feed the forbidden powers. That is unavoidable. What matters is how you respond to those feelings. Harry practiced occlumency, learning to construct mental barriers between his emotions and the powers. It was exhausting work, but gradually, he improved. By the end of the year, he could feel anger without immediately wanting to lash out. Could feel fear without the powers surging to defend him. It wasn't perfect control, but it was progress. On the last day before summer break, Sirius visited Hogwarts officially. He'd been fully pardoned, his name cleared. He stood in Dumbledore's office, looking healthier than Harry had ever seen him. I wanted to ask you something, Sirius said. When school's out, would you like to live with me? I've bought a house, nothing fancy, but it's ours. A real home. Harry's throat tightened. You mean it? Of course, Sirius said. You're my godson, Harry. Family. If you'll have me. Harry didn't trust himself to speak. He just nodded. Sirius pulled him into a hug, warm, solid, real. For the first time since his parents died, Harry felt like he had a home. Summer at Grimmauld Place, Sirius's inherited house, was different from the Burrow. Darker, quieter, but filled with a different kind of warmth. Sirius taught Harry about his family history, about the Black family's complicated relationship with dark magic. He shared stories about the Marauders, James, Remus, Peter, and himself, and the mischief they'd caused at Hogwarts. Your father would be proud of you, Sirius said one evening. The way you've handled the powers, the choices you've made. He'd be so proud. Would he? Harry asked. I carry part of Voldemort inside me. I almost killed Peter. And you stopped, Sirius reminded him. Your father made mistakes too, Harry. He was arrogant, sometimes cruel. But he grew up, learned to be better. You're already better than he was at your age. The words meant more than Harry could express. Hermione and Ron visited often, and the trio spent days exploring London, both magical and muggle. Ginny came too sometimes, her crush on Harry evolving into genuine friendship. Life felt almost normal, but the forbidden powers never rested. They whispered warnings, showed Harry fragments of visions, a graveyard, a cauldron, Voldemort rising from darkness. Something was coming, something terrible. Harry told Dumbledore, who grew grave. The visions are concerning, the headmaster said. They suggest a connection between you and Voldemort is strengthening. As he grows closer to resurrection, the bond intensifies. What do I do? Harry asked. Be ready, Dumbledore said. When the moment comes, trust your training. Trust yourself. As summer ended and fourth year approached, Harry felt the weight of prophecy settling on his shoulders. Something was coming. The forbidden powers knew it. And Harry would have to face it. Fourth year began with unexpected excitement. The Triwizard Tournament, a legendary competition between 3 wizarding schools, was being hosted at Hogwarts for the first time in over a century. Students from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang would arrive in October, and one champion from each school would compete in 3 dangerous tasks. Harry had no intention of entering. At 14, he was too young anyway. The age line Dumbledore drew around the Goblet of Fire would prevent anyone under 17 from submitting their name. But the forbidden powers had other plans. They stirred with anticipation from the moment the goblet was brought into the Great Hall. They recognized something in its magic, some connection to the ancient powers they represented. Something's wrong, Harry told Hermione one evening as they studied in the library. The powers are agitated, more than usual. Have you told Dumbledore? She asked. Not yet, Harry admitted. I don't know what to tell him. Just that I have a bad feeling. Your bad feelings are usually right, Hermione pointed out. You should at least mention it. But before Harry could speak with Dumbledore, the champions were chosen. Victor Krum from Durmstrang, Fleur Delacour from Beauxbatons, Cedric Diggory from Hogwarts. And then, impossibly, the goblet spat out a 4th name. Harry Potter. The Great Hall erupted in chaos. Students shouted accusations. Teachers demanded explanations. Harry sat frozen, staring at the slip of parchment bearing his name in handwriting he didn't recognize. "I didn't put my name in," he said, his voice barely audible over the noise. But no one believed him. The investigation revealed nothing. Someone had entered Harry's name using powerful magic, tricking the goblet into believing there was a fourth school competing. But whoever did it had covered their tracks perfectly. "You must compete," Crouch, a ministry official, declared. "The goblet's decision is binding. A magical contract has been formed." Harry wanted to refuse. But the moment Crouch spoke those words, he felt it, a magical binding settling over him like chains. The contract was real, enforced by ancient magic he couldn't break. He was trapped. The school turned on him almost immediately. Students accused him of cheating, of seeking more fame and attention. Even Ron believed he'd entered somehow, seeking glory. "I didn't ask for this," Harry told Hermione desperately. They sat by the lake, away from the hostile stares. "Why would I want more danger in my life?" "I know," Hermione said. "And Ron will realize it too, eventually. He's just jealous. He's been in your shadow for 3 years." "That's not my fault," Harry said. "No," Hermione agreed. "But it's still hard for him." Harry felt the forbidden powers whisper temptation, that he didn't need friends who doubted him, that he could prove himself through power alone. He ignored them. Training for the first task consumed Harry's time. Mad-Eye Moody, the new defense against the dark arts professor, took particular interest in helping him. The grizzled Auror was paranoid and scarred, but his tactical advice was solid. "You've got power, Potter," Moody said during one session. "More than most adult wizards. The question is whether you can apply it cleverly." "I don't want to use the forbidden powers in the tournament," Harry said. "Why not?" Moody challenged. "They're part of your arsenal. Refusing to use them is like fighting with one hand behind your back." "Because every time I use them, they get stronger," Harry explained. "More control over me." Moody's magical eye spun. "Fair point. But what if you need them to survive? What if clever tactics aren't enough?" Harry had no answer for that. The first task arrived with terrifying speed. Dragons. 4 champions, 4 dragons. Retrieve a golden egg from a nesting mother. Harry drew the Hungarian horntail, the most aggressive breed. When he entered the arena and saw the beast, 40 feet of black scales and raw fury, his courage nearly failed. The forbidden powers surged, eager to engage. "No," Harry muttered. "Not unless I have no choice." He'd planned this carefully. A summoning charm to call his firebolt broomstick, then aerial maneuvers to outfly the dragon. Simple, non-dark magic. Accio firebolt. The broomstick arrived within seconds. Harry mounted and kicked off, soaring above the dragon's reach. The horntail roared, belching fire. Harry rolled aside, feeling the heat singe his robes. He dove, weaving between jets of flame, searching for an opening to grab the egg. The dragon was fast, faster than he'd anticipated. It tracked his movements, anticipating his patterns. A burst of fire caught Harry's shoulder. Pain exploded through him. He lost control for a moment, spiraling down toward the rocky ground. The forbidden powers erupted without his permission. Dark energy wrapped around him like armor, absorbing the impact as he crashed. The magic flowed through him, analyzing the dragon, finding its weaknesses. Harry could sense the creature's thoughts now, primitive, protective, focused entirely on its nest. The horntail didn't want to kill him. It just wanted him gone. An idea formed. Instead of fighting the dragon, Harry reached out with the forbidden powers, touching its mind gently. Not control, he wouldn't violate the creature like that. Just communication. "I don't want your young," Harry projected. "Just the false egg. The gold one." The dragon's rage faltered, confusion replacing fury. "The gold egg is not real," Harry continued. "Not your offspring. Let me take it, and I leave." For a moment, nothing happened. Then the horntail shifted, exposing the golden egg among its real eggs. Harry approached slowly, hands raised. The dragon watched but didn't attack. He grabbed the golden egg, then backed away carefully. The horntail settled back over its nest, satisfied. The crowd erupted in cheers. Harry had done the impossible, faced a dragon without violence, using the forbidden powers not to dominate but to communicate. In the champion's tent afterward, Moody found him. "Brilliant work," the professor said. Using the dark powers for communication instead of destruction. That took creativity. I didn't mean to use them, Harry admitted. They just took over when I got hurt. Survival instinct, Moody said. The powers protect their host. You can't stop that. But you channeled them well once they activated. Harry wasn't sure whether to feel proud or worried. Ron apologized that night. I was an idiot, he said, finding Harry in the common room. You obviously didn't enter yourself. I got jealous. I'm sorry. It's okay, Harry said, relief flooding through him. I'm just glad you're talking to me again. Always, mate, Ron said. You're stuck with me. With Ron's friendship restored and the first task behind him, Harry felt marginally better. But the golden egg he'd won was a puzzle. When opened, it released only horrible screeching. It's a clue for the second task, Hermione said. You have to figure out what it means. Harry spent weeks trying. Nothing worked. The screeching drove everyone crazy whenever he opened the egg. Then Cedric Diggory gave him a hint. Try listening to it underwater. In the prefect's bathroom, Harry submerged the egg and opened it. Singing emerged, eerie and beautiful. Come seek us where our voices sound. We cannot sing above the ground. An hour long you'll have to look. To recover what we took. Merpeople. The second task involved merpeople. Harry researched frantically, learning about the Black Lake's inhabitants, about underwater breathing methods. Hermione helped, pulling books on aquatic magic and marine creatures. But as February approached, Harry still hadn't found a reliable way to breathe underwater for an hour. The night before the task, panic set in. I can't do this, Harry said. I'm going to drown. You'll figure it out, Hermione insisted. You always do. But Harry went to bed without a solution. In the morning, Dobby, a house elf Harry had freed years ago, appeared with Gillyweed. Dobby heard Harry Potter needs help, the elf squeaked. Gillyweed will let Harry Potter breathe underwater. Dobby, you're a lifesaver, Harry said gratefully. At the lake, Harry learned what had been taken from each champion, a person they cared about, held hostage underwater. For Harry, it was Ron. He swallowed the Gillyweed and dove. The transformation was immediate. Gills sprouted on his neck, webbing appeared between his fingers. Harry swam deeper, following the mer song toward the hostages. He found them tied to a statue, Ron, Hermione, Cho Chang, and Fleur's younger sister Gabrielle. All in magical sleep, unaware of danger. Harry freed Ron first, then hesitated. The other champions hadn't arrived yet. If he left the other hostages, would they drown? The forbidden powers whispered that it wasn't his responsibility, that he should focus on winning. Harry ignored them. He freed Gabrielle. Fleur had been attacked by Grindylows and couldn't complete the task. Then he waited, making sure Crumb and Cedric retrieved their hostages. By the time he surfaced with Ron and Gabrielle, he was last. But the judges awarded him high marks for moral fiber. He'd prioritized others' safety over winning. You came back for my sister, Fleur said later, tears in her eyes. Thank you. Harry felt embarrassed by the praise. I couldn't just leave her. Most would have, she said. You are a good person, Harry Potter. The forbidden powers grumbled their displeasure at the sentiment. Harry smiled. The third task was a maze. Planted on the Quidditch pitch, it stretched 3 stories high, filled with magical obstacles and dangerous creatures. The Triwizard Cup waited at the center. First champion to reach it won the tournament. Simple in concept, terrifying in execution. Harry entered with Cedric, both tied for first place. Fleur and Crumb followed at intervals. The maze was immediately disorienting. Paths shifted, hedges moved, sounds echoed strangely. Harry's wand lit, he pressed forward, alert for danger. He encountered a blast-ended Scroot, a horrible hybrid creature that shot fire. The forbidden powers wanted to incinerate it. Harry stunned it instead, moving on. A boggart appeared, taking the form of a Dementor. Harry cast his Patronus, the silver stag driving it away. He heard Fleur scream somewhere in the maze. Then silence. Harry ran toward the sound, finding her unconscious and wrapped in magical vines. He freed her, sent up red sparks to summon help, then continued. The center of the maze appeared ahead, a clearing where the Triwizard Cup gleamed on a pedestal. Cedric arrived at the same moment. They stared at each other, wands raised. Take it, Cedric said. You saved my life in the lake. It's yours. You saved me from the Scroot earlier, Harry countered. We're even. Behind them, something moved in the hedges. Crumb emerged, his eyes glazed and unfocused. He raised his wand toward Cedric. Harry fired a stunner, dropping Crumb before he could curse Cedric. He's been imperious, Harry said, checking Crumb's eyes. Someone's controlling him. Cedric paled. Someone's sabotaging the tournament. We should take the cup together, Harry said. Get out of this maze. Cedric nodded. Together. They reached for the cup simultaneously. The moment they touched it, Harry felt the familiar hook behind his navel. Portkey. The world dissolved. They landed in a graveyard. Old headstones stretched in every direction. A large cauldron sat in the center, bubbling with something foul. And standing beside it, holding a bundle that writhed with unnatural life, was Peter Pettigrew. Harry. Cedric whispered. Where are we? Trap, Harry said. It was all a trap. A high, cold voice emerged from the bundle. Kill the spare. Peter raised his wand. Avada Kedavra. Green light struck Cedric before Harry could react. The Hufflepuff champion crumpled, dead before he hit the ground. Horror and rage exploded in Harry's chest. The forbidden powers erupted with them, dark energy pouring out uncontrolled. No, Peter shouted, raising a shield. But the power Harry released was beyond any shield. It shattered Peter's defense, sent him flying backward, nearly killed him on impact. Harry advanced, his vision tinged red, the forbidden powers screaming for vengeance. Enough. The cold voice stopped him. Peter had recovered enough to complete his ritual. He threw something into the cauldron, bone, flesh, blood. Harry felt his arm split open as Peter's spell stole his blood without consent. The cauldron exploded. A figure rose from the darkness, tall, skeletal, with red eyes and chalk-white skin. Lord Voldemort had returned. Voldemort stood before Harry, reborn and terrible. The Dark Lord examined his new body, pale, serpentine, barely human. His red eyes fixed on Harry with a mixture of hatred and fascination. Harry Potter, Voldemort hissed. The boy who lived. How fitting that your blood helped restore me. Harry's wand was already in his hand, though his entire body trembled. Cedric's body lay meters away, lifeless eyes staring at nothing. The forbidden powers screamed for release, for vengeance, for blood. You killed him, Harry said, his voice raw. He had nothing to do with this. He was in the way, Voldemort said dismissively. As are all who stand between me and my destiny. Now, shall we duel? I've waited 14 years to finish what I started. Death Eaters began apparating into the graveyard, drawn by their master's call. They formed a circle, trapping Harry. Lucius Malfoy, Crabbe, Goyle, others Harry didn't recognize. All wearing masks, all bowing to Voldemort. My loyal servants, Voldemort said. Witness as I destroy the boy who has haunted us for so long. He raised his wand. Harry's training kicked in. He didn't think, just moved, diving behind a headstone as a killing curse shattered stone where he'd stood. Running, Harry. Voldemort called. I expected more courage from James Potter's son. Rage burned through Harry's fear. The forbidden powers surged, responding to his fury. He stepped out from cover. My father was worth 100 of you. Your father was a fool, Voldemort spat. He died begging for mercy. Liar, Harry said. Am I? Voldemort smiled cruelly. He begged me to spare you, to take him instead. Pathetic weakness. The forbidden powers erupted. Harry didn't try to control them this time. Cedric was dead. He was surrounded by Death Eaters. Voldemort had returned. This wasn't a time for restraint. Dark energy exploded from Harry's wand, not a spell, but raw power given form. It slammed into Voldemort's shield, driving the Dark Lord back several steps. Surprise flickered across Voldemort's face. Interesting. You've learned to access the powers I left in you. They were never yours, Harry said. They're mine now. He attacked again, this time with more control. The forbidden powers flowed through him like water, reshaping reality. Around his will, stone transmuted to ice beneath Voldemort's feet. The air itself became hostile, pressing down with crushing weight. Voldemort countered with equal ferocity. Dark met dark, the clash lighting up the graveyard. Death Eaters scrambled back, giving the duelist space. Yes, Voldemort hissed with delight. Fight me properly. Show me what you've become. They dueled across the graveyard, hurling curses, raising shields, testing each other's limits. Harry had never fought like this before, never let the forbidden powers flow so freely. It was intoxicating and terrifying in equal measure. He could feel himself changing. the darkness seeping deeper, claiming more territory in his soul. But he couldn't stop. Not when Voldemort's next spell might be the one that killed him. A killing curse grazed Harry's arm. Pain exploded through him, but the forbidden powers converted it to fuel. He retaliated with a spell that tore the ground apart, sending debris flying. "You're strong," Voldemort admitted. "Stronger than any 14-year-old has a right to be. But you're still just a boy playing with powers you don't understand." He cast a spell Harry didn't recognize. Reality twisted. Harry felt his consciousness pulled from his body, dragged into a gray void. Voldemort's presence pressed against him, vast, ancient, malevolent. Here, Voldemort's voice echoed, "We are equals. No wands. No bodies. Just will against will." They clashed in the void. It wasn't like physical fighting. It was a battle of certainty, of conviction. Voldemort's absolute belief in his superiority pressed against Harry's desperate need to survive. "You carry part of me," Voldemort said. "You always have. We're connected, Harry. Two sides of the same power." "No," Harry gritted out. "I'm nothing like you. You killed Peter Pettigrew's spirit when you absorbed that fragment of power," Voldemort said. "You wanted Marcus Thornwood dead. You felt the pleasure of domination, of making others submit. How are we different?" The words cut deep because they held truth. Harry had felt those things. Had been tempted by them. "Because I chose differently," Harry said. "Every time, I chose differently." He pushed back against Voldemort's presence, drawing on memories, Hermione's friendship, Ron's loyalty, Sirius's love. The Weasleys' warmth, Dumbledore's guidance, Ginny's grateful smile. Light emerged in the gray void. Voldemort recoiled. "Impossible. You can't." "I can't," Harry said. "Because I'm not alone." He forced them both back into their bodies. The graveyard reformed around them. Both wizards staggered, exhausted from the mental battle. "Clever," Voldemort rasped. "But cleverness won't save you." He began to cast the killing curse. Harry raised his wand simultaneously, instinct guiding him. Expelliarmus. The spells collided. Golden light exploded from the connection point. Both wands locked together, a thread of energy binding them. The air itself vibrated with power. "What is this?" Voldemort demanded. Harry understood. The wands shared cores, Phoenix Feather, from Fawkes. They were brothers, incapable of properly dueling each other. The golden thread expanded into a dome, shielding them from the Death Eaters. Ghostly figures began emerging from Voldemort's wand, his recent victims. Cedric appeared first, translucent and sad. "Hold on, Harry. Just a little longer." More ghosts emerged. A old man Harry didn't know. A woman. Then, "Mom," Harry whispered. Lily Potter smiled at him. "You're so brave, my darling boy." "Dad." James Potter stood beside Lily. "We're so proud of you, Harry. Now listen, when the connection breaks, run. Grab Cedric's body and the portkey. Get back. To Hogwarts." "I can't leave you," Harry said. "You're not leaving us," Lily said gently. "We're always with you. But you must survive. Promise me." Tears streamed down Harry's face. "I promise." "Now," James said. Harry broke the connection. The ghost surged toward Voldemort, momentarily distracting him. Harry ran, grabbing Cedric's body and touching the Triwizard Cup. The graveyard vanished. He landed in chaos. The maze had been removed, replaced by stands full of spectators. Music played. People cheered. Then they saw Cedric's body. Silence fell like a guillotine. Harry collapsed, still holding Cedric, his body shaking with shock and exhaustion. Blood poured from his wounded arm. The forbidden powers retreated, leaving him hollow and aching. "Cedric," someone screamed. Amos Diggory, Cedric's father, pushed through the crowd. "My boy. My son." Dumbledore was there instantly, kneeling beside Harry. "What happened?" "Voldemort," Harry gasped. "He's back." "Graveyard. Death Eaters. Killed Cedric." Horror rippled through the crowd. "Get him to the hospital wing," Dumbledore ordered. "And someone contact the Aurors." Harry was lifted, carried. Everything blurred together, concerned faces, urgent voices, the weight of what had happened pressing down on him. In the hospital wing, Madame Pomfrey worked on his injuries while Dumbledore questioned him gently. Harry told him everything: the portkey, Peter's ritual, Voldemort's resurrection, the duel, his parents' ghosts. "You used the forbidden powers extensively," Dumbledore observed. "I had to," Harry said. "It was him or me." "I'm not criticizing," Dumbledore said quickly. I'm assessing. How do you feel? Harry examined himself. The powers were quieter than they'd been before the duel, sated somehow. But they'd grown stronger. Claimed more of him. Different, he admitted. The darkness is deeper now. We will monitor this closely, Dumbledore said. But Harry, you survived a direct confrontation with Voldemort. That is extraordinary. Cedric didn't, Harry said bitterly. Dumbledore's expression was pained. No, he didn't. And that tragedy will haunt us all. But his death is not your fault. Harry wanted to believe that. But the image of Cedric's lifeless eyes wouldn't leave his mind. The next days were a nightmare. The Ministry refused to believe Voldemort had returned. Fudge, the Minister of Magic, accused Harry of lying, of seeking attention. The Daily Prophet ran articles questioning Harry's mental stability. They're calling you disturbed, Hermione said, reading the paper with disgust. Claiming the tournament drove you mad. Let them, Harry said tiredly. I know what I saw. But the isolation hurt. Half the school believed he was lying. Parents withdrew their children, convinced Hogwarts wasn't safe. Even some teachers looked at him with doubt. Only Harry's close friends stood by him. Hermione, Ron, Ginny, Neville. They never questioned his story. Sirius visited as often as he could, though he had to remain hidden. The Ministry still didn't fully trust him. You did everything right, Sirius said one evening as they sat in Dumbledore's office. You survived, you brought Cedric's body back, you warned us about Voldemort. That took incredible courage. I let the forbidden powers control the fight, Harry said. I gave them more power over me. You used them to survive, Sirius corrected. There's a difference between surrender and strategic deployment. Is there? Harry asked. Because right now, I can barely feel the line. Sirius gripped his shoulder. The line is still there. It's just harder to see when you're exhausted and traumatized. Give yourself time to heal. But Harry wasn't sure healing was possible. The forbidden powers had tasted real battle now. They'd fought Voldemort himself and held their own. They wanted more, craved it, and part of Harry wanted it too. That terrified him most of all. The end-of-year feast was subdued. Dumbledore gave a speech honoring Cedric, acknowledging the tragedy that had occurred. He spoke of Voldemort's return, urging unity and vigilance. Many students looked uncomfortable. Some rolled their eyes, convinced Dumbledore was as delusional as Harry. They'll learn, Ron said grimly. When the attacks start, they'll wish they'd listened. By then it might be too late, Hermione said. Harry said nothing. He watched the Great Hall, seeing the divisions forming. Those who believed and those who didn't. Those who would fight and those who would hide. War was coming, and Harry was uniquely equipped to fight it, carrying the same powers Voldemort wielded, trained in their use, capable of matching the Dark Lord's spell for spell. But every battle would push him closer to the darkness. Every fight would cost more of his humanity. How many times could he use the forbidden powers before he became what he fought against? He didn't know, and that uncertainty haunted him more than any nightmare. On the train ride home, Harry sat with his friends, watching the countryside roll past. What happens now? Ginny asked quietly. We prepare, Harry said. Train. Get stronger. So when Voldemort comes, we're ready. You keep saying, we, Hermione observed. But Dumbledore won't let us fight, Harry. We're too young. Voldemort doesn't care how old we are, Harry said. He'll come after anyone who opposes him. We need to be ready. Ron nodded. Harry's right. My brothers are already talking about joining Dumbledore's old group, the Order of the Phoenix. If they can fight, so can we. Not immediately, Hermione cautioned. But eventually. We should spend the summer learning everything we can. Advanced defensive magic, dueling techniques, tactics. Agreed, Harry said. They spent the rest of the journey planning. What spells to master, what books to read, how to convince their families to let them prepare for war. Harry felt some of his darkness ease. He wasn't alone in this fight. He had friends willing to stand beside him, to face the coming storm together. That had to count for something. As the train pulled into King's Cross, Harry saw Sirius waiting on the platform, wearing a disguise but unmistakable to Harry's eyes. His godfather smiled, and Harry felt something warm settle in his chest. Family, friends, purpose. These were the things worth fighting for. Worth controlling the darkness for. Voldemort had returned. The war had begun. But Harry Potter wouldn't face it alone. And he wouldn't become the monster the forbidden powers wanted him to be. He'd find another way. He had to. Summer at Grimmauld Place was intense. Sirius threw himself into training Harry, teaching him advanced defensive magic and dueling tactics. Remus Lupin visited frequently, adding his expertise. Even Mad-Eye Moody stopped by occasionally, his magical eye spinning with approval at Harry's progress. "You're becoming formidable," Moody said one afternoon after Harry successfully defended against 3 simultaneous attacks. "Dangerous, but formidable." "Dangerous to who?" Harry asked. "That depends on your choices," Moody said bluntly. "The power you carry can destroy Dark Lords or become one. It's all in how you use it." Harry knew he was right. The forbidden powers had grown stronger after the graveyard. They whispered constantly now, showing him visions of the coming war, of battles he could win if he'd just let them fully take control. He resisted. But it got harder every day. Dumbledore visited weekly to monitor Harry's connection to Voldemort. The Horcrux bond had intensified after the resurrection ritual. Sometimes Harry saw flashes of Voldemort's thoughts, felt echoes of his emotions. "This is dangerous," Dumbledore said during one session. "The closer your minds become, the more vulnerable you both are to mental attack." "Can we break the connection?" Harry asked. "Not without killing you," Dumbledore said. "The Horcrux is too deeply embedded. But we can teach you to control what passes through the bond." Occlumency will be essential. They practiced daily. Harry learned to build walls in his mind, to compartmentalize his thoughts, to hide his true feelings behind false ones. It was exhausting work, but gradually he improved. By summer's end, he could sense when Voldemort was trying to access his thoughts and usually block him. Usually. Not always. 5th year began under Dolores Umbridge. The Ministry had installed her as Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor, a political appointment meant to keep tabs on Dumbledore and Harry. She was a toad-like woman who spoke in a sugary voice and wielded bureaucratic power like a weapon. Her first lesson made her position clear. "There is no need for defensive spells in my classroom," Umbridge said. "The Ministry has determined that a theoretical knowledge is sufficient. But how will we defend ourselves without practice?" Hermione challenged. "Defend yourselves from what, dear?" Umbridge asked sweetly. "The Ministry assures us there are no threats." "Voldemort has returned," Harry said flatly. Silence fell over the classroom. Umbridge's smile turned poisonous. "Mr. Potter, you will not tell lies in my classroom." "Detention." "It's not a lie," Harry insisted. "I was there. I saw him." "Detention for a week," Umbridge said. "And 50 points from Gryffindor for spreading dangerous falsehoods." That night, Harry discovered what Umbridge's detentions involved. A special quill that carved words into his skin as he wrote, "I must not tell lies," over and over, the wounds refusing to heal properly. The forbidden powers raged at the injustice, at the pain. They wanted Harry to retaliate, to show this toad woman exactly how powerful he was. Harry gritted his teeth and endured. But after a week of detentions, when his hand was a mass of scars, even Hermione agreed something had to be done. "We need to learn defense," she said. "Real defense. If Umbridge won't teach us, we'll teach ourselves." "How?" Ron asked. Hermione looked at Harry. "We find someone who knows how to fight. Someone who's faced real danger and survived." "You mean me," Harry said. "You're the only one of us who's dueled a Dark Lord and lived," Hermione pointed out. "If anyone can teach us, it's you." Thus began Dumbledore's army. They met in secret, students from multiple houses, all willing to learn real defensive magic. Harry taught them everything he knew. Stunning spells, shield charms, disarming techniques. How to fight multiple opponents, how to protect civilians, how to stay alive when the odds were against you. It was terrifying and exhilarating. Harry had never taught before, had never been responsible for others' education. But he discovered he was good at it. Patient, thorough, able to break down complex spells into manageable steps. The forbidden powers complicated things. Sometimes, when demonstrating a spell, dark energy would leak through. Students would stare at the black flames or shadow shields, fear evident in their eyes. "Don't worry about that," Harry would say quickly. "I'm dealing with some unique circumstances. Focus on the standard spells." But he could see their doubt, their fear. He was becoming the monster they'd been warned about. And he didn't know how to stop it. Winter descended on Hogwarts with brutal cold. Dumbledore's army continued meeting in secret, growing larger each week. Students whispered about Harry's teaching, about the spells he demonstrated that went beyond standard curriculum. Some were awed, others were frightened. "You're scaring people," Hermione said after one particularly intense session where Harry had accidentally let dark energy leak through a shield charm. "They think you're becoming dangerous." "Maybe I am," Harry said tiredly. "You're not," Hermione insisted. "You're just stressed. The visions from Voldemort, Umbridge's torture, teaching all of us, it's too much." She was right. The visions had intensified. Almost nightly, Harry saw through Voldemort's eyes, corridors in the Ministry, a door he couldn't open, something he desperately wanted inside. The forbidden powers recognized those visions. They understood what Voldemort sought. A weapon. Something that could tip the balance of the coming war. Dumbledore had warned Harry not to dwell on the visions, to practice occlumency harder. But blocking them out was like trying to dam a river with bare hands. One night in December, Harry dreamed of Arthur Weasley being attacked by a massive snake in the Department of Mysteries. He woke screaming. Within an hour, confirmation came. Arthur had been found badly injured, saved only because Harry's warning allowed healers to reach him in time. "You saved my dad's life," Ron said, his voice thick with emotion. "How did you know?" "I saw it," Harry admitted. "Through Voldemort's eyes. He was controlling the snake." The revelation terrified everyone. If Voldemort could see through Harry, show him false visions, lure him into traps. "I'm a liability," Harry said to Dumbledore later. "Voldemort can manipulate me. Which is why you must master occlumency," Dumbledore said. "I have arranged for Professor Snape to give you lessons." Harry's stomach dropped. "Snape. He hates me." "Nevertheless, he is a master occlumens," Dumbledore said. "You will learn from him." The lessons were brutal. Snape invaded Harry's mind nightly, ripping through his memories, exposing his deepest fears and embarrassments. Harry tried to resist, to build walls, but Snape tore through them like paper. "Pathetic," Snape sneered. "Your father had natural talent for occlumency. You, it seems, inherited nothing useful." Rage burned in Harry's chest. The forbidden powers surged, wanting to show Snape exactly what Harry had inherited. Again, Snape commanded, raising his wand. "Legilimens." The assault on Harry's mind was immediate and overwhelming. Snape rifled through memories, the Dursleys, the Chamber of Secrets, Cedric's death. Harry felt violated, exposed. Then something shifted. The forbidden powers rose to defend him. Dark energy flooded Harry's mind, creating barriers Snape couldn't breach. For a moment, Harry felt triumph. Then he was in Snape's mind. He saw flashes of memory. A young boy being bullied. James Potter and Sirius Black tormenting teenage Snape. His father laughing as Snape hung upside down, humiliated. Harry pulled back, gasping. Snape stood rigid, his face pale with fury. "How dare you? I didn't mean to." "Get out," Snape hissed. "And do not return." Harry fled. The incident ended the occlumency lessons. Snape refused to continue, and Dumbledore didn't force the issue. Harry was left vulnerable, his connection to Voldemort unguarded. It was a disaster waiting to happen. Umbridge's control over Hogwarts reached its peak in February. She'd been appointed High Inquisitor, giving her authority to inspect classes and dismiss teachers. Trelawney was fired. Dumbledore hired a centaur named Firenze to replace her, which enraged Umbridge further. The school felt like a prison. Educational decrees covered the walls. Students were forbidden from gathering in groups of more than 3. Quidditch was banned. And through it all, Dumbledore's army trained. They met in the Room of Requirement, a magical space that appeared when needed. Harry taught them everything he knew. Defense against the dark arts, dueling techniques, how to fight through fear. Neville Longbottom, once the worst student in their year, became proficient with stunning spells. Luna Lovegood mastered shield charms. Ginny developed a wicked bat bogey hex. Harry was proud of them all. But the forbidden powers grew restless. They wanted real combat, not practice sessions. They whispered that Harry should take his students and strike at Death Eaters directly, prove the Ministry wrong through action. Harry resisted. These were his friends, not soldiers. He wouldn't lead them into danger. Then came the vision that changed everything. It happened during exams. Harry's consciousness was pulled into Voldemort's mind with brutal force. He saw Sirius, bound and tortured in the Department of Mysteries. Heard his godfather's screams. Harry came back to himself gasping, his scar burning. "He has Sirius," Harry said. Voldemort has Sirius. Hermione looked skeptical. Harry, are you sure? It could be a trap. I saw him, Harry insisted. I heard him screaming. Then we contact the Order, Hermione said. Let them handle it. But Umbridge's monitoring meant using the flow network was impossible. Every fireplace was watched. Sending an owl would take too long. We have to go ourselves, Harry decided. To the Ministry. Ron asked. Harry, that's insane. Sirius is family, Harry said. I'm not leaving him to die. The Forbidden Powers agreed enthusiastically. They wanted confrontation, wanted to prove their strength against Voldemort's forces. Harry assembled a team: Hermione, Ron, Neville, Luna, and Ginny. 6 students against whatever waited at the Ministry. It should have felt suicidal. Instead, it felt right. They used thestrals, skeletal winged horses visible only to those who'd witnessed death, to fly to London. The journey was cold and frightening, but they pressed on. The Ministry of Magic at night was eerily empty. They descended to the Department of Mysteries, following Harry's vision memory. The corridors were familiar, unsettling. Harry's scar burned with proximity to something significant. They found the door from his dreams. It opened at Harry's touch, revealing a vast room filled with shelves. Glass spheres covered every surface, each one glowing with inner light. What is this place? Ginny whispered. The Hall of Prophecy, Hermione breathed. These are records of every prophecy ever made. Harry moved deeper into the room, searching for Sirius. The spheres seemed to call to him, especially one bearing a label with his name. Harry Potter, he read aloud. And the Dark Lord. Don't touch it, Hermione warned. But Harry's hand was already reaching. The moment he grasped the sphere, he understood, this was the weapon Voldemort sought. A prophecy about Harry and the Dark Lord. Applause echoed through the chamber. Death Eaters emerged from the shadows: Lucius Malfoy, Bellatrix Lestrange, and others. They surrounded Harry's group, wands raised. Very good, Potter, Lucius said smoothly. Now hand over the prophecy. Where's Sirius? Harry demanded. Bellatrix laughed, high and cruel. The Dark Lord showed you what you wanted to see. Your pathetic godfather is safe at home. Horror washed through Harry. It had been a trap. He'd led his friends into a trap. The prophecy, Lucius repeated. Give it to me, or your friends die. Harry looked at Hermione, Ron, Neville, Luna, Ginny. They stood ready to fight, despite being outnumbered 3-1. No, Harry said. Foolish boy, Lucius raised his wand. Stupefy. Harry shouted. The battle erupted. Spells flew in every direction. Harry's training kicked in: shield, dodge, counterattack. His friends fought brilliantly, holding their own against adult wizards. But they were losing ground. A curse grazed Hermione. Ron went down, bound by magical ropes. Neville fell clutching his nose. The Forbidden Powers screamed for release. Harry held them back, using only the magic he'd taught in DA. But it wasn't enough. They were children fighting Death Eaters. Surrender, Lucius commanded, or I kill them all. Harry's hand tightened on the prophecy. Then salvation arrived. Sirius, Remus, Tonks, Kingsley, and Moody burst into the chamber. The Order of the Phoenix had come. The tide of battle shifted immediately. The Death Eaters were forced back, scrambling to defend themselves against experienced Aurors. Sirius dueled Lucius with fierce joy. Get the kids out of here. Not without you, Harry shouted back. They fought through the Ministry's many chambers: the Hall of Prophecy, the Time Room, the Death Chamber. Harry kept the prophecy clutched tight, refusing to let it fall into Death Eater hands. In the Death Chamber, the battle reached its peak. Sirius and Bellatrix dueled on the raised platform, trading spells with deadly precision. Sirius was winning, driving his cousin back toward the ancient archway that dominated the room. Come on, you can do better than that. Sirius taunted. Bellatrix's face twisted with hatred. She cast a spell Harry didn't recognize. It struck Sirius in the chest. For a moment, Sirius looked surprised. Then he fell backward, through the veil. Gone. Sirius. Harry screamed. The Forbidden Powers erupted. Dark energy exploded from Harry with such force that every Death Eater in the room was thrown against the walls. The prophecy shattered in his hand, forgotten. All Harry could see was the veil, the archway, the place where Sirius had disappeared. He's gone, Harry, Remus said, grabbing his shoulders. You can't bring him back. No. Harry tore free, dark magic crackling around him. I can fix this. The powers can. They can't, Remus said gently. Death is final, even for the forbidden powers. Bellatrix fled, laughing. Harry chased her. He pursued her through the ministry, rage and grief fueling every step. The forbidden powers had never been stronger, never more eager to be used. In the atrium, Harry caught her. Crucio! He shouted, casting the Cruciatus curse. Bellatrix fell, screaming. But Harry's curse was weak. He didn't have enough hatred, enough desire to truly torture. You have to mean it, Potter, Bellatrix taunted. Righteous anger isn't enough. I'll show you enough, Harry snarled, raising his wand again. But before he could cast, Voldemort appeared. The Dark Lord materialized in a swirl of black smoke, his red eyes fixed on Harry with murderous intent. At last, Voldemort said. Alone. Harry faced him, the forbidden powers singing with anticipation. This was it. The confrontation they'd been building toward. Dumbledore arrived before Voldemort could strike. The headmaster and Dark Lord dueled with such power that the atrium shook. Statues animated, water became a prison, fire fought shadow. It was magic beyond anything Harry had ever witnessed. Voldemort tried to possess Harry mid-duel. The Dark Lord's consciousness invaded Harry's mind, trying to take control. The forbidden powers recognized their maker, tried to submit. But Harry fought back. He filled his mind with memories of love, Sirius's smile, his parents' sacrifice, Hermione and Ron's friendship. The forbidden powers retreated from that light, and Voldemort screamed. The possession failed. Voldemort fled as ministry officials arrived, witnessed at last. Fudge could no longer deny the truth. Voldemort had returned. The aftermath was chaos. The ministry formally acknowledged Voldemort's return. Fudge resigned in disgrace. Dumbledore was reinstated as chief warlock of the Wizengamot. But for Harry, none of it mattered. Sirius was dead. He sat in Dumbledore's office, numb, while the headmaster explained what the shattered prophecy had contained. Neither can live while the other survives, Dumbledore said gently. You and Voldemort are bound together. In the end, one of you must kill the other. Harry barely heard him. All he could think about was Sirius falling through the veil, gone forever. It's my fault, Harry whispered. I led them there. I believed the vision. Voldemort manipulated you, Dumbledore said. He knew how to exploit your love for Sirius. Then love is a weakness, Harry said bitterly. No, Dumbledore said firmly. Love is your greatest strength. It's why you could resist Voldemort's possession, why the forbidden powers haven't consumed you. Love is what makes you different from him. Harry wanted to believe that. But right now, love just felt like pain. The train ride home was silent. Harry sat with Hermione, Ron, Neville, Luna, and Ginny, the six who'd fought at the Department of Mysteries. They'd survived, but at terrible cost. I'm sorry, Harry said finally. I should never have brought you there. We chose to come, Hermione said. We knew the risks. Sirius would be proud, Ron added. You fought for what you believed in. That's what matters. Harry wasn't sure he agreed. But he was grateful for his friend's loyalty. The forbidden powers were different now. Quieter, subdued by Harry's grief. They'd felt his pain when Sirius died, had recognized the loss of someone important. It was the first time they'd shown something resembling empathy. Maybe they were changing. Or maybe Harry was just changing them. As the train pulled into King's Cross, Harry saw the Weasleys waiting on the platform. Mrs. Weasley immediately pulled him into a crushing hug. I'm so sorry about Sirius, she whispered. He loved you very much. Harry nodded, not trusting his voice. That summer, he would grieve. He would train. He would prepare for the war that was now inevitable. But right now, he just needed to breathe. To remember that despite the darkness inside him, despite the prophecy binding him to Voldemort, he was still Harry Potter. Still human. Still fighting. And as long as he had that, there was hope. Summer at the Burrow was different without Sirius. Harry threw himself into training with a desperation that worried his friends. Every morning before sunrise, he practiced magic in the fields surrounding the Weasley home. Combat spells, shields, techniques for channeling the forbidden powers without losing control. You're pushing too hard, Hermione said one morning, finding him exhausted and trembling after hours of practice. Not hard enough, Harry countered. Voldemort won't wait for me to be ready. Voldemort also doesn't care whether he destroys himself in the process, Hermione pointed out. You do. That's the difference. But Harry couldn't stop. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw Sirius falling through the veil. Heard his godfather's final laugh. The forbidden powers fed on his guilt, growing stronger even as they drained him. Dumbledore visited in late July. The headmaster looked older, more fragile. His right hand was blackened, withered, clearly injured by something dark. What happened? Harry asked immediately. A consequence of carelessness, Dumbledore said. But that is a story for another time. Today, I have a request. He explained his mission, to retrieve a memory from Horace Slughorn, a former potions professor who possessed information critical to defeating Voldemort. Harry would accompany Dumbledore, help convince Slughorn to return to Hogwarts. Why me? Harry asked. Because Horace collects talented students the way some collect rare books, Dumbledore explained. He will want you in his collection, the boy who lived, the one who faced Voldemort and survived repeatedly. Your presence will be persuasive. They apparated to a Muggle village where Slughorn was hiding. The house looked abandoned, furniture destroyed, blood on the walls. But Dumbledore wasn't fooled. With a wave of his wand, Slughorn was revealed, having transfigured himself into an armchair. Horace, Dumbledore said pleasantly. Redecorating, I see. Slughorn transformed back, looking embarrassed. Albus, I was just taking precautions. Death Eaters have been active. His eyes landed on Harry. Recognition and interest flickered across his face. Harry Potter. My word, you look just like your mother. You knew her? Harry asked. Lily Evans was one of my favorite students, Slughorn said warmly. Brilliant at potions. Natural talent. Over tea, Dumbledore and Harry worked their persuasion. Slughorn was reluctant, he'd retired to avoid Voldemort's attention. But the lure of teaching again, of having Harry Potter in his class, eventually won out. Very well, Slughorn agreed. One more year. But only one. As they left, Dumbledore smiled. Well done, Harry. Phase 1 complete. What's Phase 2? Harry asked. Convincing Horace to share a memory he's been hiding for decades, Dumbledore said. That will be considerably harder. 6th year began with new tensions. Draco Malfoy had become a Death Eater. Harry was certain of it, though he couldn't prove it. The Slytherin boy acted differently, nervous, secretive, disappearing for hours into the room of requirement. You're obsessing, Hermione said when Harry brought it up for the 10th time. Even if Draco is a Death Eater, what could he do inside Hogwarts? I don't know, Harry admitted. But I intend to find out. The forbidden powers agreed. They sensed dark magic around Draco, recognized the signature of Voldemort's influence. They wanted Harry to confront the boy, to eliminate the threat. Harry resisted. Confronting Draco without evidence would only make things worse. Meanwhile, Slughorn's class proved unexpectedly useful. The professor had a collection of old textbooks for students who hadn't purchased their own. Harry received a battered copy previously owned by someone called the Half-Blood Prince. The book was full of handwritten notes, spell improvements, shortcuts, entirely new hexes created by its mysterious previous owner. Using the prince's notes, Harry became the best student in potions for the first time. The spells worked brilliantly, the improvements legitimate. Where did you learn that technique? Slughorn asked after Harry performed a perfect draft of Living Death. Just followed the instructions, sir, Harry said, not mentioning the modified instructions from the prince's book. Hermione was suspicious of the book, warning Harry that using unknown spells was dangerous. But Harry ignored her concerns. The prince's magic felt right, powerful but controlled. The forbidden powers recognized something in the prince's spells, a darkness that complemented their own. But unlike most dark magic, these spells had restraint, creativity, intelligence behind them. Dumbledore's private lessons with Harry began in September. They used a pensieve to review memories, fragments of Voldemort's past, showing his transformation from Tom Riddle into the Dark Lord. Harry watched a young, brilliant student slowly descend into obsession with immortality and power. He split his soul, Dumbledore explained after one particularly disturbing memory. Created Horcruxes, objects containing fragments of his spirit. As long as they exist, Voldemort cannot truly die. How many? Harry asked. I believe he created 6, Dumbledore said. Though one was destroyed, Tom Riddle's diary, which you dealt with in your 2nd year. So 5 remain, Harry said. Plus the fragment in you, Dumbledore reminded him gently. 7 pieces total. Voldemort believed 7 was the most magically powerful number. Harry's stomach churned. To kill Voldemort permanently, all the Horcruxes must be destroyed. Yes, Dumbledore confirmed. And to destroy them, we must first find them. Over the following months, they worked to identify the Horcruxes. A ring that had belonged to Voldemort's grandfather, Dumbledore had already destroyed it, resulting in his injured hand. Slytherin's locket, Hufflepuff's cup, Ravenclaw's diadem, and Nagini the snake were likely candidates. Finding them will be difficult, Dumbledore said. Voldemort hid them carefully, protected them with dark magic. Then we start searching, Harry said. But first, they needed Slughorn's memory, the true one, not the modified version he'd shown Dumbledore years ago. In that memory was information about how many Horcruxes Voldemort had planned to create. Harry tried multiple approaches. Casual conversation, direct questions, guilt trips. Nothing worked. Slughorn dodged every attempt, clearly ashamed of whatever he'd told young Tom Riddle. Then Harry discovered Felix Felicis, liquid luck. Slughorn had offered a vial as a prize in class. Harry had won it using the Half-Blood Prince's instructions. Now, desperate for Slughorn's memory, Harry drank the potion. Everything became clear. Guided by Felix Felicis, Harry found Slughorn at Hagrid's cabin, grieving the death of a giant spider. Under the influence of luck and alcohol, Slughorn's defenses crumbled. He asked about Horcruxes, Slughorn said, his voice thick with shame. Tom Riddle. He wanted to know what would happen if a wizard split his soul not just once, but multiple times. 7 times. What did you tell him? Harry asked gently. I told him it was possible, Slughorn whispered. Theoretically. But I warned him of the consequences, the instability, the loss of humanity. I never thought he'd actually do it. Slughorn gave Harry the true memory. Dumbledore was pleased when Harry delivered it. Excellent work. This confirms my suspicions. Voldemort created 6 intentional Horcruxes, plus the accidental one in you. We know where to focus our search. Where do we start? Harry asked. With a cave by the sea, Dumbledore said. I believe I know where Voldemort hid one of his Horcruxes. And I will need your help to retrieve it. The mission came in June. Dumbledore and Harry apparated to a cliff overlooking dark waters. The cave entrance was hidden, accessible only through dangerous magic. The protections here are formidable, Dumbledore warned as they entered. Stay close to me. They navigated through darkness, across a lake filled with inferi, corpses reanimated by dark magic. At the center, a stone basin glowed with eerie light. The Horcruxes inside, Dumbledore said. To retrieve it, one must drink the potion filling the basin. Then I'll drink it, Harry said immediately. No, Dumbledore said. This task is mine. You must promise, no matter what I say, no matter how I beg, you will continue making me drink until the basin is empty. Harry nodded reluctantly. Dumbledore began to drink. The effect was immediate and horrifying. The headmaster weakened with each mouthful, clearly experiencing terrible visions. He begged Harry to stop, to let him rest, screamed that he couldn't continue. But Harry kept his promise. He forced Dumbledore to drink every drop. Finally, the basin was empty. A locket lay at the bottom. Harry grabbed it as Dumbledore collapsed. The headmaster was barely conscious, mumbling incoherently. Harry hauled him toward the exit. The inferi attacked. Corpses surged from the water, pale hands grasping. Harry fired spells desperately, but there were too many. They pulled him toward the lake, cold fingers digging into his flesh. The forbidden powers erupted. Dark fire exploded from Harry, incinerating inferi by the dozen. The power flowed without restraint, vast and terrible. Harry embraced it fully, using the darkness to protect Dumbledore. He drove the inferi back through sheer force, creating a path to the cave entrance. They escaped, though Harry was left shaking from the exertion. Back at Hogwarts, Dumbledore recovered enough to examine the locket. His expression fell. It's fake, he said quietly. Harry stared. What? Someone already took the real Horcrux. Left a note. Dumbledore opened the locket, revealing a message. To the Dark Lord, I know I will be dead long before you read this, but I want you to know that it was I who discovered your secret. I have stolen the real Horcrux and intend to destroy it. Signed, R.A.B. Despair washed through Harry. They'd risked everything for nothing. We'll find out who R.A.B. was, Dumbledore said. And we'll locate the real locket. This is a setback, not a defeat. But before they could investigate further, the dark mark appeared over Hogwarts. Death Eaters in the castle. Harry and Dumbledore raced up the astronomy tower, where the dark mark originated. They arrived to find Draco Malfoy, wand raised, facing them. Behind him, a hole in the castle's defenses, he'd been repairing a vanishing cabinet, creating a passageway for Death Eaters to enter. Draco, Dumbledore said gently. You don't have to do this. I do, Draco said, his wand shaking. He'll kill my family if I don't. More Death Eaters arrived, Bellatrix, Greyback, and others. Harry was frozen under his invisibility cloak, unable to move as Dumbledore had cast a body bind on him before they'd reached the tower. Go on, Draco, Bellatrix urged. Kill him. But Draco couldn't. His wand hand trembled, tears streaming down his face. Then Severus Snape arrived. Severus, Dumbledore said. Please. Something passed between them, understanding, resignation. Snape raised his wand. Avada Kedavra. Green light struck Dumbledore. The greatest wizard of the age fell backward, over the tower's edge. Gone. Harry's paralysis broke. Rage and grief exploded through him with the force of a hurricane. The forbidden powers responded, erupting with more strength than ever before. He chased Snape and the Death Eaters through the castle. Students and teachers fought Death Eaters throughout Hogwarts. The Weasleys, Lupin, Tonks, all defending the school. But Harry had eyes only for Snape. He cornered the traitor outside the castle gates. Fight me, Harry screamed. Coward, murderer. He hurled every curse he knew. The forbidden powers channeled through each spell, making them darker, more deadly than they'd ever been. Snape deflected them with contemptuous ease. You dare use my own spells against me, Potter. Snape snarled. I am the Half-Blood Prince. The revelation hit Harry like a physical blow. The book, the spells, they'd all belonged to Snape. You killed him, Harry said, his voice breaking. You killed Dumbledore. He was already dying, Snape said coldly. The curse from the ring was killing him slowly. I merely hastened the inevitable. Liar, Harry screamed. He cast the worst spell he knew, Sectum Sempra, one of Snape's own dark creations. Snape blocked it and struck back with such force that Harry was thrown to the ground. You are weak, Snape said. Pathetic. You'll never defeat the Dark Lord with that pitiful control. He vanished into the night with the other Death Eaters. Harry lay on the ground, broken. Dumbledore was dead. Snape had betrayed them. The Horcrux they'd risked everything for was fake. Everything was falling apart. The funeral was held by the lake. Hundreds attended, students, teachers, ministry officials, creatures from the Forbidden Forest. All mourning the loss of Albus Dumbledore. Harry sat with Hermione and Ron, numb. I'm not coming back next year, Harry said quietly. What? Hermione asked. I have to find the Horcruxes, Harry explained. Destroy them. It's what Dumbledore wanted. Then we're coming with you, Ron said immediately. It's too dangerous. We don't care, Hermione interrupted. You're not doing this alone. Harry looked at his friends, loyal, brave, refusing to abandon him. Thank you, he whispered. That night, Harry examined the fake locket. R.A.B. Someone had found a Horcrux and tried to destroy it. The forbidden powers whispered insights. R.A.B. could be Regulus Arcturus Black, Sirius's younger brother, a Death Eater who'd apparently turned against Voldemort. If that was true, the real locket might be at Grimmauld Place. Harry would search for it, would hunt down every Horcrux, would destroy them one by one, and then he would face Voldemort. The forbidden powers sang with anticipation. They'd tasted true battle in the cave, had been unleashed without restraint. They wanted more. Harry was afraid of what he might become in the coming war. But he was more afraid of what would happen if he failed. Dumbledore was gone. The war had truly begun. And Harry Potter was the only one who could end it. The summer after Dumbledore's death was the longest of Harry's life. He stayed at the Burrow, preparing for the mission ahead. The forbidden powers had grown stronger since the battle at the Astronomy Tower, feeding on Harry's grief and rage. They whispered constantly now, no longer background noise but active participants in his thoughts. You're losing control, Hermione observed one morning after Harry accidentally shattered a window with a burst of dark energy. I know, Harry admitted. Without Dumbledore's guidance, the powers are harder to contain. Then we find another way, Hermione said. Research, meditation, something. You can't go hunting Horcruxes if you might explode at any moment. She was right. Harry spent hours practicing control exercises, building mental walls, trying to separate his will from the powers, influence. Some days he succeeded. Other days, the darkness leaked through despite his best efforts. Ron tried to help by keeping things normal. Quidditch games in the yard, jokes at dinner, plans for their mission that made it seem less impossible. But even Ron couldn't hide his worry when he thought Harry wasn't looking. The wedding of Bill Weasley and Fleur Delacour brought a brief respite. For one day, they could pretend the war wasn't happening. Harry danced with Hermione and laughed at Ron's terrible rhythm. He watched families celebrate love in the midst of darkness. Then Death Eaters attacked. Chaos erupted as dark-robed figures apparated into the celebration. Guests scattered, spells flew. Harry fought alongside Order members, using the forbidden powers more freely than he had in months. Dark fire incinerated Death Eater shields. Shadow tendrils pulled enemies from their feet. Harry moved through the battle like a force of nature, terrible and beautiful. Harry, stop. Hermione grabbed his arm. You're going too far. He looked at his hands, wreathed in black flames that wouldn't extinguish. The forbidden powers had taken over mid-battle, acting on instinct rather than intention. Harry forced them down, the flames dying reluctantly. We need to leave, he said. Now. They disapparated to London. Grimmauld Place had become their base. The old Black family home was protected by powerful wards, hidden from Death Eaters and the Ministry alike. They searched the house thoroughly, looking for the locket R.A.B. had mentioned. Regulus Black, Hermione said, reading from a family tapestry. Sirius's younger brother. He was a Death Eater but apparently had second thoughts. So the locket might be here, Ron said. They tore the house apart. Creature, the ancient house elf who served the Blacks, initially refused to help. But when Harry asked about Regulus, the elf's demeanor changed. Master Regulus, Creature whispered. He ordered Creature to destroy the locket. But Creature failed. Through tears, Creature told them the story. Voldemort had used Creature to test the cave's defenses, leaving the elf to die. Regulus, furious at the mistreatment, had figured out Voldemort's Horcrux secret. He'd gone to the cave, drunk the poison himself, and ordered Creature to destroy the locket. Where is it now? Harry asked gently. Mundungus Fletcher stole it, Creature said bitterly. Took Master Regulus's locket and sold it. They tracked down Mundungus, who admitted selling the locket to Dolores Umbridge. Of course it's Umbridge, Ron groaned. Why is it always the worst people? They spent weeks planning. Umbridge now worked at the Ministry, conducting trials for Muggle-born witches and wizards accused of stealing magic. The Ministry had fallen to Voldemort's control, though few realized it yet. Infiltrating meant using Polyjuice Potion and assuming false identities. This is insane, Ron said as they prepared. We're breaking into the Ministry of Magic. We've done worse, Hermione pointed out. Have we though? Ron asked. Harry didn't answer. The forbidden powers sang with anticipation. They'd be walking into enemy territory, surrounded by dark wizards. The potential for combat made them eager. Harry hoped he could keep them controlled. The infiltration went wrong almost immediately. They managed to enter the Ministry using Polyjuice Potion, disguised as Ministry employees. But maintaining the charade while searching for Umbridge proved difficult. Harry's temper flared when he saw propaganda about Muggle-borns being inferior. The forbidden powers pressed against his control, wanting to lash out. Stay calm, Hermione whispered. We're almost there. They found Umbridge in a courtroom, conducting trials. The locket hung around her neck, Slytherin's locket, glowing faintly with dark magic. Harry's scar burned. The Horcrux recognized the powers inside him, called to them. We need a distraction, Hermione said. Ron created chaos by claiming there was a Dementor attack. In the confusion, Harry stunned Umbridge and grabbed the locket. The moment he touched it, pain exploded through his scar. The Horcrux and the forbidden powers collided, both trying to dominate Harry's consciousness. He saw flashes, Voldemort's thoughts, his locations, his rage at discovering another Horcrux stolen. Harry. Hermione's voice pulled him back. We have to go. They fled through the Ministry, their disguises failing. Alarms sounded. Aurors gave chase. Harry fought while running, hurling spells without thinking. The forbidden powers flowed freely, making him more dangerous than any three Aurors combined. They barely escaped. Apparating to the countryside, they landed in a heap. Harry's entire body shook from the magical exertion and the Horcrux's influence. "Don't put it on," Hermione warned as Harry stared at the locket. "I wasn't going to," Harry lied. But the Horcrux whispered temptations. Promises of power, of control, of answers to questions Harry had been asking since he first learned about the forbidden powers. They set up camp, warding the area against detection. "We need to destroy it," Ron said. "How?" That was the problem. Horcruxes were nearly indestructible. Dumbledore had used Gryffindor's sword, Goblin Made, able to absorb what made it stronger. Harry had destroyed the diary with a basilisk fang. "We need something powerful enough to break through dark magic," Hermione said. "Fiendfire might work, but that's incredibly dangerous. So we find the sword," Harry said. "Or another basilisk fang." "The sword was in Dumbledore's office," Hermione said. "Which is now controlled by Snape." They were stuck. They had a Horcrux but no way to destroy it. Days turned into weeks. They moved constantly, staying ahead of Death Eater patrols. The locket rotated between them, someone always wearing it to prevent it being lost or stolen. Its influence was insidious. Whoever wore the locket became irritable, paranoid, prone to dark thoughts. Ron's insecurities amplified. Hermione's fears intensified. And for Harry, the forbidden powers grew stronger. "We should take it off," Hermione said after a particularly bad argument. "No," Harry said. The locket felt warm against his chest, comfortable. "We need to keep it safe." "Harry, it's affecting you," Hermione insisted. "I can handle it," Harry snapped. But he couldn't. The locket fed the forbidden powers, gave them fuel. Combined with the Horcrux in his scar, Harry was carrying 2 pieces of Voldemort's soul. The darkness grew overwhelming. He started seeing things that weren't there. Hearing voices. Losing time. One night, he woke to find himself standing over Ron with his wand raised, dark energy crackling around him. "Harry!" Ron whispered, terrified. Harry dropped his wand, horror washing through him. "I didn't. I wasn't." "The locket," Hermione said, appearing from her tent. "It's too much for you. Between the powers and the Horcrux, you're losing yourself." "Take it off," Ron urged. Harry removed the locket with shaking hands. Immediately, clarity returned. The whispers faded to their usual background murmur. "I almost killed you," Harry said. "But you didn't," Ron said firmly. "You stopped yourself." "Barely," Harry muttered. They agreed Harry wouldn't wear the locket anymore. Ron and Hermione would split the duty. But the damage was done. Harry had seen how close he was to losing control completely. Winter arrived with brutal cold and dwindling hope. They were no closer to finding a way to destroy the Horcrux. No closer to locating the other Horcruxes. Ron's temper frayed under the locket's influence. One night, he exploded. "This is pointless," Ron shouted. "We're hiding, starving, getting nowhere. Dumbledore left us nothing. No plan, no weapons, no information. We're doing the best we can," Hermione said. "It's not enough," Ron yelled. "Harry's turning into a dark wizard, we're all going to die, and for what? Some vague mission from a dead man." "Ron," Harry started. "And you," Ron turned on him. "You bring us on this suicide mission, you almost kill me in my sleep, and I'm supposed to just trust you." The forbidden powers stirred, responding to the accusation. "I didn't ask you to come," Harry said, his voice cold. "Maybe I shouldn't have," Ron shot back. He grabbed the locket. "Maybe none of this is worth it." He disapparated. "Gone." Hermione collapsed, sobbing. Harry stood frozen, the forbidden powers whispering that Ron had been right to leave, that Harry was becoming a monster, that everyone would abandon him eventually. "He'll come back," Harry said, not believing it. "Will he?" Hermione asked through tears. Harry didn't have an answer. Weeks passed without Ron. Harry and Hermione continued alone. The silence was oppressive, filled only by the locket's whispers and the forbidden powers' constant murmur. "We need to destroy this thing," Harry said one night. "Before it destroys us." "I've been researching," Hermione said. "There might be another way. Fiendfire is one option, but so is destroying the container while it's open, when the soul fragment is vulnerable." "How do we open it?" Harry asked. "Parseltongue," Hermione said. "You speak to it." They set up the attempt on Christmas Day. Harry laid the locket on a stone, Gryffindor's sword, which had mysteriously appeared frozen in a pond, in his hand. Hermione stood back, wand ready in case something went wrong. "Open," Harry hissed in Parseltongue. The locket clicked open. Dark smoke poured out, taking shape. Voldemort's fragment manifested as visions, Harry's worst fears given form. He saw himself becoming a Dark Lord. Saw his friends dead because of him. Saw the forbidden powers consuming him entirely until nothing remained but darkness. Do it, Hermione shouted. Destroy it. Harry raised the sword. The vision changed, showing him powerful, respected, feared. Showing him what he could become if he embraced the forbidden powers fully. You could rule, the Horcrux whispered. You could end the war in days. All you have to do is stop fighting what you are. Harry's hand trembled. Part of him wanted it. Wanted the certainty, the power, the ability to protect everyone through sheer force. But he remembered Dumbledore's words. It is our choices that show what we truly are. I choose different, Harry said. He brought the sword down. The locket shattered. The Horcrux screamed, a sound of pure agony and rage. Then silence. Harry collapsed, breathing hard. One Horcrux destroyed. Several more to find. You did it, Hermione said, relief evident in her voice. But Harry felt hollow. Destroying the Horcrux had drained something from him. The forbidden powers were subdued, almost sulking at being denied the chance to join with Voldemort's fragment. We need to find the others, Harry said. Before I lose the ability to resist them. The next breakthrough came from an unexpected source. Luna Lovegood's father published an article supporting Harry. Death Eaters responded by kidnapping Luna. Harry felt responsible, another person hurt because of him. But investigating the Lovegoods led to information about the Deathly Hallows. 3 objects, Mr. Lovegood explained. The Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, and the Cloak of Invisibility. United, they make one Master of Death. Harry possessed the cloak, a family heirloom. The wand was somewhere unknown. The stone was supposedly lost. Voldemort is searching for the wand, Hermione realized. That's why he's been interrogating wandmakers. The Elder Wand, the most powerful wand in existence. In Voldemort's hands, it would make him nearly unstoppable. Unless Harry found it first. But pursuing the Hallows meant delaying the Horcrux hunt. And every day the forbidden powers grew stronger, Harry's control more tenuous. We focus on Horcruxes, Harry decided. The Hallows are a distraction. They continued their search through the winter. Each day was a struggle, against the cold, against hunger, against the darkness growing inside Harry. But they persevered, because giving up meant Voldemort won. And Harry refused to let that happen. Spring brought renewed hope. Ron returned, saved Harry from drowning in an ice-cold pond, destroyed a Horcrux using Gryffindor's sword, and begged forgiveness. The trio was whole again. I'm sorry, Ron said for the 100th time. The locket got in my head, made me think terrible things. We know, Harry said. We've all felt it. With Ron back, their progress accelerated. They learned about Hufflepuff's cup being hidden in the Lestrange vault at Gringotts. Breaking into the bank would be near impossible, but they had no choice. The forbidden powers stirred with anticipation. Another Horcrux meant another piece of Voldemort to destroy, or absorb. Harry pushed that thought away. They enlisted help from Griphook, a goblin who'd escaped from Malfoy Manor. In exchange for Gryffindor's sword, he agreed to guide them into the vault. The heist was chaotic. Hermione used Polyjuice Potion to impersonate Bellatrix Lestrange. They bluffed their way past security, rode a dragon through underground caverns, and finally reached the vault. Inside, treasures beyond imagining, and the Horcrux. Hufflepuff's cup sat among cursed gold, radiating dark power. The moment Harry touched it, his scar exploded with pain. Voldemort knew. He felt Harry destroying his Horcruxes. We need to leave, Harry gasped. Now. They escaped on the vault's dragon, bursting through the bank's roof in a shower of stone and flame. The creature carried them across London before they released it over open water. 3 Horcruxes destroyed. 3 remained, Nagini, Ravenclaw's diadem, and the fragment in Harry. But Voldemort's fury at the theft reached Harry through their connection. The Dark Lord was gathering his forces, preparing for the final confrontation. At Hogwarts. He's going there, Harry said. He thinks the last Horcrux is hidden at the school. Then we go too, Hermione said. They apparated to Hogsmeade. Hogwarts had changed. Death Eaters controlled the school now. Snape was headmaster. The Carrows, sadistic siblings, terrorized students. But resistance remained. Neville Longbottom had rebuilt Dumbledore's army. Students fought back through small acts of defiance, protecting each other from the Caro's cruelty. Harry. Neville embraced him when they snuck into the school. Everyone thought you were dead. Not yet, Harry said. We need to find something. Ravenclaw's diadem. The room of requirement became their base. The DA had been hiding there, using the room's protections. Harry explained about Horcruxes, about the final battle coming. We'll fight with you, Neville said. All of us. Students from every house agreed. Even some Slytherins, horrified by what Voldemort represented, chose to stand against him. Harry felt the weight of their trust. These were children, most younger than him. They shouldn't have to fight a war. But Voldemort didn't care about should or shouldn't. The Forbidden Powers whispered strategies, showed Harry how to use the students as weapons, how to sacrifice them to win. Harry rejected every suggestion. No one fights unless they choose to, he told Neville. No one dies for me. McGonagall, now, leading the resistance within Hogwarts, organized defenses. Professors erected shields around the castle. Older students prepared for battle. The younger ones were evacuated. You've grown, McGonagall told Harry. Into someone I'm proud to have taught. Her words meant more than she knew. Voldemort's army arrived at sunset. Death Eaters, giants, Dementors, and dark creatures Harry couldn't name. They surrounded Hogwarts, waiting for their master's command. Voldemort himself appeared, tall, pale, terrible. Harry Potter, his voice echoed across the grounds. I know you're inside. Come out and face me. Surrender, and I'll spare your friends. The Forbidden Powers surged, eager for confrontation. Not yet, Harry muttered. First the diadem. They searched desperately through the room of requirement. Thousands of hidden objects, centuries of secrets. Finding one diadem seemed impossible. Then Harry remembered Voldemort's memories, his arrogance. The Dark Lord thought himself clever, hiding the Horcrux in plain sight. The room where everything is hidden, Harry said. It's here. They found it, Ravenclaw's diadem, tarnished but unmistakable. But before Harry could destroy it, Draco, Crabbe, and Goyle appeared. Going somewhere, Potter. Draco's voice shook. A duel erupted. Crabbe, drunk on dark power, cast fiendfire, cursed flames that consumed everything. The fire spread through the room of requirement, devouring centuries of accumulated magic. Run! Harry shouted. They fled through burning wreckage. Harry grabbed Draco as the Slytherin fell. Ron pulled Goyle from the flames. Only Crabbe was lost, consumed by the fire he'd created. Behind them, the fiendfire destroyed the diadem. 4 Horcruxes gone. 2 remained. The battle began in earnest. Voldemort's forces breached Hogwarts' shields. Death Eaters poured into the castle. Students and teachers fought desperately, defending their home. Harry moved through the chaos, searching for Nagini, the snake Horcrux. The Forbidden Powers flowed freely now, no longer restrained. Dark magic and light fought side by side as Harry defended his friends. He saw Fred Weasley fall to an explosion. Watched Remus and Tonks die fighting side by side. Witnessed Lavender Brown torn apart by Fenrir Greyback. Each death fed the darkness inside him. This is war, the Forbidden Powers whispered. This is what you were made for. Accept us fully. End this. Harry wanted to unleash everything, to make Voldemort pay for every life lost. But that was exactly what the Dark Lord wanted, for Harry to become like him. In the Great Hall, Harry confronted Voldemort. It ends tonight, Harry said. Yes, Voldemort agreed. One of us dies. Both of us might, Harry corrected. Because I know something you don't. He'd figured it out, the pattern in Dumbledore's lessons, the reason Snape had killed the headmaster. Everything pointed to one terrible truth. Harry was the final Horcrux. The fragment in his scar couldn't be destroyed without killing him. You have to die, Voldemort said. The prophecy demands it. I know, Harry said. The revelation had come in the chaos of battle, triggered by something Snape's memories revealed. The professor, a double agent all along, had loved Harry's mother. Had protected Harry for her sake. Had killed Dumbledore at the headmaster's request, to spare him a worse death. And Snape's final message, given through dying thoughts Harry absorbed through their magical connection, the boy must die. Harry turned to his friends, Ron, Hermione, Neville, Ginny. Keep fighting. Destroy Nagini. I have to do something. Harry, no, Hermione understood immediately. There has to be another way. There isn't, Harry said. This was always how it had to end. He walked into the forbidden forest alone. Voldemort waited with Nagini and his Death Eaters. You came, the Dark Lord said. I knew you would. The hero, sacrificing himself. Just finish it, Harry said. He didn't fight as Voldemort raised his wand. Didn't resist as the curse left the Dark Lord's lips. Avada Kedavra. Green light consumed everything. Harry woke in a place between life and death. King's Cross Station, but clean, pure, bathed in white light. Dumbledore sat nearby, smiling gently. Hello, Harry, the headmaster said. Am I dead? Harry asked. That depends, Dumbledore said. On what you choose. He explained. When Voldemort took Harry's blood during his resurrection, he anchored Harry to life. The killing curse destroyed only the Horcrux, not Harry himself. You can return, Dumbledore said. Finish this. What about the forbidden powers? Harry asked. If I go back, they're still inside me. They're part of you now, Dumbledore said. Changed by your choices, shaped by your will. They're no longer Voldemort's legacy, they're yours. Harry looked at his hands. The darkness was still there, would always be there. But it was his to command, not the other way around. I'm going back, Harry decided. I knew you would, Dumbledore said. You've made me so proud, Harry. The white light faded. Harry woke in Voldemort's arms. The Dark Lord carried him like a trophy, displaying him to the defenders of Hogwarts. Harry Potter is dead. Neville broke free from the crowd, defiant even in despair. Voldemort forced the Sorting Hat onto his head, set it aflame. But Neville pulled Gryffindor's sword from the burning hat. And beheaded Nagini with one stroke. The last Horcrux destroyed. Voldemort screamed. Harry rolled free, wand in hand. The final duel began. They fought through the castle, their spells colliding with devastating force. Harry used everything, Dumbledore's teachings, Moody's tactics, Snape's clever hexes. The forbidden powers flowed through him, controlled now, weapons rather than masters. You're strong, Voldemort admitted. Stronger than I anticipated. But you're still just a boy. And you're still just a man, Harry said. A man who feared death so much he destroyed his own humanity. They dueled into the Great Hall, where the remaining fighters gathered. Both sides watched, holding their fire, as the two most powerful wizards of the age fought for the fate of the world. Voldemort cast the killing curse. Harry cast Expelliarmus. The spells met, but this time was different. Voldemort's wand, the Elder Wand, recognized its true master. Harry had disarmed Draco, who'd disarmed Dumbledore. The wand's allegiance belonged to Harry. It refused to kill him. The killing curse rebounded. Voldemort fell, truly dead at last. Silence. Then cheers erupted. Defenders of Hogwarts embraced, crying with relief and grief. The war was over. Harry stood alone in the chaos, feeling hollowed out. The forbidden powers had quieted, finally satisfied. Voldemort's death had completed something in them, brought closure to the centuries-old cycle of Dark Lords. You did it, Hermione said, appearing at his side with Ron. You actually did it. We did it, Harry corrected. All of us. The Great Hall filled with survivors. They mourned the dead, Fred, Remus, Tonks, Colin Creevey, so many others. They celebrated victory even as they grieved. Harry slipped away from the crowds. On the astronomy tower, where Dumbledore had died, Harry stood alone, processing everything. The war was over. Voldemort was dead. The forbidden powers remained, but they were changed. No longer the legacy of Dark Lords, but Harry's own to control. What now? He wondered aloud. The world would rebuild. Trials would be held. Life would continue. And Harry would finally have the chance to live without prophecy, without destiny, without the weight of the wizarding world on his shoulders. He would teach. Share what he'd learned about controlling dark powers, about choosing light even when darkness whispered temptation. He would love. Build a family, create the home he'd always wanted. He would remember. Honor those who fell, ensure their sacrifices meant something. You did well, a voice said. Harry turned. Dumbledore stood there, not solid, but translucent, a ghost or perhaps just a memory. Thank you, Harry said. For everything. Thank yourself, Dumbledore replied. You made every choice that mattered. You proved that darkness doesn't have to define us. That we can carry shadows and still choose light. The ghost faded. Harry remained, watching dawn break over Hogwarts. A new day. A new world. A new life. The forbidden powers whispered one final time. What will you do with us now? Harry smiled. We'll figure it out. Together. Because that was the secret Voldemort never learned. Power didn't have to corrupt. Darkness didn't have to consume. If you held fast to who you were, if you remembered what mattered, if you chose kindness over cruelty and love over fear, you could carry any burden. Even the forbidden powers of the Dark Lords. And still be human. Still be good. Still be Harry Potter. End of chapter 14. Epilogue. 19 years later. Platform 9 3/4 bustled with activity. Harry Potter, now 37, graying at the temples, carrying the comfortable weight of adulthood, stood with his family. His wife Ginny, his children James, Albus, and Lily. Dad, Albus said nervously. What if I'm sorted into Slytherin? Harry knelt to meet his son's eyes. Then Slytherin will have gained a wonderful student. Your house doesn't define you, Albus. Your choices do. But the forbidden powers, Albus whispered. What if I inherited them? Harry had wondered about this. The powers remained, still whispering occasionally, still requiring vigilance. Whether they'd pass to his children was unknown. If you did, Harry said gently, then we'll help you learn to control them. Just like Grandpa Dumbledore and Uncle Hermione and Uncle Ron helped me. You're not alone. Albus nodded, reassured. As the Hogwarts Express pulled away, Harry watched his children disappear into the distance. Ginny took his hand. They'll be fine, she said. I know, Harry agreed. They're stronger than I was at their age. Because they'd grown up in a world where darkness was acknowledged but not feared. Where power was taught to be controlled, not suppressed. Where carrying shadows didn't mean becoming a monster. Harry had spent 19 years teaching at Hogwarts, helping students understand their own darkness. He'd written books about the forbidden powers, making the knowledge accessible to those who might carry similar burdens. The whispers of Dark Lords had faded to nothing. And Harry Potter, the boy who carried forbidden darkness and chose light anyway, had finally found peace. The scar on his forehead had stopped hurting years ago. The darkness inside him had become just another part of who he was. And that was enough. The world didn't stop for grief. 3 days after Voldemort's defeat, the Ministry demanded Harry's presence. Trials were beginning, Death Eaters, collaborators, those who'd enabled the regime. They needed Harry's testimony, his memories, his judgment. I'm not a judge, Harry told Kingsley Shacklebolt, the new Minister of Magic. No, Kingsley agreed. But you're a symbol. People need to see you supporting justice, not vengeance. Harry understood the distinction. The forbidden powers whispered that vengeance would be satisfying, that making the Death Eaters suffer would honor those who died. But vengeance was the path Voldemort had walked. Justice was different, harder, better. The trials consumed weeks. Harry testified about the Death Eaters he'd encountered, about their crimes, about the dark magic they'd wielded. He watched as some were sentenced to Azkaban, others to community service and magical rehabilitation. Draco Malfoy's trial was particularly difficult. He tried to kill Dumbledore, someone shouted from the gallery. He let Death Eaters into Hogwarts. He also hesitated, Harry said, standing to address the Wizengamot. He couldn't do it, and in the room of requirement, he didn't identify as even though he recognized me. That choice saved lives. The forbidden powers disagreed. They saw Draco as an enemy, someone who'd sided with darkness and deserved punishment. But Harry had learned that people were more complicated than dark or light. Draco had made terrible choices under terrible pressure. That didn't erase his crimes, but it provided context. Community service, the Wizengamot decided. 5 years of service to Muggle-born communities, rebuilding what the war destroyed. Draco met Harry's eyes as he left the courtroom. No words were exchanged, but something passed between them. Not forgiveness exactly. Recognition, perhaps. That they'd both carried darkness and made different choices. Hogwarts reopened in September. McGonagall had become headmistress permanently. She'd spent the summer overseeing repairs, physical and magical. The castle had been wounded by the battle, its ancient stones cracked, its protections weakened. We need teachers, McGonagall told Harry during a visit. Defense against the dark arts particularly. The position is still cursed, but I'm hoping Voldemort's death broke that. Harry hadn't considered teaching. He was 18, barely an adult himself. You've faced more darkness than most wizards encounter in a lifetime, McGonagall continued. And you've learned to control it. That makes you uniquely qualified. I'm not qualified to teach, Harry protested. Dumbledore wasn't qualified when he started either, McGonagall said. But he learned. As will you. Harry thought about it. He could work as an Auror, hunting down remaining Death Eaters. Could retire into obscurity, try to live a normal life. Or he could share what he'd learned, help the next generation face their own darkness. I'll do it, he said. On one condition. Which is, I teach honestly, Harry said. No hiding the reality of dark magic. No pretending it doesn't exist or isn't tempting. Students need to understand what they might face. McGonagall studied him. That's unconventional. So am I, Harry pointed out. Very well, McGonagall agreed. But you'll need to finish your own education first. Come back as a student for 1 year, complete your NEWTs, then we'll discuss employment. Harry had missed his 7th year due to Horcrux hunting. Returning to Hogwarts as a student felt strange, but necessary. He needed closure, needed to experience the school without war hanging over it. Ron and Hermione agreed to return as well. Along with most of their year, students who'd fought in the battle, who'd missed their education for the war effort. It would be the strangest 7th year in Hogwarts history. Platform 9 3/4 felt different in peacetime. Families laughed, children ran excitedly, no one looked over their shoulder for Death Eaters. Harry stood with the Weasleys, watching the controlled chaos. Nervous? Ginny asked. They'd grown closer since the battle. Not dating exactly, both were too raw, too damaged for romance. But something existed between them, an understanding born from shared trauma. Terrified, Harry admitted. What if I don't fit anymore? Everything's changed. Then we'll figure it out together, Ginny said. Like we always do. The Hogwarts Express journey was surreal. Students treated Harry like a celebrity, asking for autographs, retelling exaggerated versions of his exploits. He hated every moment. You're a legend, Hermione said. Except it. I'm just Harry, he muttered. You're Harry Potter who defeated Voldemort, Ron corrected. That's not just anything. The forbidden powers stirred at the attention. They enjoyed being recognized, being feared and respected. Harry pushed them down, uncomfortable with the adulation. He'd fought Voldemort to protect people, not to become famous. Hogwarts looked the same yet different. Repairs were evident, new stones in the walls, fresh paint, magical reinforcements. But the atmosphere had changed. Lighter, freer, no longer overshadowed by fear. The sorting ceremony included an unusually large first-year class, children who'd delayed attending during the war. Harry watched as they were sorted, remembering his own first night. So much had changed since then. McGonagall gave a speech welcoming everyone back. She spoke of loss, of healing, of moving forward without forgetting the past. Many students cried, Harry among them. This year will not be easy, McGonagall concluded. But it will be ours. To learn, to grow, to rebuild what was broken. Together. The Great Hall erupted in applause. Classes resumed with unexpected intensity. The professors, many of whom had fought in the battle, taught with renewed purpose. They pushed students harder, demanded more, prepared them for a world that had proven dangerous. Defense against the dark arts was taught by a new professor, a scarred woman named Professor Alara who'd been an unspeakable in the Department of Mysteries. She was brilliant, demanding, and utterly humorless. Dark magic is real, she said during their first lesson. It's tempting. And some of you, her eyes landed on Harry, carry it inside you. My job is to teach you to recognize it, resist it, and when necessary, defend against it. She was the first teacher to openly acknowledge that dark magic wasn't just external. That some wizards carried darkness as part of their nature. Harry appreciated the honesty. They practiced advanced defensive spells, studied dark creatures, learned to recognize when someone was under the Imperious Curse or had been exposed to dark artifacts. Mr. Potter, Professor Alara called during one lesson. Demonstrate a Patronus, please. Harry raised his wand. Expecto Patronum. His stag burst forth, silver and strong. But something was different. Shadows flickered within the light, dark tendrils mixing with the bright energy. Students gasped. Interesting, Professor Alara said. Your Patronus has integrated your darkness. That's unprecedented. Is it dangerous? Harry asked. Dangerous? No. Powerful. Absolutely. She studied the hybrid Patronus with fascination. You've achieved something most wizards never manage, true balance between light and dark. Your Patronus reflects that. The forbidden powers hummed with satisfaction. They'd merged with Harry's core magic so completely that even his protective spells bore their mark. Harry wasn't sure whether to feel proud or frightened. November brought the first major challenge. A group of younger students, fourth years, discovered a dark artifact in the room of requirement. A cursed mirror that showed viewers their heart's darkest desire, then consumed them trying to fulfill it. 2 students were hospitalized before Harry intervened. He found the mirror radiating malevolent energy, calling to anyone who looked at it. The forbidden powers recognized the magic, ancient, predatory, designed to corrupt. Don't look at it, Harry warned the gathered crowd. But he had to. Someone needed to understand the curse before they could break it. Harry met his reflection. The mirror showed him powerful beyond measure, standing atop a mountain of defeated enemies. Showed him feared and respected, never questioned, never challenged. Showed him as a dark lord more terrible than Voldemort ever was. The forbidden powers surged, wanting that vision to become reality. Harry closed his eyes. No, he said firmly. That's not what I want. Isn't it? The mirror whispered. You could protect everyone. Keep them safe forever. All you need is absolute power. I tried that, Harry said. In the war, every time I let the powers take full control, I lost a piece of myself. That's not protection. That's tyranny. He raised his wand and destroyed the mirror. Dark energy exploded outward. Harry absorbed it instinctively, the forbidden powers converting the curse into raw magic. It hurt, like swallowing broken glass, but he managed. When the smoke cleared, students stared at him with a mixture of awe and fear. That's why dark artifacts are dangerous, Harry said, breathing hard. They promise you what you want most, then twist it into something monstrous. Never trust them. The incident spread through school. Harry Potter, defeating dark magic again. The legend growing. He hated it. December brought a different kind of challenge. Ginny kissed him under mistletoe in the common room. It wasn't their first kiss, they'd dated before the war, but it felt different now. More real. More possible. I've been waiting for you to make a move, Ginny said when they separated. But apparently I needed to do it myself. I didn't want to assume, Harry said. After everything, I want normal, Ginny interrupted. Or as normal as dating Harry Potter can be. Is that something you want? The forbidden powers had no opinion on romance. They were tools of war and power, not love. Which meant this decision was entirely Harry's. Yes, he said. I want that. They dated through winter. It was surprisingly ordinary, studying together, walking by the lake, stolen moments between classes. The rest of the school watched with interest, but mostly gave them privacy. Ron was weird about it at first. That's my sister, he said to Harry one evening. If you hurt her, you'll hex me into next week, Harry finished. I know. But Ron, I care about her. I'm not going to hurt her on purpose. On purpose is the problem, Ron muttered. You attract danger like moths to flame. Then I'll protect her, Harry promised. You'd better, Ron said. But he was smiling. Hermione was more supportive. You deserve happiness, she told Harry. After everything you've sacrificed, you deserve to be happy. I don't know if I remember how, Harry admitted. Then learn, Hermione said. That's what this year is for. Learning to live again. It was harder than fighting Voldemort in some ways. Opening himself to vulnerability, to caring about someone who could be hurt, to feeling joy despite the grief that still weighed on him. But gradually, Harry remembered what happiness felt like. Spring brought NEWT exams. Harry studied obsessively, determined to prove he could succeed through knowledge rather than just power. The forbidden powers offered shortcuts, spells that could extract information from books, curses that could influence examiners. Harry refused every suggestion. I'm doing this honestly, he told them. Or not at all. The practical exams were particularly intense. Defense against the dark arts required demonstrating mastery of multiple disciplines, dueling, creature defense, curse breaking, protective magic. Harry's examiner was a stern wizard named Tiberius who'd lost an eye to dark magic. Show me a Patronus, Tiberius commanded. Harry cast it. His hybrid Patronus, silver light threaded with shadow, burst forth. Tiberius studied it carefully. Unusual. Explain. I carry dark magic as part of my nature, Harry said. The forbidden powers of past Dark Lords. My Patronus reflects that integration, light and dark coexisting. Can you control it? Yes. Prove it. Tiberius cast a series of dark curses. Harry defended using his Patronus, which shifted between pure light and shadowed power depending on what was needed. It was beautiful and terrifying in equal measure. Extraordinary, Tiberius said when they finished. You've achieved what most theorists consider impossible, voluntary control of inherited dark magic. That's outstanding level work. Harry felt pride he hadn't expected. Not because of power, but because of mastery. He'd proven he could control the darkness through skill and discipline. The written exams were harder. Potions theory, transfiguration equations, charms analysis. Harry struggled through them, grateful for Hermione's tutoring. When results arrived in July, Harry had passed everything. Not with top marks, Hermione beat him in most subjects, but solidly. He'd earned his NEWTs through effort rather than shortcuts. It felt like winning. The graduation ceremony was bittersweet. They wore traditional robes, walked across the stage, received their certificates from McGonagall. The Great Hall erupted in applause as each student's name was called. When Harry's turn came, the applause intensified to a roar. "Harry Potter," McGonagall announced. "Who reminds us that darkness can be carried without surrendering to it? Who showed us that courage means choosing the difficult path repeatedly?" Harry accepted his certificate, uncomfortable with the attention but grateful for the recognition. After the ceremony, McGonagall approached him privately. "I meant what I said last year," she said. "The defense against the dark arts position is yours if you want it." Harry had thought about this constantly. Teaching meant staying at Hogwarts, meant facing his past every day. But it also meant helping others avoid his mistakes. "I want it," Harry said. "But I have conditions. I'd expect nothing less." "I teach the truth," Harry said. "About dark magic, about temptation, about how easy it is to justify terrible things. Some students carry darkness like I do. They need to understand they're not monsters." "Agreed," McGonagall said. "And I need time off for therapy," Harry continued. "I'm seeing a mind healer about the trauma. I won't be effective if I'm breaking down in class." "That's wise," McGonagall said. "Anything else?" "Just one thing," Harry said. "If I start losing control, if the forbidden powers start taking over, promise you'll stop me. Whatever it takes." McGonagall's expression was pained. "Harry, promise me," Harry insisted. "I won't become what I fought against. If I start down that path, I need someone willing to end it." "You won't go down that path," McGonagall said. "But yes, if it comes to that, I promise." They shook hands, sealing the agreement. Professor Harry Potter. It had a strange ring to it. But it felt right. That summer, Harry moved into Hogwarts permanently. His quarters were in a tower overlooking the lake, modest but comfortable. He spent weeks preparing lesson plans, designing curriculum, figuring out how to teach what he'd learned through trauma. Hermione helped, offering pedagogical advice. "You can't just tell them, dark magic is bad," she said. "They need to understand why, how it works, what makes it tempting." "I was planning to show them," Harry said. "Show them what?" "The forbidden powers," Harry said. "In a controlled environment. Let them see what dark magic actually looks like, feels like. Then teach them to recognize and resist it." Hermione looked uncertain. "That's risky." "All education is risky," Harry countered. "But ignorance is more dangerous." Ron, who'd decided to become an Auror, visited frequently. "Teaching kids," he said, shaking his head. "Never thought you'd go down that path." "Neither did I," Harry admitted. "But someone has to prepare them for the world as it actually is. Might as well be someone who's survived it." Ginny, now playing professional Quidditch for the Holyhead Harpies, spent her offseason at Hogwarts. Their relationship had deepened through the year, becoming something solid and lasting. "Are you ready for this?" she asked the night before term started. "No," Harry said honestly. "But I don't think anyone's ever really ready to teach." "You'll be brilliant," Ginny said. "You always are when it matters." Harry hoped she was right. As the new school year approached, Harry stood in his classroom, looking at the empty desks that would soon fill with students. Young witches and wizards who needed guidance, protection, knowledge. The forbidden powers whispered their usual temptations. You could shape them into weapons. Create an army loyal to you. Ensure no one ever threatens the peace again. That's not teaching, Harry said aloud. That's indoctrination. What's the difference? Choice, Harry said. I'll give them knowledge and let them choose what to do with it. That's the difference between a teacher and a Dark Lord. The powers subsided, accepting his decision. Harry took a deep breath. Tomorrow, he would face his first class. Would try to pass on what he'd learned. Would prove that darkness could be acknowledged without being embraced. He was terrified, but he was ready. The first day of term arrived with autumn rain. Harry stood at the front of his classroom, watching students file in. Fifth years, all of them looking nervous. They'd heard rumors about the new professor, Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the one who defeated Voldemort. They expected a hero. Harry planned to give them a teacher. "Good morning," he said once they'd settled. "I'm Professor Potter. Before we begin, I need to establish something. Whatever you've heard about me, whatever legends exist, forget them. In this classroom, I'm not the chosen one or the savior of the wizarding world. I'm your teacher. Nothing more, nothing less." A Ravenclaw girl raised her hand. "But sir, you did defeat you-know-who." "I did," Harry confirmed. "And that experience taught me things most witches and wizards never learn. That's what I'm here to share, not glory stories, but genuine knowledge about defending yourself against dark magic." He gestured to a covered object at the front of the room. "Who can tell me what dark magic actually is?" Hands shot up. Harry called on a Hufflepuff boy. "Magic that's evil, sir." "Wrong," Harry said. "Magic has no morality. It's a tool. What makes it dark is intention and effect. The killing curse isn't evil because it uses dark energy, it's evil because it exists solely to murder." He pulled the cover off, revealing a dark artifact, a cursed necklace that had nearly killed Katie Bell years ago. Students recoiled. "This," Harry said, "is what you need to recognize. Not because it glows with evil light or announces its danger, but because it radiates a specific magical signature. Who can sense it?" Silence. "Close your eyes," Harry instructed. "Reach out with your magic. Feel the object." The forbidden powers stirred as students attempted the exercise. Harry kept them controlled, channeling just enough energy to demonstrate the signature without overwhelming anyone. "I feel cold," someone whispered. "Exactly," Harry said. "Dark artifacts radiate cold, hunger, wrongness. Your magic naturally recoils from them. That's your first defense, listening to your instincts." He spent the rest of the class teaching them to recognize dark magic by feel rather than sight. It was advanced material, usually taught to Aurors. But Harry believed students needed practical knowledge, not theoretical platitudes. After class, a Slytherin student lingered. "Professor," she said nervously. "My family, they supported you-know-who during the war. Does that mean I'm dark? That I'll end up like them?" Harry recognized the fear in her eyes. He'd felt it himself countless times. "No," he said firmly. "Your family's choices don't define you. Your choices do. I carry the forbidden powers, literally inherited dark magic from Dark Lords. But I'm not evil because I choose not to be. Every day, I choose differently. You can too." Relief flooded her face. "Thank you, sir." After she left, Harry sagged against his desk. One class down. Hundreds more to go. The students challenged him constantly. They asked difficult questions. Why not just ban dark magic entirely? How do you know when you're going too far? What if using dark magic is the only way to save someone? Harry answered honestly. Sometimes that meant admitting he didn't know. Sometimes it meant sharing his own failures. "I almost became a Dark Lord," he told a 7th-year class. "During the war, I used the forbidden powers extensively. There were moments when I enjoyed the destruction, when I wanted to dominate my enemies completely. That's how it starts, with justified anger and righteous fury. Then, slowly, you stop seeing people as people. They become obstacles, threats, things to be eliminated." "How did you stop?" a student asked. "Friends," Harry said. "People who reminded me who I was when I forgot. Hermione and Ron, primarily. But also Dumbledore's teachings, even after he died. And daily choice, waking up each morning and deciding not to give in to the darkness." The forbidden powers hummed their displeasure at being discussed so openly. They preferred secrecy, mystery. But Harry refused to hide them. Transparency was the only way to teach about darkness. One afternoon, a 6th-year Gryffindor approached with an unusual request. "Professor Potter, I think I might have something like what you have." The powers, I mean. Harry's attention sharpened. Explain. The student, Marcus, demonstrated. Dark energy flickered around his hands, responding to his will but unstable, dangerous. My grandfather was a dark wizard, Marcus said. Died in Azkaban. I think he left something in our bloodline. Harry recognized the signs immediately. Not the forbidden powers exactly, but something similar. Inherited dark magic that could corrupt if left uncontrolled. We'll work on this together, Harry said. Private lessons, twice a week. I'll teach you what Dumbledore taught me, control, discipline, separation of will from power. You'll help me. Marcus looked stunned. That's what I'm here for, Harry said. You're not alone in this. Over the following months, Harry trained Marcus using techniques Dumbledore had developed. Occlumency to compartmentalize the darkness. Meditation to strengthen mental barriers. Practical exercises in channeling dark energy safely. It was exhausting work. Some days Marcus made progress. Other days he regressed, the power overwhelming him. But he didn't give up. And neither did Harry. Christmas brought unexpected complications. Several students stayed at Hogwarts over the holiday. Harry organized activities, dueling practice, magical theory discussions, even a trip to Hogsmeade. One evening, he found a third-year Slytherin crying in an empty classroom. What's wrong? Harry asked gently. My parents disowned me, the girl sobbed. They're still loyal to you-know-whose ideals. When I wrote saying I wanted to be a healer, they told me I wasn't their daughter anymore. Harry's heart ached. I'm sorry. That's not fair to you. They said I betrayed the family, she said. That helping mudbloods and half-breeds is shameful. Your parents are wrong, Harry said firmly. Healing people regardless of blood status isn't shameful. It's noble. And you haven't betrayed your family, they've betrayed you by putting ideology before love. But where do I go now? She asked. I don't have a home anymore. Harry made a decision. You do. Hogwarts is your home for as long as you need it. And if you want, after graduation, I'll help you find an apprenticeship with a healer. You'll build the life you want, not the one your parents demanded. She hugged him, still crying but with hope now. Harry realized this was part of teaching too, not just magical knowledge, but guidance for students navigating a complicated world. Ginny visited during the holiday. She'd been traveling for Quidditch, but made time to see Harry. You're good at this, she said, watching him interact with students. Teaching, I mean. I'm terrified constantly, Harry admitted. That's how you know you care, Ginny said. Bad teachers think they know everything. Good ones worry about getting it right. They spent Christmas together, quiet, intimate, far from the chaos that had defined their relationship during the war. It was exactly what Harry needed. Spring semester brought a different challenge. The ministry requested Harry's help investigating a dark artifact smuggling ring. Cursed objects were flooding the black market, endangering civilians. I can't, Harry told Kingsley. I have classes. We need your expertise, Kingsley pressed. You can recognize dark magic better than any of our Aurors. Harry felt torn. He wanted to help, but his students needed him too. McGonagall solved the dilemma. Take your 7th years on a field trip. Show them real-world application of what they've learned. So Harry found himself leading a group of students through Nocturne Alley, tracking down cursed artifacts under Auror supervision. This is amazing, one student whispered. This is dangerous, Harry corrected. Stay alert, stay together, and if I tell you to run, you run. They located a shop selling cursed jewelry. Harry felt the dark signatures immediately, objects designed to drain magic, induce madness, even kill slowly. That necklace, he pointed. Recognize the signature. His students focused, using the techniques he'd taught. Cold, someone said. Hungry. Exactly, Harry confirmed. That's how you know. The shopkeeper, a greasy man with shifty eyes, tried to flee. Harry's students, working as a team, bound him with stunning spells and shielding charms. They'd learned well. The ministry raid recovered dozens of cursed objects. Several lives were saved because of Harry's students' quick recognition. In response, you should be proud, Harry told them afterward. You used your knowledge to protect people. That's what magic should be for. But not everyone was pleased. Some parents complained that Harry was putting students in danger. That teaching them to recognize dark magic meant exposing them to corruption. They're already exposed, Harry argued to the school governors. Dark magic exists whether we acknowledge it or not. I'd rather students recognize danger than stumble into it blind. The governors sided with Harry, but the controversy strained relationships with certain families. May brought NEWT exams. Harry's 7th years had been preparing all year. He'd pushed them harder than any previous defense against the dark arts professor, demanded more, taught them things usually reserved for Auror training. You'll do fine, he told them before exams. Trust your training. The practical exams were impressive. Students demonstrated patronuses, defeated simulated dark creatures, recognized and neutralized cursed objects. Harry's teaching had prepared them exceptionally well. Results came back with the highest pass rate in defense against the dark arts history. Several students achieved outstanding, the highest possible grade. You did this, McGonagall told Harry. Your teaching made the difference. But Harry knew better. They did this. I just showed them what they were capable of. Marcus, the student with inherited dark magic, received an outstanding. He'd mastered control to a degree that impressed even Harry. What will you do now? Harry asked. Auror training, Marcus said. Someone needs to help others like us. People who carry darkness but choose light. Harry felt pride swell in his chest. This was why teaching mattered. The end of the school year brought reflection. Harry sat in his quarters, reviewing the past months. He'd made mistakes, pushed too hard sometimes, been too lenient others. But overall, he'd helped students in ways traditional teaching never could. The forbidden powers had been remarkably quiet all year. Teaching had given them purpose, not destruction or domination, but education. Helping others understand and resist darkness. It had changed them. Or maybe it had changed Harry's relationship with them. You did well, Dumbledore's portrait said from the wall. Harry had borrowed it from McGonagall's office. I tried, Harry said. But there's so much I still don't know. That's the beauty of teaching, Dumbledore said. You learn alongside your students. Each year will bring new challenges, new opportunities to grow. Will I ever feel like I know what I'm doing? Harry asked. Dumbledore chuckled. If you do, you've stopped learning. Uncertainty keeps us humble, makes us better teachers. Ginny arrived that evening with news. The Harpies want me to play full-time next season, she said. International matches, long travel. It's what I've always wanted. That's wonderful, Harry said, meaning it. But it means less time together, Ginny continued. Maybe we should. Don't, Harry interrupted. Don't end this because of logistics. We'll figure it out. You're sure? Ginny asked. I've fought Dark Lords, Harry said. I can handle a long-distance relationship. Ginny smiled. I love you, you know. It was the first time she'd said it since the war. I love you too, Harry replied. The forbidden powers had no opinion on love. But Harry did. And it felt right. Summer arrived with familiar rhythms. Harry prepared for his second year of teaching, refining lessons based on what had worked and what hadn't. He corresponded with former students, helping them navigate careers and continued education. One letter stood out, from the Slytherin girl whose parents had disowned her. Professor Potter, I started my healing apprenticeship at St. Mungo's. It's hard but wonderful. Thank you for believing in me when my own family didn't. You gave me hope when I had none. Harry kept the letter in his desk drawer. On difficult days, he reread it as a reminder of why teaching mattered. The forbidden powers whispered occasionally, suggesting he could do more. Build an army, reshape society, use his influence to force positive change. Harry ignored them. He'd found his purpose, not as a warrior or a savior, but as a teacher. Someone who helped the next generation face darkness without becoming it. It wasn't glorious, but it was good. And for Harry Potter, that was enough. 5 years passed in what felt like heartbeats. Harry's reputation as a teacher grew beyond Hogwarts. He published papers on dark magic recognition, consulted for the Ministry on cursed artifact identification, and trained Aurors in advanced defensive techniques. But his primary focus remained his students. Each year brought new challenges. Students with inherited dark magic, like Marcus before them. Young witches and wizards traumatized by the war, carrying scars both visible and hidden. Brilliant minds who needed guidance to channel their potential toward protection rather than domination. Harry taught them all. The forbidden powers had become something different over those years. No longer foreign invaders in his consciousness, but integrated aspects of his magic. They still whispered occasionally, still offered dark solutions to complex problems. But their voice had changed, less demanding, more advisory. Harry had finally achieved what Dumbledore always believed possible, true coexistence with darkness. Then everything changed. It started with small incidents. Students experiencing vivid nightmares. Dark signatures appearing in abandoned corridors. Objects moving on their own, animated by magic that felt disturbingly familiar. "It's happening again," Hermione said during her visit in October. She worked at the Department of Magical Law Enforcement now, rising quickly through the ranks. "Dark activity is increasing across Britain. Not Death Eaters, something new." "How new?" Harry asked. "We don't know," Hermione admitted. "The magical signatures don't match any known dark wizard. It's like, someone's experimenting. Testing limits." Harry felt the forbidden powers stir with recognition. "They're trying to awaken something." "What?" "I don't know yet," Harry said. "But I'll find out." He increased security around Hogwarts. Taught his students more aggressive defensive techniques. Prepared them for possibilities he hoped wouldn't manifest. Ginny noticed the change immediately. "You're scared," she said during one of her increasingly rare visits. Her Quidditch career kept her traveling constantly. Their relationship had survived through determination and love, but the distance was wearing. "I'm concerned," Harry corrected. "You're terrified," Ginny insisted. "I know you, Harry. What aren't you telling me?" Harry wanted to protect her from his fears. But Ginny deserved honesty. "Someone's trying to replicate what Voldemort did," he said. "Awakening dark powers, probably creating Horcruxes, building towards something terrible. And I think they're targeting Hogwarts specifically." "Why Hogwarts?" "Because of me," Harry said quietly. "Because I'm here, carrying the forbidden powers. They want what I have." Ginny took his hand. "Then we stop them. Like we always do." "I don't want you involved," Harry said. "If something happens to you because of me." "Don't," Ginny interrupted. "Don't push me away too. Keep me safe. We're stronger together." She was right. Harry had learned that lesson repeatedly. But knowing it didn't make the fear easier to bear. The first attack came in November. A 7th-year student, Amelia Thorncraft, one of Harry's best pupils, was found in the library, unconscious and drained of magic. Dark symbols covered the walls around her, painted in what appeared to be her own blood. Harry recognized the symbols immediately. They were attempting a ritual he'd seen in Voldemort's memories, a way to steal magical power and add it to one's own. "She'll recover," Madame Pomfrey said. "But her magic is severely depleted. It could take months to restore." Harry stood over Amelia's bed, fury burning in his chest. The forbidden powers responded to his rage, offering to hunt down whoever did this, to make them suffer. "Not yet," Harry muttered. "First we understand what we're facing." He investigated the crime scene thoroughly. The magical signature was strange, dark but unfocused, like someone powerful but untrained. They'd attempted advanced magic without proper preparation. Amateur, Harry concluded. But dangerous. McGonagall convened an emergency staff meeting. "We need to close the school," Professor Flitwick said. "Until this threat is neutralized." "No," Harry argued. "Closing Hogwarts gives them exactly what they want, students scattered and vulnerable. Here, we can protect them." "Can we?" Professor Slughorn asked. "If someone's powerful enough to drain magic from a 7th year, then we teach students to defend against it," Harry said. "Emergency curriculum. Every student learns magical shielding, power retention techniques, how to recognize when they're being targeted." McGonagall considered this. "It's risky." "Everything is risky," Harry said. "But running won't help." The headmistress agreed to Harry's plan, though she clearly had reservations. Over the next week, Harry transformed his curriculum. He taught students magical shielding usually reserved for Aurors. Showed them how to anchor their magic so it couldn't be stolen. Trained them to recognize dark rituals in progress. "This is advanced material," a 5th-year complained. "This is survival," Harry corrected. "Whoever's doing this won't care about your age or skill level. Either you're prepared, or you're a victim." The stark honesty frightened some students. But it motivated most. Then came the second attack. This time, 3 students were targeted simultaneously. Harry found them in different parts of the castle, all drained, all surrounded by dark symbols, all unconscious. The attacker was getting bolder. "They're inside Hogwarts," Ron said. He'd come as soon as he heard, his Auror training making him invaluable. "Has to be," No one can breach these wards from outside. A student, Hermione concluded. Or a staff member. The implications chilled everyone. Someone they trusted, someone who belonged at Hogwarts, was attacking students. Harry called an assembly. Every student and staff member gathered in the Great Hall. Someone here is targeting students, Harry said bluntly. Draining their magic through dark rituals. If you know anything, if you've seen anything suspicious, you need to report it immediately. Silence. Then a Ravenclaw fourth year raised her hand. Professor Potter, I saw someone in the restricted section last week. Late at night. They were reading books about power transference. Who? Harry demanded. The girl hesitated. Thomas Ridley. He's a sixth-year Slytherin. The name hit Harry like cold water. Ridley. Close enough to Riddle to make his scar ache. Where is Thomas Ridley? McGonagall asked. No one answered. The Slytherin. Table shifted uncomfortably. He's not here, someone finally said. Hasn't been to breakfast all week. Harry was moving before conscious thought. He raced through corridors toward the Slytherin dormitories, Ron and several Aurors following. The forbidden powers guided him, sensing their corrupted counterpart. They found Thomas Ridley in an abandoned classroom. The boy, pale, gaunt, eyes burning with familiar madness, stood over a bound seventh year. Dark energy swirled around him, being pulled from his victim into himself. Stop, Harry commanded. Thomas turned slowly. When he smiled, Harry saw Voldemort in the expression. Professor Potter, Thomas said. I was hoping you'd come. I want what you have. The real forbidden powers. Not these scraps I've been collecting. Where did you learn about them? Harry asked, stalling. My great-grandfather's journal, Thomas said. Tom Riddle. He documented everything, the powers, how to access them, how to become immortal. I'm following his path. His path led to death, Harry said. Painful, pathetic death. Because he was weak, Thomas spat. I'll succeed where he failed. And I'll start by taking your power. He attacked. Dark magic erupted from Thomas, crude but powerful. Harry countered with practiced ease, years of experience guiding his defense. But he had to be careful. Thomas was still a student, still salvageable. The forbidden powers disagreed. They wanted to crush this pretender, this fool who dared claim kinship with their legacy. I won't kill you, Harry said, dodging a curse. You're just a kid. I'm the heir to greatness. Thomas screamed. He unleashed a spell Harry recognized, the same curse Voldemort had used to steal magic. Harry blocked it, but the force drove him backward. Ron fired stunning spells. Thomas deflected them casually. You can't stop me, Thomas said. I've already taken power from 6 students. I'm stronger than any of you. But Harry had fought Voldemort himself. A teenage wannabe Dark Lord was manageable. He reached for the forbidden powers deliberately. Not surrendering to them, but channeling them with perfect control. Dark met dark, and Harry's mastery won. He wrapped Thomas in bindings that suppressed magic. The boy collapsed, screaming in frustration. It's over, Harry said. The aftermath was complicated. Thomas Ridley had indeed found Tom Riddle's journal, a horrid thing that detailed dark magic experimentation. He'd been following instructions, trying to replicate Voldemort's ascent to power. He was obsessed, McGonagall said during the investigation. Believed he was destined for greatness because of his family name. What happens to him? Harry asked. Trial, Ron said. He'll probably go to Azkaban. He attacked 6 students, drained their magic. That's serious. Harry felt conflicting emotions. Thomas was a victim of Voldemort's legacy as much as a perpetrator. But he'd made choices, hurt people, refused to stop even when confronted. Justice demanded consequences. The trial was brief. Thomas showed no remorse, insisted he'd done nothing wrong. The Wizengamot sentenced him to 20 years in Azkaban, with possibility of parole after 10 if he showed genuine rehabilitation. He'll never change, Hermione said afterward. He's too far gone. Maybe, Harry said, but we give him the chance anyway. That's what makes us different. The forbidden powers grumbled disagreement. But Harry ignored them. December brought reflection and healing. The attacked students recovered slowly. Their magic returned, though some would carry scars. Amelia Thorncraft, the first victim, thanked Harry personally. You saved us, she said. I should have caught him sooner. Harry replied. You stopped him before he killed anyone, Amelia countered. That's what matters. Harry wanted to believe that. Ginny visited for Christmas. They spent quiet evenings together, not talking about dark wizards or attacks. Just being present with each other. "I'm thinking of retiring," Ginny said one night. "From Quidditch." Harry looked at her in surprise. "Why? You love playing." "I do," Ginny agreed. "But I love you more. And I'm tired of being apart. I want a life with you." The forbidden powers had no opinion on domestic happiness. But Harry did. "Are you sure?" he asked. "I don't want you resenting me later." "I'm sure," Ginny said. "Besides, maybe I'll try coaching. Or sports journalism. There are options." "Then yes," Harry said. "Please, stay." They sealed the decision with a kiss that felt like a promise. Spring brought new beginnings. Ginny moved to Hogsmeade, close enough to visit daily but maintaining her independence. She started writing about Quidditch for the Daily Prophet, her insider perspective making her articles wildly popular. Harry's teaching evolved. He'd faced another dark wizard, proven his methods worked. Students respected him not just for his legend, but for his competence. The forbidden powers had settled into comfortable coexistence. They still whispered occasionally, still offered dark solutions. But Harry had learned to acknowledge them without obeying. "You've achieved remarkable balance," McGonagall told him. "Most wizards carrying that kind of power would have succumbed long ago." "I had good teachers," Harry said. "And better friends." One evening, as Harry graded essays in his quarters, he felt the forbidden powers stir differently. Not with threat or temptation, but with contentment. They'd been part of him for nearly 15 years now. Through war, teaching, love, and daily choices. They'd shaped him, and he'd shaped them in return. They were no longer the legacy of Dark Lords. They were his. And he was at peace with that. 10 years after Voldemort's defeat, Harry's life had found rhythm. He'd become a fixture at Hogwarts, as permanent as the castle walls. Students who'd learned from him returned as adults, crediting his teaching for their successful careers. The ministry consulted him regularly on dark magic matters. His published work on controlling inherited darkness had become required reading in magical academies worldwide. But something was missing. Ginny felt it too. They'd been together for nearly a decade, living separately but committed, sharing holidays and stolen weekends, building a relationship around demanding careers. It worked. But it wasn't enough. "Marry me," Harry said one evening. They sat by the Black Lake, watching the sun set over the water. It wasn't planned, wasn't romantic. Just honest. Ginny turned to look at him. "What? Marry me," Harry repeated. "I know it's sudden. I don't have a ring or a speech prepared. But I love you. I've loved you since we were kids. And I'm tired of living separate lives." Tears filled Ginny's eyes. "You're serious?" "Completely," Harry said. "I want mornings together. Arguments about whose turn it is to make tea. Children, maybe. A life that's actually ours, not just borrowed moments between responsibilities." The forbidden powers had no opinion on marriage. But they'd learned to accept that Harry's happiness made him stronger, more stable. And stability meant better control. "Yes," Ginny whispered. "God, yes." They kissed as the sun disappeared below the horizon. Planning a wedding proved complicated. Everyone had opinions. Mrs. Weasley wanted a massive celebration. Hermione insisted on proper protocols. Ron just wanted good food and minimal speeches. "Elope," Harry suggested after a particularly exhausting planning session. "Just us, somewhere quiet." "My mother would murder us both," Ginny said. "Then resurrect us to kill us again." They compromised. A small ceremony at the Burrow, close friends and family only. No press, no spectacle. Just the people who mattered. The day arrived with spring sunshine and nervous energy. Harry stood at the altar, Ron beside him as best man. Hermione coordinated everything with military precision. The Weasley clan filled the chairs, all red hair and broad smiles. Then Ginny appeared. She wore simple robes in pale gold, her hair loose around her shoulders. She looked radiant, powerful, exactly right. Harry's breath caught. She walked toward him, and he saw his entire future in her eyes. Not just romance or partnership, but genuine understanding. She knew what he carried, what he fought daily. And she chose him anyway. "Hi," she whispered when she reached him. "Hi," Harry replied, grinning like an idiot. The ceremony was brief. They exchanged vows, traditional words with personal additions. Harry promised to always choose her, even when darkness whispered otherwise. Ginny promised to pull him back when he wandered too far into his own head. "I now pronounce you husband and wife," the officiant declared. They kissed to thunderous applause. The forbidden powers stirred, acknowledging this new bond. Marriage meant vulnerability, meant giving someone else power over Harry's happiness. But it also meant strength through connection. They approved. Married life was an adjustment. Ginny moved into Harry's quarters at Hogwarts permanently. She continued her journalism, traveling occasionally for stories but always returning home. They learned to navigate shared space, shared decisions, the daily reality of building a life together. "You leave your socks everywhere," Ginny complained one morning. "You steal all the blankets," Harry countered. But they laughed, found joy in the mundane, discovered that ordinary happiness was its own kind of magic. Students noticed the change in Harry. He seemed lighter, more present. The darkness he carried hadn't diminished, but it was balanced now by something equally powerful: love. One evening, as Harry graded essays, Ginny made an announcement. "I'm pregnant." Harry's quill fell from suddenly nerveless fingers. "What? Pregnant?" Ginny repeated, smiling nervously. "About 8 weeks. I wasn't sure if I should tell you yet, but..." Harry crossed the room in 3 strides and pulled her into his arms. "That's amazing. Terrifying. Amazing." "I know," Ginny said. "I'm scared too. What if I pass on the forbidden powers?" Harry asked, voicing his deepest fear. "What if our child inherits this darkness? Then we'll teach them to control it," Ginny said. "Like Dumbledore taught you. Like you've taught dozens of students. Our child won't be alone." Harry wanted to believe that. But fear gnawed at him. The forbidden powers stirred differently now. Not with hunger or ambition, but with curiosity. They'd never been passed on before, had always transferred through violence or dark ritual. Natural inheritance was new territory. "We'll figure it out," Harry said. Together. Pregnancy brought unexpected complications. Ginny's magic fluctuated wildly, responding to the growing life inside her. Some days she could barely cast simple spells. Other days, her power exceeded anything she'd managed before. "It's the baby," Madame Pomfrey explained. "Drawing on your magical core as it develops its own. Perfectly normal." But Harry worried. He monitored Ginny constantly, ready to help if something went wrong. "I'm not fragile," Ginny snapped after he tried to prevent her from climbing stairs. "I'm pregnant, not dying." "I know," Harry said. "But if something happened to you..." "It won't," Ginny interrupted. "Stop catastrophizing." She was right. Harry was projecting his fears onto her pregnancy. The forbidden powers whispered worst-case scenarios, showed him visions of losing her, of their child being corrupted by inherited darkness. He sought help from an unexpected source. "Professor Dumbledore," Harry said to the portrait. "How do I stop being afraid?" "You don't," Dumbledore's portrait replied. "Fear for those we love is natural. What matters is how you respond to that fear. Do you let it paralyze you? Or do you act despite it?" "I want to protect them," Harry said. "Then trust Ginny," Dumbledore advised. "Trust yourself. And trust that love is stronger than any darkness you might pass on." Harry tried. Gradually, his anxiety eased. He still worried, but he didn't let worry control him. Months passed. Ginny's belly grew. They decorated a nursery, argued about names, prepared as much as anyone could for the unknown. "James," Ginny suggested. "After your father." "Or Lily," Harry countered. "After my mother." "We'll see what they look like," Ginny decided. "Some babies are clearly a James. Others are definitely a Lily." The night Ginny went into labor, Harry panicked. "Hospital," he said. "We need to get to St. Mungo's." "We have time," Ginny said through gritted teeth. "First babies take hours." She was right. They arrived at the hospital with plenty of time. Then began the longest night of Harry's life. He held Ginny's hand through contractions. Wiped her forehead. Endured her very creative cursing. Felt utterly helpless. "You did this to me," Ginny snarled during a particularly bad contraction. "I'm sorry," Harry said. "You should be." But she squeezed his hand, anchoring herself. Finally, after 14 hours of labor, their son was born. James Sirius Potter. Named for Harry's father and godfather. The healer placed the tiny, screaming infant on Ginny's chest. Harry stared, overwhelmed by the reality of this small life. "He's perfect," Ginny whispered. Harry touched his son's hand. Tiny fingers wrapped around his thumb. And he felt it. A spark of magic. Strong, pure, untainted by darkness. The forbidden powers stirred, reaching toward the baby. Harry slammed mental barriers down instantly. No, he said firmly. You don't touch him. The powers retreated, surprised by his vehemence. Harry, Ginny asked. What's wrong? Nothing, Harry said quickly. Just, the powers were curious. I shut them down. Good, Ginny said. They don't get to influence our son. Harry nodded. But privately, he knew it wouldn't be that simple. The forbidden powers were part of him. And part of him would be in James. The question was how much. The first year of fatherhood was brutal. Sleepless nights, constant feeding, endless diapers. James cried at all hours. Harry and Ginny took shifts, stumbling through days in an exhausted haze. But it was also beautiful. James's first smile. The way he reached for Harry when upset. The pure trust in his infant eyes. Harry had never loved anything more. The forbidden powers observed with detached interest. They didn't understand parental love, couldn't grasp why Harry would sacrifice sleep and sanity for this small human. But they recognized the bond forming, understood it made Harry both stronger and more vulnerable. James showed no signs of inheriting darkness. His magic was bright, responsive, normal for a wizard child. Harry felt relief and guilt in equal measure. You're disappointed, Ginny said one night. What? No. You wanted him to have the powers, Ginny said. So he'd understand what you go through. Harry started to deny it, then stopped. Maybe. Not because I want him to suffer. But because I'm afraid he'll fear me. Like everyone else does, eventually. James will never fear you, Ginny said firmly. You're his father. You'll protect him, teach him, love him. That's what he'll know. Harry hoped she was right. As James grew, Harry juggled teaching and fatherhood. He brought James to his office sometimes, let students see their formidable professor cooing at a baby. It humanized him in ways nothing else could. Professor Potter has a kid, students whispered. An actual family. It made him seem less like a legend and more like a person. 2 years later, their daughter was born. Lily Luna Potter. Named for Harry's mother and Luna Lovegood, whose friendship had meant so much. Lily was different from James. Where her brother was calm and observant, Lily was fierce and demanding. She screamed when she wanted something, laughed with her whole body, lived at maximum intensity. Ginny said she took after both her grandmother Lily and her Aunt Ginny. Harry just said she was exhausting. But he loved her completely. With 2 children, life became even more complicated. Harry cut back on ministry consulting, focused on teaching and family. The forbidden powers complained about the reduced activity, but Harry ignored them. His priorities had shifted. One evening, as Harry put both children to bed, James asked a question. Daddy, why do people say you're scary? Harry froze. Who says that? Some kids at the park, James said. They said their parents told them you carry dark magic. At 4 years old, James was too young to fully understand. But old enough to notice when adults whispered about his father. I do carry dark magic, Harry said carefully. It's called the forbidden powers. They're part of me because of things that happened when I was very young. Does that make you bad? James asked. No, Harry said firmly. Having darkness doesn't make you bad. What you choose to do with it determines whether you're good or bad. And I choose to be good. Every day. Okay, James said, accepting this with a child's simple logic. Will I have dark magic too? I don't know, Harry admitted. Maybe. But if you do, I'll teach you to control it. Just like my teacher taught me. I'm not scared, James declared. You're my daddy. You're the best. Harry's throat tightened with emotion. Thank you, buddy. Now sleep. He left the children's room feeling lighter. James didn't fear him. That was enough. Albus Severus Potter was born 7 years after James. The pregnancy had been unplanned, coming at a time when Harry and Ginny thought their family was complete. But life rarely followed plans. From the moment of his birth, Albus was different. He emerged screaming with such force that magical energy rippled through the delivery room. Equipment shorted out. Lights flickered. The healer stumbled backward, overwhelmed by the surge of power. And Harry felt it. Recognition. Connection. The forbidden powers reached toward the infant automatically, and this time, Harry couldn't stop them. The bond formed instantly, irreversibly. Albus had inherited the darkness. It's not fair, Ginny said later, holding their sleeping son. He's just a baby. He doesn't deserve this burden. Neither did I, Harry said quietly. But we'll help him. Teach him control from the beginning. He won't struggle alone like I did. But privately, Harry was terrified. He'd hoped desperately that none of his children would inherit the forbidden powers. That the darkness would die with him, end the cycle. But magic had other plans. Albus Severus Potter, named for two complicated men who'd shaped Harry's life, carried the legacy of Dark Lords in his tiny body. The first signs appeared at 6 months. Albus would cry, and shadows would gather in his crib. Not natural shadows, but manifestations of dark energy responding to his distress. Harry had to teach a baby, to control instinctive magical releases. How do you teach an infant occlumency? Ginny asked, exhausted after another sleepless night. Very carefully, Harry said. And with lots of patience. He developed techniques. Mental exercises disguised as games. Meditation through lullabies. Ways to help Albus separate his consciousness from the powers, influence before he even understood what consciousness was. It was exhausting, but necessary. James, now 9, noticed the difference in how his parents treated his younger brother. Why does Albus get special lessons? He asked. I never got special lessons. Albus has special needs, Harry explained. He inherited something from me. Something that requires extra attention. The dark magic, James said. He was old enough now to understand more. He got the forbidden powers. Yes, Harry confirmed, which means he needs to learn control earlier than most wizards. James looked at his baby brother thoughtfully. Will people be scared of him? Like they're scared of you? Probably, Harry admitted. But we'll teach him that their fear doesn't define him. Just like you're learning. James nodded seriously. I'll help. I'll be his big brother and make sure no one's mean to him. Pride swelled in Harry's chest. Thank you. Lily, at 5, had simpler concerns. Baby Albus cries too much, she complained. Make him stop. If only it were that easy. By age 3, Albus was having conversations with the forbidden powers. Harry discovered this when he found his son sitting alone in the garden, apparently talking to shadows. Who are you talking to? Harry asked gently. The voices, Albus said matter-of-factly. They tell me things. Harry's blood ran cold. What did they tell you? That I'm special, Albus said. That I can do amazing things if I listen to them. Harry knelt beside his son. Albus, listen to me very carefully. Those voices are the forbidden powers. They're part of you, but they're not your friends. They'll try to trick you, make you think hurting people is okay. But they're nice to me, Albus protested. I know, Harry said. That's how they work. They're nice at first, but if you listen too much, they'll change you into something you're not. Albus looked confused. Are they bad? They're complicated, Harry said. Like having a really strong dog on a leash. The dog isn't bad, but if you let it pull you, you'll go places you don't want to go. You have to hold the leash tight. Can you teach me? Albus asked. That's what I've been trying to do, Harry said. Every day. From that moment, Harry intensified Albus's training. Daily occlumency sessions, meditation practices, exercises to strengthen mental barriers. All adapted for a 3-year-old's attention span. It was harder than anything Harry had done during the war. Lily showed her own magical talents around age 4. She had her mother's fierce determination and her father's protective instincts. When a neighborhood bully pushed James, Lily's accidental magic sent the boy flying into a hedge. She's powerful, Ginny observed. Maybe as powerful as Albus, just differently. She doesn't have the forbidden powers, Harry said. I'd recognize the signature. No, Ginny agreed. But she has something. Raw strength and an absolute refusal to back down. That's dangerous, too, in its own way. They enrolled Lily in magical control classes early. She hated them, complained constantly, but learned quickly. James, meanwhile, had developed into a steady, responsible presence. He helped with Albus, mediating between his intense younger brother and boisterous younger sister. He was the glue holding their family together. You're good at this, Harry told him one evening. At what? James asked. Being a big brother, Harry said. Taking care of your siblings. James shrugged. Their family. That's what you do. Harry felt simultaneously proud and guilty. James had grown up too fast, shouldering responsibilities no child should carry. But he'd done it without complaint. When you go to Hogwarts, Harry said, you don't have to worry about Albus and Lily. You can just be a kid. But I want to help, James protested. I know, Harry said. But sometimes the best help is trusting that others can handle things. You've earned the right to just be James, not James the responsible big brother. James considered this. Can I still write to them? Of course, Harry said. Just, also have fun. Make friends. 'Cause a little mischief. James grinned. Like Uncle Ron says you and him used to. Exactly like that, Harry confirmed. Albus's 5th birthday brought a crisis. During his party, surrounded by family and a few carefully selected friends, Albus lost control. Another child took his toy, and the forbidden powers surged in response. Dark energy exploded outward. Harry reacted instantly, throwing up shields to contain the blast. But several children were knocked down, and the birthday cake was obliterated. Silence fell. Everyone stared at Albus, who stood in the center of destruction, eyes wide with horror. I didn't mean to, he whispered. Harry moved to his son, kneeling despite the terrified stares. I know. Let's go inside. He carried Albus to his room while Ginny handled the other parents. Explanations, apologies, assurances that no one was seriously hurt. But Harry heard the whispers. That child is dangerous. Did you see what he did? Potter's son has dark magic. In Albus's room, Harry found his son crying. I'm a monster, Albus sobbed. Everyone hates me. You're not a monster, Harry said firmly. You made a mistake. Lost control when you were upset. That happens. But I hurt people, Albus said. Yes, Harry acknowledged. And that's serious. But it doesn't make you a monster. It makes you someone who needs more practice controlling their power. Will I always be like this? Albus asked. Always dangerous. Harry thought about his own journey. Decades of fighting the forbidden powers, learning control, making mistakes and trying again. You'll always have darkness, Harry said honestly. Just like I do. But you'll also learn to control it. And one day, you'll be able to use it to protect people instead of hurting them. Promise. Albus whispered. Promise, Harry said. But that night, alone with Ginny, Harry broke down. What if I can't teach him? He said. What if he ends up like Voldemort? Like all the Dark Lords before him? He won't, Ginny said. Because he has something they didn't. A family who loves him. A father who understands exactly what he's facing. That makes all the difference. Does it? Harry asked. Marcus Thornwood had a family. Thomas Ridley had parents. It didn't save them. They didn't have you, Ginny pointed out. They didn't have someone who'd walk the exact path they were walking. Who could show them it was possible to carry darkness without surrendering to it? Harry wanted to believe her. But doubt gnawed at him. The next 3 years were a delicate balance. Harry reduced his teaching load to focus on Albus. They practiced control exercises daily. Worked on emotional regulation, mental discipline, ethical decision-making. Albus was a dedicated student, desperate to prove he wasn't a monster. But the forbidden powers were strong in him, stronger than they'd been in Harry at the same age. They're evolving, Dumbledore's portrait observed. Adapting to being inherited naturally rather than transferred through violence. In Albus, they're more integrated, more intrinsic to his magic. Is that better or worse? Harry asked. Both, Dumbledore said. Better because they're less foreign, less likely to overwhelm him completely. Worse because they're harder to separate from his core identity. Meanwhile, James started Hogwarts. He was sorted into Gryffindor, unsurprisingly. His letters home were cheerful, full of adventures and new friends. He seemed genuinely happy. Harry was grateful at least one of his children could have a normal childhood. Lily continued being Lily, fierce, opinionated, protective of Albus despite his power scaring her sometimes. If anyone's mean to him at Hogwarts, she declared, I'll hex them. You'll be 7 when he starts, Ginny pointed out. You won't even be at Hogwarts yet. Then I'll hex them later, Lily said. I have a good memory. The Potter household was never boring. Albus's Hogwarts letter arrived on his 11th birthday. He stared at it for a long time without opening it. What if they don't want me? He asked. What if they know what I am and say I can't come? They want you, Harry assured him. McGonagall knows about your powers. She's prepared. What if the other students hate me? Albus pressed. Some will, Harry admitted. People fear what they don't understand. But others will see past the darkness to who you actually are. Albus opened the letter with trembling hands. Inside was the standard acceptance message, plus a personal note from McGonagall. Mr. Potter, your father has informed me of your unique circumstances. Rest assured, Hogwarts has accommodated students with unusual magical gifts throughout its history. We will provide whatever support you need to succeed. Looking forward to meeting you, Professor Minerva McGonagall, headmistress. She sounds nice, Albus said. She is, Harry confirmed. Strict, but fair. And she's known me since I was 11. She understands. Shopping for school supplies in Diagon Alley was an adventure. People recognized Harry immediately, then noticed Albus. Whispers followed them everywhere. Harry felt his son shrink beside him, trying to be invisible. Head up, Harry murmured. You have as much right to be here as anyone. At Ollivander's, the wand selection took hours. Curious, Ollivander said. Very curious. Your magic is pulling toward wands with dark associations, you, Elderwood, cores connected to dangerous creatures. But it's also drawn to Phoenix Feather. What does that mean? Albus asked nervously. It means you're not fully dark, Ollivander said. You carry darkness, yes. But also light. The wand that chooses you will reflect that duality. Finally, a wand selected Albus, Elderwood and Phoenix Feather, 13 inches, surprisingly flexible. Elder for power and mastery, Ollivander said. Phoenix Feather for rebirth and choice. An interesting combination. Use it well, Mr. Potter. Outside, Albus held his wand like it might explode. Dad, he said quietly. I'm scared. I know, Harry said. I was too. But you're going to be okay. And if you're not, you write to me immediately. Promise. Promise, Albus said. Platform 9 3/4 on September 1st was chaotic. James was already on the train. Waving from a window. Lily clung to Albus, crying because her favorite brother was leaving. Don't go, she sobbed. I have to, Albus said gently. But I'll write every week. Harry knelt beside his middle child. Remember everything I taught you. Control, discipline, choice. You've got this. What if I don't? Albus whispered. Then you learn from the mistake and try again, Harry said. That's all any of us can do. The forbidden powers, both Harry's and Albus's, stirred with anticipation. A new generation carrying their legacy into the world. Harry hoped desperately that he'd prepared his son well enough. As the train pulled away, Albus's face appeared in a window. He looked terrified and determined in equal measure. Just like Harry had, all those years ago. He'll be okay, Ginny said, taking Harry's hand. I hope so, Harry replied. Because if Albus Severus Potter couldn't learn to control the forbidden powers, if he felt a darkness despite everything Harry had taught him, the cycle would begin again. And Harry would have to stop his own son. The thought was unbearable. But it was also reality. Being the father of a child with inherited darkness meant accepting that possibility. Living with that fear, trusting that love and training would be enough. It had to be enough. Because the alternative was unthinkable. Albus Severus Potter's first year at Hogwarts was everything Harry feared and hoped for. The Sorting Hat deliberated for nearly 5 minutes, the longest anyone could remember. Harry watched from the staff table, his heart in his throat, as his son sat beneath the ancient hat. Slytherin, the hat finally announced. The Great Hall fell silent. Then whispers erupted. Harry Potter's son, sorted into Slytherin. The House of Dark Wizards and Death Eaters. Albus walked to the Slytherin table with his head down, looking utterly miserable. Harry wanted to go to him, to explain that house didn't matter. But protocol demanded he remain at the staff table, watching his son struggle alone. After the feast, Albus appeared at Harry's office. I'm sorry, he said immediately. I know you wanted me in Gryffindor. I don't care what house you're in, Harry said firmly. You know that. Everyone else does, Albus said. They're saying I'm dark. That of course the kid with forbidden powers ended up in Slytherin. Then prove them wrong, Harry said. Show them that Slytherin doesn't mean dark. That you can carry darkness and still be good. How? Albus asked desperately. By being yourself, Harry said. Making friends. Helping others. Choosing kindness when the powers whisper cruelty. That's all any of us can do. But it wasn't easy. Letters from James painted a concerning picture. Albus is being bullied, James wrote. Kids from all houses. They call him Dark Lord Jr. I've tried to help, but he tells me to stay away. Says I'm making it worse. Harry's fury at the bullying was matched only by his heartbreak that Albus was pushing his brother away. He's trying to protect James, Ginny said. Doesn't want his older brother associated with him. I need to intervene, Harry said. You can't, Ginny said gently. Albus needs to find his own way. If you step in, it'll make things worse. Harry knew she was right. But watching his son suffer from a distance was torture. Then Albus made a friend. Scorpius Malfoy, Draco's son, was also in Slytherin. Like Albus, he carried the weight of his father's reputation. The two boys found each other, bonded over shared outsider status. They're thick as thieves, James wrote. It's actually kind of nice. Albus smiles now. Harry felt conflicting emotions. Relief that his son had a friend. Concern that Malfoy was that friend. Guilt for feeling concerned, given how much Draco had changed. He wrote to Draco an awkward letter acknowledging that their sons were friends, hoping they could put past animosity aside. Draco's response was surprisingly warm. Our sons have the chance to do what we couldn't, build friendship across old divisions. Let's not poison that with our history. Besides, Scorpius talks about Albus constantly. Your son is good for mine. It wasn't forgiveness exactly, but it was progress. Albus's struggles continued through first year. The forbidden powers were harder to control at Hogwarts, surrounded by so many sources of magic and emotion. Albus had incidents, dark energy surging during arguments, shadows manifesting when he was upset. Each time, Harry helped him process what happened. They met weekly in Harry's office, working through control exercises, discussing the ethical implications of the powers. I hate this, Albus said during one session. Why did I have to inherit them? Why couldn't I just be normal? I don't know, Harry admitted. Magic doesn't follow fair rules. But you're not alone in this. I'm here. Your family is here. We'll get through it. What if I can't control them? Albus asked. What if I hurt someone? Then we deal with the consequences and learn from the mistake, Harry said. But I don't think you will. You're already more in control than I was at your age. By the end of first year, Albus had made progress. The incidents decreased. He'd learned meditation techniques that helped manage the powers, whispers. And crucially, he'd found acceptance among a small group of Slytherins who didn't fear his darkness. Harry considered it a victory. James graduated Hogwarts with high marks and clear career goals. Auror training, he announced. I want to help people. Like you did. Harry felt pride mixed with concern. It's dangerous work. Everything worthwhile is dangerous, James said. You taught me that. He'd grown into a remarkable young man. Steady, compassionate, brave without being reckless. Harry couldn't have been prouder. Lily started Hogwarts in Albus's third year. She was sorted into Gryffindor, to no one's surprise, and immediately made her presence known. I hexed 3 people on the first day, she wrote home. They were being mean to Albus. He told me not to, but they deserved it. Our daughter is terrifying, Ginny said, reading the letter. She gets it from you, Harry replied. Absolutely she does, Ginny agreed with pride. The Potter children had found their places. James in the wider world, fighting for justice. Lily at Hogwarts, fierce and uncompromising. And Albus, carrying the burden of darkness while learning to use it for good. It was more than Harry had dared hope for. Albus's 5th year brought unexpected complications. A new dark wizard emerged, calling himself the Augur. He claimed to speak for a new age of magical supremacy, gathering followers who believed in blood purity and power above all else. It's happening again, Hermione said during an order meeting. Not Voldemort, but his ideology surviving in others. The Augur began targeting Hogwarts specifically. Attempting to recruit students, spreading propaganda about the rightness of dark magic. He's focusing on Slytherin, McGonagall reported. Particularly students with known dark tendencies. Harry's blood ran cold. He's recruiting Albus. We don't know that, Ron said. I know my son, Harry said. He carries the forbidden powers. The Augur will see him as the ultimate prize. His fears were confirmed when Albus appeared at his office late one night. Dad, someone approached me, Albus said. Said they could teach me to really use the powers. Not just control them, but embrace them. What did you say? Harry asked. I told them no, Albus said. But, part of me wanted to say yes. The powers were interested. They liked the idea of being fully unleashed. Harry felt his own forbidden powers stir in response. They recognized the temptation, remembered their own whispers of similar promises. "Thank you for telling me," Harry said. "That took courage." "I'm scared, Dad," Albus admitted. "What if next time I'm not strong enough to refuse?" "Then you come to me immediately," Harry said. "Before making any decisions. Promise me." "I promise," Albus said. But Harry knew promises were fragile things when darkness whispered temptation. The confrontation with the Augur came during Albus's 6th year. The Dark Wizard infiltrated Hogwarts during a Hogsmeade weekend, attempting to kidnap Albus and Scorpius. Harry intercepted them just in time. The duel was brief and brutal. Harry had decades of experience controlling the forbidden powers. The Augur was powerful but undisciplined, wielding dark magic with more force than finesse. Harry defeated him in minutes, binding him with suppression spells. "You could have been great," the Augur spat as Aurors arrived to arrest him. "You carry the true forbidden powers. With them, you could rule the magical world." "I don't want to rule," Harry said calmly. "I want to protect. That's what makes us different." As the Augur was taken away, Albus approached hesitantly. "You made it look easy," he said. "It wasn't," Harry admitted. "Every time I use the powers, they try to take more control. But I've had 40 years of practice. You'll get there too, will I?" Albus asked. "Really?" "Yes," Harry said with absolute certainty. "Because you keep choosing right. Even when it's hard. Even when part of you wants to give in. That's what matters." Albus's 7th year brought closure. He'd mastered the forbidden powers to a degree that impressed even Harry. Not perfectly, no one ever truly mastered them, but enough to use them safely and ethically. His NEWT results were outstanding. He'd decided to become a mind healer, specializing in helping wizards with dark magical conditions. "I want to help people like us," Albus explained. "People who carry darkness but don't want to be defined by it." "That's a good goal," Harry said. "Important work." On graduation day, Harry stood in the Great Hall watching Albus receive his certificate. His son had grown into a remarkable young man, thoughtful, compassionate, powerful but not power-hungry. He'd done what Harry feared might be impossible. He'd inherited the forbidden powers and remained himself. "You did good," Ginny whispered beside him. "We did good," Harry corrected. That evening, alone in his office, Harry reflected on his life. 58 years old, 3 grown children, decades of teaching, a marriage that had survived everything, and the forbidden powers still whispering in the background. They were quieter now, mellowed by age and constant control. They still offered dark solutions, still tempted with visions of domination. But Harry barely heard them anymore. They were just another part of him. Like his scar, his memories, his love for his family. Darkness didn't have to define you. Harry had proven that over a lifetime. And now Albus was proving it too. The cycle of Dark Lords, spanning centuries, claiming countless lives, had finally been broken. Not through destruction or suppression, but through choice. Daily, deliberate choice to be better than the darkness. Epilogue. 50 years later. Harry Potter died peacefully in his sleep at age 96. His children, James, Albus, and Lily, stood by his bedside. His grandchildren filled the room. Ginny held his hand, tears streaming down her face. "I love you," she whispered. "Love you too," Harry managed. "Always." His eyes closed. The forbidden powers, which had been part of him for 85 years, stirred one final time. "What happens to us now?" they whispered. "You fade," Harry thought back. "Or you pass to Albus. Either way, your era is done. We shaped you," the powers insisted. "Made you strong." "No," Harry thought. "I shaped you. Made you something other than weapons. That was always my victory." The powers fell silent. Harry's consciousness drifted. He saw flashes of his life. The cupboard under the stairs, Hogwarts rising before him for the first time, facing Voldemort, teaching students, holding his children, growing old with Ginny. It had been a good life. Not easy. Never easy. But good. "Well done, Harry," a familiar voice said. Harry opened his eyes, though he knew his body had died. He stood in the same place between life and death where he'd met Dumbledore so long ago. King's Cross Station, bright and clean. And there they were. His parents, Sirius, Remus, Tonks, Fred, Dumbledore. Everyone he'd lost. "Am I dead?" Harry asked. "Does it matter?" Dumbledore replied with a twinkle in his eye. "I suppose not," Harry said. The forbidden powers, Dumbledore said. You mastered them. Truly mastered them. That is no small achievement. They're part of Albus now, Harry said. Will he be okay? Yes, Lily, his mother, said. Because he had you as a teacher. You showed him it was possible. Harry felt peace wash over him. His work was done. The cycle broken. His family safe. What now? He asked. Now. Dumbledore smiled. Now you rest. You've earned it. Harry walked forward into light and love and the presence of those he'd missed. Behind him, in the living world, Albus Severus Potter felt the forbidden powers settle into him more completely. His father's death had transferred full control. They whispered their usual temptations. Albus smiled and ignored them. Just like his father had taught him. And that is just the beginning of Harry's true destiny. If you want to see how far his power rises, or how the wizarding world reacts next, make sure you like this video and comment if you want part 2. And hey, if you're new here, don't forget to subscribe right now. Because I upload daily dark and powerful Harry Potter what-if stories. And trust me, the next one will be even more insane. And I'll see you in the next magical chapter. Until then, stay legendary.